time is it? It's Podblast time! That's right. It's Podblast time once again. A strange time, Saturday live. We'll be back to Friday night next week. But right now, it's Podblast time. How are you? This is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. That's what the Nostalgic Podblast is all about. Reminiscing about our own experiences growing up and talking about pop culture history. This is the Nostalgia Show with a bite. Because it bites. No. Man, as Steve Harvey says at the beginning of Family Feud, we've got a good one for you today! And we really do. Now, last week's Podblast topic was about Dell and Gold Key comic books based on television shows. Well, today, Dan in South Carolina is back with part 2 of that discussion, and he's got a massive collection of these comic books that he'll continue to share with us today. Also, we're going to explore the Saturday morning world of Sid and Marty Krofft from 1970s television. And as we talked about last time, the original primary comic book publishers of TV shows adapted into a comic book format were Dell and Gold Key comic book publishers. Today, we're going to cover other comic book companies like Charlton Comic Books and a few others. Of course, Marvel and DC had a massive share of comic book adaptations as well, which we will touch on today. And there's going to be trivia for prizes, different prizes today. Some comic books, like I'll show you in a moment, a cover of one of the comic books, mint condition comic book, first print that I'll share in just a little while. And also I'll give away the standard Topps 1970s movie cards. If you want to call in or discuss anything nostalgic, the phone number is 770-438-1050. Or simply leave a comment here in the chat area on YouTube or Facebook Live, and they will be shown and read on the air. Also, we're on Twitch and Twitter. Welcome to those listeners and viewers in those social media platforms. Now, listeners at Fistful of Radio or Apple Podcast or Podbean or Spotify, etc., tune in. If you want to see this show, simply head to the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. It's easy to find. Simply do a Google search, the Nostalgic Podblast, and it should be right at the top. Click it, and once there, click the Live tab, and you'll see a thumbnail image of the World in Sid and Marty Krofft television shows. I'm going to talk about the history of Charlton Comics in just a second, but I got to do my disclaimer. I have a lot of Sid and Marty Krofft clips. So here's my little standard disclaimer. In terms of the video and audio clips that I'll present to you today, I do not represent the owners of this material or any of its entities. This is a live, educational, interactive lecture for fellow pop culture fans in which I earn no proceeds in any way from this presentation. I do not own any of these clips or musical cues. No rights are given or implied. I encourage all to purchase official releases of this material where applicable, as I have done. And all of these clips were found on YouTube from other fan channels, non-official channels, and were not taken or ripped from actual DVDs, Blu-rays, VHSs, or 4K releases of these programs or films. Okay, now that we have that out of the way, let's get this nostalgic party started. Here's the history lesson time of the show. I'll keep this brief. Poor Dan was backstage for 45 minutes last week when I talked about the history of Dell Comics and Gold Key Comics. This isn't quite as long, but I do want to talk about the history of Charlton Comics. Of course, it's a publishing company that existed from 1945 until 1986, having been begun under a different name, TWO Charles Company, in 1940. It was based in Derby, Connecticut. The comic book line was a division of Charlton Publications, which published magazines, most notably song lyric magazines. They also published puzzle books and briefly books under Monarch and Gold Star imprints. It had its own distribution company called Capital Distribution. And of course, Charlton published a wide variety of genres, including crime, science fiction, Western, horror, war, and romance comics. I'll show you a romance comic of their that they published as well. And they also had talking animal and superhero titles, as well as TV adaptations. And I'm going to show you every cover of The $6 Million Man, The Bionic Woman, Space 1999. I'm going to show you a bunch of Partridge Family Charlton comic book covers. Really good stuff. Now, the company was known for its low budget practices, often using unpublished material acquired from defunct companies that went out of business and paying comic creators among the lowest rates in the industry. Charlton was also the last of the American comic publishers still operating to raise its cover prices from 10 to 12 cents back in 1962, just before Marvel Comics did the same thing, and DC. It was unique among comic book companies in that it controlled all areas of its publishing, from editorial to printing to distribution, rather than working with outside printers and distributors, as did most other comic book publishers. It did so under one roof, under its Derby headquarters. Now, the company was formed by John Santangelo Sr. and Ed Levy in 1940 as TWO Charles Company, named after the co-founders' two sons, both named Charles, and became Charlton Publications in 1945. In 1931, Italian immigrant John Santangelo Sr., a bricklayer who had started a construction business in White Plains, New York, where your humble host was born, by the way. I only lived there a whole week, and then my mom and the family and dad moved to Texas, and then I moved to Atlanta when I was 2 years old. Anyway, who cares? That's just a little my personal history. Anyway, John Santangelo Sr. started a construction business in White Plains, New York. 5 years earlier, began what became a highly successful business publishing song lyric magazines out of nearby Yonkers, New York. Operating in violation of copyright laws, however, he was sentenced in 1934 to a year and a day at New Haven County Jail in New Haven, Connecticut, near Derby, where his wife and he by then had lived. In jail, he met Waterbury, Connecticut attorney Ed Levy, with whom he began legitimate publishing in 1935, acquiring permissions to reproduce lyrics in such magazines as Hit Parade and Big Song Magazine. Santangelo and Levy opened a printing plant in Waterbury the following year, and in 1940 founded the TWO Charles Company, eventually moving its headquarters to Derby. Charlton purchased the company Song Lyrics, Inc., which published Song Hits magazine and was owned by Lyle Engel in 1949. Following the adoption of Charlton Comics' name in 1946, the company over the next 5 years acquired material from freelance editor and comics packager Al Fago, the brother of former Timely Comics editor Vincent Fago, F-A-G-O. Charlton additionally published Merry comics like Merry Christmas, Ho, 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 Cowboy Western, the Western titled Tim McCoy, and Pictorial Love Stories. The company used a second-hand press originally used for printing cereal boxes. These large presses were very costly to both stop and start, which only happened twice a year when they had to be cleaned. And so they started publishing comics as a means to keep the presses going. After the entry into the comic book business, the company's first comic book was titled Yellow Jacket, an anthology of superhero and horror stories launched in September 1944 under the imprint Frank Combinali Publications, with Ed Levy listed as the publisher. A title, Zoo Funnies, that was the name of the comic, was published under the imprint Children Comics Publishing. They also published Jack in the Box and TNT Comics under Charles Publishing Company under another imprint, which was Frank Publications. Almost done, and I'll bring our guest on, who's patiently waiting backstage. In 1951, when Al Fago began as an in-house editor, Charlton hired a staff of artists who included future managing editor Dick Giordano from DC Comics, who drew a lot of Batman comic books, as well as others. And there were staff and freelance artists who eventually worked with Charlton, including a whole host of artists like, I won't even mention them. I can't even pronounce their names. A whole bunch. Vince, John, Jon, John, Sam, Rocco, Bill, Charles Nicholas, and Sal Trapani. The primary writer was the remarkably prolific Joe Gill. The same year, the company created an in-house comics department where comics would make up to 25% of Charlton Comics. Oh, good Lord. I need to edit my own notes here. The company began a wide expansion of its comic books line, which included notoriously gory horror comics, the principal title being Steve Ditko's The Thing. Now, Steve Ditko, everyone knows this, but for the layman, he co-created The Amazing Spider-Man with Stan Lee and Doctor Strange, and he drew the first 38 issues of Amazing Spider-Man, as well as its predecessor, Amazing Fantasy 15, the last issue of that title, Amazing Fantasy, which began as Amazing Adult Fantasy and Amazing Adventures. Great artist, but by the 80s, his style of art became rather dated, as did the great Steve Ditko's when he returned in the 1970s, after he had the likes of artists like Neil Adams, who was just a game changer artist, who really took comic book art to a whole nother level. But I still, don't misunderstand, I love Ditko and Kirby. They're the godfathers of comic book art. And they really launched the Marvel age of superhero comics during the Silver Age of comics. So no disrespect intended. I just think when Jack Kirby returned to Marvel after quitting Marvel and going to DC, I think his style of art was a little old hat by, say, 1975, 76. I don't know. That's just my opinion. So, yeah, Steve Ditko did a gory comic book title, The Thing. Now, in 1954 to 1955, they acquired a stable of comic book properties from the defunct, meaning out of business, company Superior Comics, Mainline Publications, St. John Publications, and most significantly, Fawcett Publications, which was shutting down its Fawcett Comics division. Charlton continued publishing two of Fawcett's horror comic books. Here are the titles. This Magazine is Haunted and Strange Suspense Stories, initially using unpublished material from Fawcett's inventory. Artistic chores were then handed to Steve Ditko, whose moody, individualistic touch came to dominate Charlton's supernatural line of comic books. Beset by a circulation slump that swept the industry towards the end of the 1950s, Haunted struggled for another 2 years and was published every other month or bi-monthly until May of 1958. Strange Suspense Stories ran longer, lasting well into the 1960s before, here's a pun, giving up the ghost in 1965. Charlton published a wide line of romance titles, particularly after it acquired the Fawcett line, which included the romance comics Sweethearts, Romantic Secrets, and Romantic Story. Sweethearts was the comic world's first monthly romance title, debuting in 1948. And Charlton continued publishing it until 1973. Charlton had launched its original romance title in 1951, titled True Life Secrets, but that series lasted only until 1956. Charlton also picked up a number of Western titles from the defunct Fawcett Comics line, including Gabby Hayes Western, Lash LaRue Western, Monty Hale Western, not to be confused with the game show host Monty Hall, Monty Hale, Hale, like Barbara Hale, Monty Hale Western, Rocky Lane Western, Six Gun Heroes, Tex Ritter Western. Here's some trivia about Tex Ritter. Do you know who his son was, Tex Ritter? Come and knock on our door. John Ritter was Tex Ritter's son. I know most of you out there saying no poop, Sherlock. We all know that. I know, but some don't. So Tex Ritter was John Ritter's dad. And so they also published Tex, in addition to Tex Ritter Western and the others I just mentioned, they also published Tom Mix Western and Western Hero. Those were all Charlton comics. Seeking to save money on second-class postage permits, Charlton, like many comic book publishers of the era, frequently changed the titles of their comics rather than start new ones at issue number 1. A publication required at a new postal permit, while an existing publication that just changed its name could use its existing postal permit. Notable examples of this practice include the titles Billy the Kid, originally called Masked Raider, Blue Beetle Volume 2, originally The Thing, Blue Beetle Volume 3, originally titled Unusual Tales, Fightin' Air Force, originally titled Never Again, Fightin' Army, originally titled Soldier and Marine Comics, Fightin' Marines, originally titled The Texan, Fightin' Navy, originally titled Don Winslow of the Navy, Ghostly Haunts, originally titled Ghost Manor, Ghostly Tales, originally Blue Beetle Volume 3, and I Love You, originally titled In Love, and Sweethearts, originally Fawcett Comic Books title Captain Midnight. It's kind of a smart business practice. Al Fago left in the mid-1950s and was succeeded by his assistant, Pat Mazzulli, who remained in the position for 10 years. Mazzulli oversaw a plethora of new romance titles, including the long-running I Love You, Sweetheart Diary, Brides in Love, My Secret Life, and Just Married. The teen-oriented romance comics, Teenage Love, Teen Confessions. I'm sorry, let me back up. Then there were teen-oriented romance comics they published, including the titles Teenage Love, Teen Confessions, and Teenage Confidential Confessions. On August 19th, 1959, the company was hit hard by a flood. The water was rising so fast that their vital office records were all that could be saved. $300,000 in paper inventory, plates, mats, and original comics artwork were lost, including the artwork that the company had bought from Fawcett Comics, in addition to printing presses and typesetting machines, all destroyed. Several issues of comics were also destroyed, and some titles abandoned completely because of the flood. Superheroes were a minor part of the company. At the beginning, Charlton's main characters were Yellow Jacket, not to be confused with the later Marvel character, and in the Avengers in Marvel Comics lore, and Diana the Huntress. In the mid-1950s, Charlton briefly published a Blue Beetle title with a new and reprinted storyline, and in 1956, several short-lived titles written by Superman co-creator Gerry Siegel, such as Mr. Muscles, Zaza the Mystic, and Nature Boy. Now here's the Silver Age of Charlton comic books. The company's most noteworthy period was during the Silver Age of comic books, which had begun with DC Comics' successful revival of superheroes in 1956. In March of 1960, Charlton's science fiction anthology title, Space Adventures, introduced Captain Atom by Gill and future co-creator of Marvel Comics, Spider-Man, Steve Ditko. After the mid-1980s demise of Charlton Comics, Captain Atom, by the way, went on to become a stalwart of the DC stable of titles, as would Blue Beetle, the old Fox Comics superhero revived by Gill and artist Bill Fracchio and Tony Tarlacchio, Tarlacchio, Tallarico, as a campy comedic character in Blue Beetle #1, published in June of 1964. At least that was the cover date, June of 1964. They were always 3 months ahead for circulation purposes. So it was probably out in March of 64, but I didn't confirm that yet. Charlton also had a moderate success with the Son of Vulcan, an answer to Marvel's Thor, in Mysteries of the Unexplored Worlds, issue number 46, cover dated May of 1965. During the Silver Age of comics, Charlton, like Marvel and DC, published war comics. Notable titles included the Fightin' line of Fightin' Air Force, Fightin' Army, Fightin' Marines, and Fightin' Navy. The Attack line of Army Attack and Submarine Attack, Battlefield Action, D-Day, U.S. Air Force Comics, and War Heroes were also published by Charlton during this time in the Silver Age of comics. Now, though primarily anthologies of stories about 20th century warfare, they also included a small number of returning and reoccurring characters and features, including the American Eagle, Shotgun, Harker and the Chicken, the Devil's Brigade, the Iron Corporal, and the Lonely War of Captain Willie Schultz. Now, Army war heroes and Marine war heroes depicted stories based on actual Medal of Honor recipients. Space War, first created in 1959, became Fightin' Five in 1964. With the mid-1960s fad for James Bond, secret agents such as Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and before that, of course, it was before Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. by Jim Steranko, in the late 1960s, starting in 1968, you had Sergeant Fury and his Howling Commandos on the Marvel side. The character of Nick Fury first appeared in issue 1 of that title, Sergeant Fury and his Howling Commandos, in 1963. But with the 1960s fad for James Bond secret agents, like on television, you had The Man from U.N.C.L.E., which is sort of a ripoff of 007. It was TV's answer to the James Bond 007 movies on NBC. Gold Key had a comic book line for The Man from U.N.C.L.E., but I digress. But with the mid-1960s, this James Bond fad for secret agents, well, Charlton answered that, and they turned their Vietnam veteran Mike Hammer hard-boiled detective Sarge Steele, that was the title of the book, Sarge Steele, into a special agent after the 6th issue of that book, later renaming the comic book to Secret Agent. Charlton threw itself into the resurgent horror comics genre during this period with such titles as Ghostly Tales, The Many Ghosts of Dr. Graves, and Ghost Manor. It also created a pair of identical horror movie magazines like Horror Monsters, published between 1961 and 1964, and Mad Monsters, published between 1961 and 1965. Additionally, Charlton produced comics based on monsters featured in motion pictures such as Conga, Gorgo, and Reptilicus. Charlton continued its commitment to romance comics with such new titles in the Silver Age as Career Girl Romances, Hollywood Romances, later to change its name to For Lovers Only, and Time for Love. It's still February, folks, as we're alive, the Valentine's Day month. In 1965, Charlton revived the Captain Atom character in Strange Suspense Stories, issues 75, 76, and 77, reprinting the Steve Ditko illustrated stories that had originally appeared in Space Adventures in the early 1960s. Retitling the comic Captain Atom Volume 2 with issue number 78, cover dated December 1965, Charlton began publishing newly created stories by Steve Ditko of that superhero. And in 1967, Steve Ditko had by this time quit Marvel Comic Books, and he returned to Charlton full-time. After his celebrated stint at Marvel, he had grown disenchanted with that company, particularly with his Spider-Man collaborator, writer-editor Stan Lee, and having the hugely popular Steve Ditko back helped prompt Charlton editor Dick Giordano to introduce the company's action hero superhero line with characters including Captain Atom, Ditko's The Question, Gill and artist Pat Boyette's The Peacemaker, Gill and company art director Frank McLaughlin's Judo Master, Pete Morrissey's Peter Cannon Thunderbolt, and Steve Ditko's new Ted Kord, K-O-R-D, Kord version of the Blue Beetle. Now, because Giordano had a personal dislike for superheroes and wanted to keep them in a pulp-like realm of relative believability, all of the characters in his action hero line, except for Captain Atom, were ordinarily humans, which used their skills and talents instead of superpowers. The company also developed a reputation as a place for new talent to break into comic books. Examples include John Byrne, Dennis O'Neil, and Sam Granger, among others. Charlton in the late 1960s became somewhat of the first Magna in America, and Ghost Manor and other titles, thanks to artist San-Ho Kim and artist Wayne Howard. They became the industry's first known cover-credited series creator, with the horror anthology titled Midnight Tales blurbing, quote, created by Wayne Howard, unquote, on each issue. A declaration perhaps unique in the industry at that time. Yet by the end of 1967, Charlton's superhero titles had been canceled, and licensed properties had become the company's staples, particularly cartoon characters from Hanna-Barbera, the Flintstones, the Jetsons, Top Cat, Korg, 70,000 BC, and others. Charlton took over publication of a number of King Feature Syndicate characters from that company's short-lived King comics, including Beetle Bailey, Blondie, Flash Gordon, Jungle Kim, The Phantom, and Popeye. Charlton also published Bullwinkle and Rocky and Hoppity Hopper, based on the J. Ward Productions Hoppity Hopper and Rocky and His Friends / The Bullwinkle Show. Charlton dabbled occasionally in adaptations of live-action TV comedies. The most successful was My Little Margie, based on the 1952 to 1955 network series starring Gail Storm. The Charlton version ran for a full 10 years, from 1954 to 1964, producing 54 issues of My Little Margie. And it inspired 2 spinoffs, My Little Margie's Boyfriends from 1955 to 1958 for 11 issues, and My Little Margie's Fashions in 1959 for 5 issues. Abbott and Costello debuted in 1968, based on the syndicated Abbott and Costello animated cartoon series of 1967 to 1968, and it ran for 22 issues. Hee-haw! A remarkably faithful rendition of the then current CBS TV country variety series. It was like Laugh-In in the Deep South. But Hee-Haw, the remarkably faithful rendition of the then current CBS series, was published until 1970, but ran for only 7 issues. Now, both the Abbott and Costello and Hee-Haw comics were discontinued in the summer of 1971. I know I just said 1970, but 1971. Although Charlton's Hee-Haw was revamped for general audiences as a 50-cent magazine, not a comic book, a magazine, printed in black and white, with cast photos and jokes supplemented by advertising. The last of the comedy vehicles was The Partridge Family. We'll look at some covers in a moment, published by Charlton, based on the then current ABC TV sitcom. And that comic book title launched in 1971. And that comic book ran for 21 issues until it was canceled in 1973. And the show was canceled in 1974 on ABC. Same as The Brady Bunch. The same year those went off on Friday night on ABC. They all went off at the same time, as did Room 222, but I digress. And hell, Love American Style. I just realized those all went off at the same time. By 1974, all of those shows were gone. Hang on, Dan. I'm about to bring you on. I promise. Geez, it's been about half an hour already. I told you I'd bring you on. We way less than 45 minutes. Let me just wrap up. Talk about the Bronze Age of comic books. Woo! There were several creative improvements to Charlton's comic book line in the early 1970s, which is referred to as the comic book Bronze Age, during which he worked as an assistant editor under George Wildman, who was occupied primarily with administrative duties. So this gentleman, Nikolai Cuti, C-U-T-I, like cooties, brought back artist Mike Zeck, who went on to work at Marvel Comics. He did some of the best Captain America art since Jack King Kirby, in my opinion. And he also drew the Secret Wars, Mike Zeck did, with John Beatty, his inker. But Cuti brought Mike Zeck, among others, into Charlton's roster of artists in the 1970s, and his writing ghostly titles now included Ghostly Haunts. Other Bronze Age Charlton horror comic book titles included Haunted Midnight Tales and Scary Tales during the Bronze Age. In 1973, Charlton debuted a gothic romance title called Haunted Love. But this same period saw the mass cancellation of almost all of Charlton's vast stable of traditional romance titles, including such long-running series as Sweethearts, Romantic Secrets, Romantic Story, I Love You, Teenage Love, Just Married, and Teen Confessions, all of which dated from the 1950s until the 1970s. There was a cool bullseye logo. I'll show you the different covers in a little bit, but I like what's called the bullseye logo that Charlton used in the mid-1970s. So there was a brief resurgence of talent that occurred, including, I didn't mention yet, Joe Staton, who drew Space 1999 for Charlton Comics before John Byrne took over that title. And just a whole bunch. Roger Stern, Bob Layton, who later drew Iron Man for Marvel Comics. Oh man, they all worked at Charlton. And they also worked on the fanzine, that means fan magazine, titled Contemporary Pictorial Literature. Charlton began publishing such new titles as E-Man, Midnight Tales, and Doomsday Plus One. I have all of those books, which kind of copied in issue 1 the iconic shot from the end of the Planet of the Apes movie of the Statue of Liberty in the sand. I'll show it in a little while. Doomsday Plus One was a title by John Byrne about, a post-nuclear Holocaust Earth. The Earth had to start again in that comic book title. So, let's see here. The CPL gang also produced an in-house fanzine called Charlton Bullseye, which published, among other things, commissioned but previously unpublished material, including the company's last Captain Atom story. Also during this period, most of Charlton's titles began sporting painted covers. Early in 1979, Cuti, already writing freelance for the company in addition to his staff duties, quit to write freelance exclusively for Charlton when its line expanded to include black and white magazines, in addition to the King Features and Hanna-Barbera franchise titles. He was replaced by Bill Pearson, who became assistant editor after promoting Don Newton as the new Phantom artist and writing scripts for that title, The Phantom. Charlton's black and white comics magazines were based upon current television shows and were aimed at older readers. One of these was The $6 Million Man, issues 1 through 7, cover dated July 76 to August 77. Retailing for just $1, it featured art by the great Neil Adams Studio, Continuity Associates, as well as some stories by veteran illustrators Jack Sparling and Win Mortimer. Also published in magazine form were adaptations from the $6 Million Man spinoff, The Bionic Woman, Space 1999, and Emergency, as well as a comic book based on teen heartthrob David Cassidy, then starring in the musical sitcom The Partridge Family. I'm going to show all of these in just a little while. By 1976, however, most of these titles had been canceled, and most of the company's remaining titles were on hiatus during this period from January to August 1977. Much of the new talent took the opportunity to move on to Marvel and DC. Yeah, John Byrne drew, first time he drew the X-Men was in Marvel Team Up issue number 53. And then he also drew Iron Fist before going on to X-Men for Marvel Comics. I'm a big John Byrne art fan. Now, here are the final years of Charlton comic books. By the 1980s, Charlton was in decline. The comic book industry was in a sales slump, struggling to reinvent a profitable distribution and retail system. Charlton's licensed titles lapsed. Its aging presses were nearly deteriorating towards uselessness, and the company did not have the resources to replace those presses. In 1981, yet another attempt was made at new material with a comic book version of Charlton Bullseye, serving as a new talent showcase that actively solicited submissions by comic book fans, and an attempt at new Ditko-produced titles. A number of 1970s era titles were also reprinted under the Modern Comics imprint and sold in bagged sets in department stores, in much the same way that Gold Key comics were, as I talked about last week here on the Nostalgic Podblast, in part 1, titled Dell Comic Book Adaptations of TV Series with Dan in South Carolina. Hang in there, Dan, please. I bet he's bashing me in chat right now. I can't see chat yet. Whitman and Dell would put 3 comic books in a plastic cover in department stores. And as Esmeralda mentioned last week in chat, you couldn't see what that second comic book was. So there was a mystery element to those grab bag titles. I love this. And Marvel did that as well. Now, none of these measures worked. And in 1984, Charlton Comics suspended publication. In 1985, a final attempt at a revival was spearheaded by new editor T.C. Ford with a direct-to-market, meaning direct-to-comic book shops, Charlton Bullseye special. Later that same year, though, Charlton Comics went out of business. And Charlton Publications, the parent company, followed suit in 1991, and its building and presses were demolished in the year 1999. Editor Robin Snyder oversaw the sale and some Editor Robin Snyder oversaw the sale of some properties to their current Take 3. Lord in heaven. Editor Robin Snyder oversaw the sale of some properties to their creators, though most of the rights were purchased by Canadian entrepreneur Roger Broughton. He produced several reprint titles under the company name of Avalon Communications and its imprint, America's Comics Group, ACG for short, Broughton having also purchased the rights to the defunct out-of-business American Comics Group properties. And he announced the plans to restart Charlton Comics. This did not occur beyond its publishing a number of reprints and changing his company name to Charlton Media Group. Most of Charlton's line of action heroes were acquired in 1983 for $5,000. A character by Paul Levitz at DC Comics as a gift to managing editor and former Charlton editor Dick Giordano. These action hero characters were proposed to be used in the landmark Watchmen miniseries written by Alan Moore, but DC then chose to save the characters for other uses. Moore instead developed new characters loosely based on these Charlton characters. The Charlton characters were incorporated into DC's main superhero line, starting in the epic Crisis on Infinite Earths miniseries of 1985. Final paragraphs. Charlton's original strength, doing everything in-house like art, lettering, editorial, printing, packaging, and distribution, had helped them survive when America's largest distributor, American News Company, closed its doors. But this gradually turned into a weakness as their old equipment was stuck in the past, while other companies used more modern equipment that was faster, had higher quality, and was more efficient, which contributed to their decline and fall. Charlton couldn't keep up. Remember in 1985, any older folks or anyone familiar with the comics starting in 1985 that Marvel put out, it looked a lot cleaner. The pages were wider. The color was brighter with those titles in 85, 86, around the 25th anniversary of the Marvel Age of Comics, which began in August 1961 in real time, not published time. The cover date was November 61 with Fantastic Four issue number 1. That began the Marvel Age of Comics in the Silver Age superhero comics lines. Fan revivals in the year 2000. Charlton Spotlight, a fanzine devoted to Charlton, began publication. In 2014, comics writer Mort Todd founded a revival imprint named Charlton Neo, which relied heavily on crowdfunding. And they printed stories featuring Charlton characters and titles not owned by DC Comic Books. In May 2017, AC Comics announced that they had entered into an agreement to bring print versions of Charlton's Neo comics to the direct sales comic shop market, starting with Charlton Arrow #1 in September. The Charlton Arrow, an anthology series featuring many Charlton characters, was the company's main product and only sold in comic book stores. But the company ran a number of other titles through mail order and digital sales. In January 2018, citing poor sales and, quote, a variety of financial calamities, unquote, Todd launched a GoFundMe campaign to, quote, help save, unquote, the company. There you go. Now, coming up will be a trivia contest for prizes that pertain to Sid Marty Krofft's Saturday morning cartoon. Sid Marty Krofft's live action shows, which is part of the ABC Saturday morning television lineup in the 1970s. Ooh, my screen went weird. And we're also going to talk about Space 1999 briefly. The comic books, I'm going to show you the inside of some of the comic books, some of the artwork, and we'll talk about some other nostalgia goodness. I know a lot of people out there don't give a crap about comic books, and a lot of my comic book people, my wonderful comic book people, don't give a crap about television. So it's kind of a mixed bag, just like last week, but I'm not going to go any 6 hours. I'm hoping to wrap this up within 2 to 3 hours. But now, without further ado, if he's still back there, I'm going to bring on our guest, Dan. I did go 43 minutes, 38 seconds. Unbelievable. Dan, I apologize.
Greetings from South Carolina. How you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. The weather's great here. How's your weather? Is it raining there in South Carolina?
It's about 64 degrees. It's kind of nice today. There's no clouds. The sun's out right now, but we're expecting storms. We had storms for the last day and a half.
Wow, it's beautiful here. It's warm. It's very spring-like. You know, I know a lot of people are probably outside enjoying the weather here in the Atlanta, Georgia area. But anyway, we're doing part 2, obviously, of the show and tell from your fabulous collection of comic books pertaining to movies and TV shows and other things. And we're going to talk about Sid Marty Krofft.
Before we get started and say anything else, I just want to tell everybody listening out there, because I realize you do this for a radio simulcast too, and a lot of people are listening. So I didn't have my radio voice on last week, and it just, when I listened back, I was like, I don't sound like I should be on the radio. So, you know, I used to do radio too back in the day.
Yeah, yeah. Fistful of Radio is what it is, but it's not live. It'll be after the fact, just to be clear. It's podcasting out of Atlanta. We stream out of Atlanta, Georgia. Fistful of Radio. You can stream from anywhere, fistfulofradio.com. Your voice sounds a lot better this week.
Yeah. I know this because my flock Sarah sent me the radio link, and I got to listen to it on radio and heard how horrible I sounded. So I'm not remembering that I do YouTube, and you know, on YouTube you just kind of be yourself and talk like a hillbilly. But when you're on the radio, you have to tone it up a little bit and have your radio voice on. So if you're on the radio and we're all professional, I'll throw my radio voice on and I'll compliment you. And I'll compliment you on your professionalism, because I'm in a little screen on his side the whole time I'm backstage for 40-something minutes. And I'm holding up vampire erotica porn, little skull heads, giant robot penis at him. I'm messing with him as much as I can to try to make him bust out and laugh on his little live show. And he's so professional that he did not one time pop, bust, or come right out of his head. I could not do that.
Oh man, I'm sorry, dude. You know, and I was looking at my little notes I'd prepared, to be fair. So if I had been paying more attention, you would have had me busting out laughter. I guarantee it.
For 5 minutes straight, I had this little head doing bebops up in here, bouncing around.
Oh, hey, I'm putting your link on your YouTube channel on the screen.
I thought you was going to look down and see a skull and thought I'd been backstage too long.
No, you're turning into a skull like the joke in Airplane the movie, right?
Mm.
Where the old lady turns into a skeleton after listening to that long ass story from Stryker.
I figured I was going to be backstage a minute when I finished the first cup of coffee.
Speaking of that, I need to grab my coffee in just a little bit. Man, I got a lot of text I just noticed. Now, I put your YouTube channel, one of your YouTube channels on the screen. Anyone watching live on YouTube or Facebook Live or Twitch, it's Fat Comic Book Guy 2246.
Yeah, I did a little video or two about today and showed a few comic books, but I done pulled them and I've got them ready. If you ever want to get started on talking about some comic books, we can do that. Cool.
Let me acknowledge chat really quick. I won't be long because you've been so patient. Danny Staten is in chat. I'm kidding. Of course, it's you. Hey, I'm backstage and all I see is black. Yeah, I cover up my little monitor like when I'm preparing backstage, so you can't see me. I put like a piece of paper over the camera.
You see, that's the information that would have been valuable as I waited backstage.
Esmeralda's here in Oregon State. How are you doing? Our dear friend Sarah, My Flock YouTube channel's here in Southern California. How are you? Let's see what this is. This is someone I'm not familiar with. Crazy Probab 9. I'm probably mispronouncing his name. Oh, this is spam. Hello, sorry for bothering you. I want to offer promotion of your channel, viewers, followers, views, chatbots, etc. The price is lower than any competitor. The quality is guaranteed to be the best. Flexible and convenient order management panel, chat panel, everything is in your hands. A huge
and hopefully one of the moderators have made sure that he is the only one seeing that right now.
And I put it on the screen like a dumbass.
Well, it don't matter. That's just to let the moderators know who to block.
Oh, look. Someone in Facebook says, sweet. I will go on there in a minute and see who you are. I want Dan to get started in just a second. There's the phone number again. Yeah, someone in Facebook. Maybe Gerry Dobson of Nostalgia World on Facebook. Great Facebook group. Put our phone number to call in. Anyone can call in at any time. 770-438-1050. Yes, it's Gerry. He just identified himself. It is Gerry with a G. Gerry Dobson. How you doing? Hello to Lance. Lance Chafin says, hey, guys. Hello, Lance. I've got to have you on the show very soon. And they're all saying hey to each other. Hang on. Bear with me, Dan. John Ritter. Lance knew the answer when I was talking about Tex Ritter earlier. Should have been paying attention to the chat. Good on you. Let me see here.
I thought the call-in part of the show was at the end of the show after the show was winding down. You know, like on Coast to Coast and Fade to Black and all them other call-in shows.
That's how it typically is in the industry. That's a standard format, but I let people call in whenever they want. I don't want to get derailed. Like, try to stay on topic, but a lot of hosts are very vigilant about staying on topic. Yeah, I'm not so much that way.
Don't you think that might be somewhat distracting right in the middle of a conversation? Somebody call up and say, hey, what's going on, guys?
Could be, but I can, hang up on them at any time, But look at this comment from the Woo and the Poo G. Read that, Dan. Am I reading that right, you think? Correctly?
Yeah, I think I'm going to let you handle it.
The Woo and the Poo dog, the Woo and the Poo dog, or someone smash the like button. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Feel free to share on my page. I will, Gerry. I haven't shared anything on Facebook yet. I'm not even in there. I will. I'll get on there. Oh, there you go, Danny. I knew you would be busting my chops in chat. Danny said, I've been doing everything I can to make him pop and laugh out loud, holding up all kinds of stuff like skulls and comics with porno covers and wrestling crap. I'm sorry. Next time I'll look down at the editor. Okay, let's see. I think I'm about caught up. And yeah, let's get started. What have you got? What have you pulled from your collection? I'm going to start when I get going. I'm going to start with Charlton. Go ahead with the Partridge Family in the early 1970s. I'm not even going to talk about anything from the Silver Age, but the floor is yours. I'm going to shut up, grab some coffee. What you got?
Well, last week when we did our little thing, I never realized how unprepared I was, because I was running around looking and pulling, and I said I had all kind of stuff I could have talked about. I just didn't know where it was at, and it really bothered me. So right now, Handy, I have spent days reorganizing, and surrounded by me is anything I think we're going to talk about possible, easy to grab hold to. Like just now, you mentioned Partridge Family. Bam, there it is. Partridge Family. Woo! Number 5 from 1975. It's the only one I've ever been able to find on Charlton Comics. And for the home audience watching on YouTube, I'm holding up a Partridge Family, number 5 from 1971, with an incredibly cool, artistically drawn, well cover.
Let me make you big, brother. I'm going to blow you up so that everyone can see this better. Boy,
that's my favorite. No, I'm just kidding. I know, I'm the king of the crude jokes here in South Carolina. Anyway, it's a Partridge Family comic book, put out by Charlton in 1971. This one's number 5, and I really love the cover. You can tell. I don't even know which artist did the cover. I bet he might know. But I think it's some really great art. And I buy comic books mostly just for the art on the cover. As you can tell, my walls are covered with artistic comic books from back in the day. And while we're on the subject of music, I pulled 2 of these music mags, and I've also got one of these that you might find interesting. It's a Dale 67. It's the one of the first Monkees comics they come out with. I think it's number 4. And I got this one particularly because it's got the full real record disc look to it with the Monkees picture on the cover. Okay, you can put me back now with you, unless you're doing something. So if you're doing something, we'll go ahead and get started on the Whitten comics. And the Whitten comics were the
coffee. Go ahead though.
I was giving you a chance, and I like the double screen, but since we're doing the big screen still, I'll talk about the Whitten Comics, which was the first comic book company to carry the Sid Marty Krofft stuff. Did you know that? No, maybe he didn't. And I have the number 1, which is one of my favorite little finds. It's the number 1 comic book of Lidsville, and I'm showing the YouTube audience. Please join us on YouTube. We're live on YouTube, and you can see visually the stuff I am showing to the YouTube audience as I narrate the best I can with my radio voice today. And it's a Lidsville number 1 from 1972. I love it. It's got the actual photograph covers. Cool. And I thought this was a really cool one. It's one of my favorite finds. I also managed to find one of these, and that is the H&R Puffin stuff. It's a number 8, but it also has the photo covers instead of just drawed art. It's not in the best condition in the world, but it's also the only one I've ever seen in person. You know, you see this stuff on the internet once in a while for sale, and I talk about the good condition of it. And when you order it and get it in, and sometimes it's not quite in the best condition that you find some of the other comic books in. You can pick up at the flea markets or yard sales and stuff like that. Are you back yet, buddy?
I'm back. I'm back in my chair, and I was watching on my monitor. Very cool stuff.
Okay. Put us back together for a minute before I move on, and we'll talk about that.
There you go.
I really can't
and I did not know that. I did not know what you were talking about with Whitman. That's interesting.
Yeah, well, the thing about Whitman is that went on right up until this number 1 Krofft Super Show. You can check out this number 1.
Hold on.
The number 1 of the Krofft Super Show with Bigfoot, Wild Boy, and the Wonderbug, and a Magic Mongo. I think there might be a Sigmund and the Sea Monsters in here too.
Oh, can you back that up a little bit? I'm going to show that. We're going to talk about Sid Marty Krofft in a little bit and do trivia for prizes. Look at that. They got a little bit of a glare. There you go. Well, there, that angle's perfect. That's what she said. There you go. That's perfect. I love it.
Now check this out. You see the Whitten up here at the top?
Yeah.
Right in the middle of the runs is when Sid Marty Krofft quit working with Whitten and moved over to Gold Key, which picked up the run and did their number 2. And
number 2 in the woods, hopefully.
Number 2 is a Gold Key, not a Whitten.
It's a Gold Key. Hang on to those. I'm gonna show some comic covers now. Hang on to those. Those are great. I want you to show those again. That number 1 and number 2.
And I got number 3. I got the whole set. These are the only 3 Cross Super Show comics that they made, and most of them I think were a limited run. On number 3 was only available at some place down in Atlanta, the amusement park Omni thing.
Yeah, 1976 lasted 6 months. I went there as a kid, as a toddler. Yeah. It which is now known as CNN Center. Omni International. Hang on to those. Don't put those too far away. I want you to show those again later in the show.
All righty.
We got a call. Hang on a second. Let's see who's calling.
Well,
the Nostalgic Podblast. Is this Gerry? Can I put you? I'm gonna put you on the air, okay?
Split the screen.
All right, we do have a call, and this is great. I've never heard his voice. Let me do this. Let me put. All right. Welcome to the Nostalgic Podblast. This is Gerry, right, from Nostalgia World on Facebook.
Exactly, it's the dean of Nostalgia World.
Can you hear him, Dan?
Yeah.
What? Now you're in Michigan State, correct?
I'm in Michigan. I'm in Detroit, Michigan.
Did you ever collect comic books?
Oh, back when I was a kid.
What did you have?
I had Batman. I had the Incredible Hulk. I had all the original comics.
Do you still have any comic books?
No, unfortunately, no. With all the moving I've done, they went away.
Oh man, that's too bad. Now, what did you want to talk about? Do you have any memories of the Sid and Marty Krofft? I'm sure you do. I mean, you have great posts that you do in your Facebook group, Nostalgia World. We're going to segue, I guess, into Sid and Marty Krofft since Dan showed those comic books. What were your favorite Sid and Marty Krofft Saturday morning TV shows?
Well, even though they only ran 17 episodes, I used to watch HR Puff and stuff and Lidsville, all those guys.
Wow.
A lot of people don't realize those shows only ran 17 episodes. They didn't run a full season.
Wow. We're holding up, Dan is holding up a Lidsville comic book. He was holding up a HR Puff and Stuff comic book. I'm holding up a VHS set of Sid and Marty Krofft. Sorry, listeners. You got to go to the YouTube channel to see it, or Facebook Live, or Twitch, or Twitter. Wow.
Oh, here's something I found just to get off the subject real quick. I found something that you'd get a kick out of. I found an old from 1975, a J.J. Walker Good Times doll.
Oh, wow.
Is it the really cool one with the string that you pull and it says Dynamite?
Is that the same one?
It could be. I forget how many. He says several saying. I think Dynamite's one of them.
Oh, so he says several things, catchphrases, but that's the best known one, of course.
I remember back in the day, my sister had that little doll, and you'd pull a string to come out of its butt, and it'd go back in, and it'd say Dynamite.
Yeah.
That's wild, man. Wow. Oh, I want to say hey to Thrash Pondo Ponds. He has a great YouTube channel. He's live Sunday night, 7:30 Eastern time with some trivia. So hello to you. And but Gerry, what was your favorite Sid and Marty Krofft Saturday morning live action show? Or is that hard? Is that a tough question? It would be for me.
No, that's a tough question. Basically, all of them.
Cool. Which
all of them,
Electra Woman or Dinah Girl? Who did you have a crush on?
Both.
Both? Yeah, I was a Dinah Girl guy, but yeah, no disrespect to Deidre Hall of Days of Our Lives fame, but yeah.
No. But I loved them both. They were great.
I love that theme song too. I'm going to play that opening. I've played it ad nauseum here on the show lately, but I'm going to play it at some point. It's only a minute clip.
Well, here's something. I can't drive because I'm blind in my left eye, but I love that car.
Yeah, the electric car.
Yeah.
It was like they're entering to the Batmobile, but it could fly. It could fly.
Well, he was a Jeep. Then he would turn into Wonderbug. That's what I was trying to think.
Oh, okay. I liked how in Batman, Adam West Batman, you saw it evolve all the gadgets. They had a helicopter. They had a boat, the Bat boat, with the movie. A lot of that was introduced in Batman the movie, which was shot between season 1 and season 2 of the original Batman.
Yep.
Well, Dan took his image off the screen. Anyway,
I just watched that a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, I've got it on DVD, and I have a story. Kind of sad. Disney is getting out of the DVD business. It's like there's been almost like a conspiracy to make DVD obsolete before it needs to be, because the big tech manufacturers like Apple and the like, and Microsoft took away the DVD player tray from laptops, MacBooks, desktop computers, and the like. And fortunately, any Blu-ray player will play a DVD and enhance the quality of a DVD somewhat.
Yeah.
Which I like. But, so I'll read that story later about what Walt Disney has done. They're basically letting their partner Sony, in terms of Spider-Man, they're partnered with Sony, who owns the rights to Spider-Man and its properties, to distribute their DVDs.
Pretty soon, DVD is going to disappear anyway, because of everybody's streaming everything now.
That's true. And also it's not HD. Streaming is high definition. You have 4K, and there's even more better than 4K. And there's, of course, 1080p progressive scan that Blu-ray came along and did. And will DVD have a resurgence like VHS did, or will it go the way of the Laserdisc? That remains to be seen. And also Netflix dumped DVD. That's how they got started, as you know. That's what killed Blockbuster, was Netflix mailing DVDs to people's homes. And you could keep them as long as you like. No late fees, like Blockbuster had.
Well, I could say give it at least another 30 years, and you'll see something come back. Yeah,
I mean, VHS has, and that's certainly not high definition, but they had cool packaging. Laserdisc never really had the same resurgence as VHS, and Laserdisc were out at the same time as VHS. Dan, right? Oh, you had a little snacky poo. I don't blame you.
I had to get more coffee.
Okay.
It was a pay-per-view wrestling last night. I'm kind of a big wrestling guy, and they did big pay-per-view thing from Australia, a different time. It come on at 5:30 in the morning. I forgot about it, and I was up checking in, trying to find out who won, and I didn't get much sleep, so I'm drinking coffee.
No worries.
I'm drinking lots of coffee. I'm drinking too much coffee. Yeah.
Jerry, can you see? I know there's a delay. There's probably a 30-second delay. Can you see the things we're putting on the screen?
Yeah and no.
Okay. Well, I mean, with the one eye, of course. No offense. I mean, you told. Yeah.
I got no problem. I can see it.
Well,
no problem.
I'm going to put on this comic book. Now, what we're talking about, this is what we talked about starting last week. Gold Key, Dell, Charlton, comic books and movies. I mean, based on movies and TV shows. I'm going to show you now, if you let it catch up, Partridge Family issue number 1. Dan showed number 5 a minute ago from his collection. This is from February 28th, 1971. Very rare comic book from Charlton Comics.
Well, since we're talking about comic books and all that, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
For the both of you. Did Lost in Space ever come out with a comic book?
Oh, yeah. They're hanging on the wall right behind me right now. The one hanging on the wall is Space Family Robinson. Before they picked up the rights to use the Lost in Space thing. But I also have several of the Lost in Space comic books where I think I showed them last show, which actually got the Lost in Space now. It says Space Family Robinson, Lost in Space, which are, and by the way, they're very little comparison and absolutely near nothing like the series.
Yeah.
It's kind of like they just kind of use the name.
And there also was some in the 90s too, a Lost in Space. I'm trying to find my copy. I showed it last week where they made the women, like their boobs are like busting out of their uniforms. They're supposed to be older. It's supposed to take place later in time, you know, after they've gone through puberty and it's appropriate age and all that. But let me find that. Where the hell did I put that thing? Oh, it's in another box. I showed it last week. I should have had that thing in the background. What is wrong with me? Oh, well. But yes, Dan's right. Space Family Robinson was Lost in Space. It was the Robinson family in outer space, and Irwin Allen adapted that to television. And there was a legal issue for a while that got resolved.
Well, I did quick as I could. I had to dig through boxes to find the rest of them. But
hang on, you're talking over each other. There it is. Gerry, what'd you say?
No, I was just saying that since you guys were talking about, because I had started thinking about some old 60s cartoons and that were based on comic books and all that. And then Lost in Space popped in my head. I'm like, okay, that's a question I'll have to throw out. Oh, well, it is. You guys answered it. That was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and all those Hanna-Barbera comics were published, you know, Flintstones, Jetsons. Yeah. They all had comic book adaptations talking about Hanna-Barbera.
Am I supposed to pull the Flintstones and Jetsons out now and show them?
You don't have to, but if you want to, I mean, that's up to you. Let me.
Because I have stuff laid out I really want to show you sometime today, and it's already going to be a long show. And I've got some stuff I bet you never seen before, and some stuff that might be interesting.
Dude, yes, I want to see it, please. Please.
I got some stuff that might blow your mind. I guarantee you I've got stuff you've never heard of.
Let me show you in the audience, in the podience, some more Partridge Family covers. There's number 1. I already showed that. Here's issue 2 from May 10th, 1971. Boom. Here is issue 3 from July 10th, 1971. I'm sorry about the delay, Gerry. Eventually you'll see it.
Oh, yeah.
Here is, you see that one there, Dan? There's number 3 of Partridge Family from Charlton Comics. From August 31st, 1971 was issue 4 of I love this one with the little partridges from the opening credits. Their faces. For those that are listening, it shows the faces in animated form or drawn form of all the stars of the cast of the Partridge Family on the little partridges, you know, the animated partridges we saw in the opening credits. It's a very cute cover, I think. Here is the 5th issue. I'm not going to show all of them. I want to get to the photo covers, but this is from 1971, issue 5. Oh, wait, there's the one Dan's got. He was prepared and ready. Look at that, side by side.
Yeah, there you go.
Look at that. Look, it says there's a pin-up. Does yours have the pin-up inside, Dan? Look at the cover.
It's complete.
Can you open it, or do you not want to open it? Can we see the pin-up?
That would be kind of a pain in the butt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't like to open them unless the only time I open one is when I open it, look at it on YouTube for a review, and then I put it right back in the bag and number it, label it, and leave it alone.
Well, what is the pin-up? Do you remember what it is? Can you just tell us?
It's just a picture of the Partridge Family, I think. I tell you what, go to my YouTube channel, the Daily Dan Blog, look up the review, and you can just watch an 8-minute video or 10-minute video on that book showing every panel, every picture, and even the commercials.
Very good. Here's the next.
Anytime you want that on your show, you can show my videos and just take a break, have coffee, and show one of my videos on a comic book.
Go ahead, Gerry.
I was just going to say, ask Dan, how many comic books do you have altogether? Do you know?
Well, not as many as I thought I did, but I won't go into that story right now. Right now, I couldn't count. I've got quite a few, in the thousands probably.
I understand that, yeah.
Well, I thought I had a lot more, but apparently I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's issue number 6. And this was from 1971 as well. Here's number 7 from February 10th, 1972.
You know, I've never seen the only one I've ever seen is the one I've got. I never looked them up or nothing.
I should have shown you taking pictures of all of them. I just did not all, but about half or so. And then there's the first photo cover. I love that. The 8th issue from 1972.
Wow.
You're making me feel my age now.
Oh, well, hopefully I'm taking it back to some glory days, you know?
Well, my age is about to be close because I was 7 years old when that came out.
Oh, wow. Dan, were you born in 66?
I was born in 65.
So you're the last year of the boomer.
Yeah.
Technically. Here we're going to jump from issue 8 to number 15 because I just want to show the photo covers from here on out, and we'll talk about some other comic books and show some other. But this is from December 15th, 1972, issue 15 of the Partridge Family by Charlton Comics, The Secret Tunnel.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
I was born in 64, so I'm turning 60 this year.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a Gen Xer. I was born pretty much in 71 or end of 70 anyway. Now here's issue 16 from February 10th, 1973.
Yeah.
Keith's hero image. Again, listeners, please go to the YouTube channel The Nostalgic Podblast and hit the live tab and look for the picture of Sid Marty Krofft's classic TV characters.
You know, I actually had a couple of the David Cassidy comic books up until a couple of weeks ago when I sold them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What was that, Gerry?
I was just saying, if you're on Facebook, go to Nostalgia World.
Yeah, Nostalgia World Facebook. That's Gerry's group, The Caller. Great group on Facebook, and he's so kind. He lets me share my show there, which I need to do. I haven't been on Facebook yet. Here's number 17, photo cover. It almost looks like a TV guide or something, like a newspaper version of TV Guide, a cover of something like a TV supplement, like TV Week or something like that. The grooviest, the Partridge Family, it says on the cover. The mystery music. Now here is issue 18 from April 30th, 1973. The Traveler. And then here's number 19 from June of 1973. What do you think of that cover, Dan?
I like that a lot. That's pretty cool. I like the other one better, though, that one with the bus cover.
The photo cover?
Yeah, the first photo cover with the bus. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's number 8, February 10th, 1972. I bet that was hard.
What makes it more important is it's the first cover that had a photo.
Absolutely.
That's more what I would want than the one I got. So.
It's all about the first with comic books. First appearances, first this, first that.
That's why I usually try to get the number 1 of any series I'm doing, but sometimes that's impossible.
Oh, and I meant to plug this. If any of you guys like Howard the Duck, there was an awesome YouTube video last night, live stream with the Milt, who has a comic shop. He's in Pennsylvania State. And I'll talk about the channel in just a minute. And this guy showed all of his Howard the Duck comic books. He has everything and some movie items too, autographed by Leah Thompson, all sorts of stuff. I highly recommend it. It was so much fun watching that last night. So here's issue 20 of The Partridge Family from 1973. Now it's an animated cover again. Then here comes the very last cover from Halloween Day, 1973, October 31st, 73. Not a photo cover, but that's the last one, issue 21. Look at Danny Partridge saluting. It says, Yankee Doodle Danny. Yankee Doodle Danny. Danny Partridge.
A friend of mine thought that Howard the Duck was Baby Huey. I went, no.
Huey, Dewey, and Louie. My dad loved Huey, Dewey, and Louie from Disney. Yeah.
Now, anybody, is it just me? Okay. I gotta point this out real quick. Is it just me, or does anybody else thinks that Danny Partridge kind of looks like Chucky from Child's Play right here?
He looks evil, whatever it is. Yeah.
Like a really bad good guy doll.
He does look mean.
It could just be me now. I'm just saying.
So let's talk about some action and sci-fi stuff that Charlton did, sort of going in chronological order. I want to start with this from June 10th, 1976, The $6 Million Man, issue 1.
Oh, I would love to have one of them.
I've got them all. And I'm going to show you all of the covers. Go ahead, sir. What'd you say, Gerry?
I said I had the doubt. the action figures. Excuse me.
Oh yeah, me too. Where you look through the back of his head, through his bionic vision.
Yep.
Very cool. All right, here is issue number 2 of the $6 Million Man.
Okay. While we're doing the $6 Million Man, I got to do this. You know, I love breaking stuff out. Check these out. Everybody's familiar with the great big giant $6 Million Man action figures, right? The one where you take it up and look through his eye and you can see like a little telescopic view. And that's the one everybody had, but not too many people had the little set. And here's the little set that come out. And this one is a little bitty Oscar Goldman. Check him out with his little tie, his little action corduroy suit. Is that not cool, Chance? What do you think?
With the exploding attaché case.
Little Oscar Goldman. And here you go.
My girlfriend Samantha had that as a girl. She still has it, I think.
And here's a little bitty Rudy Wells in case the $6 million breaks down. And he's even got little plastic medical shoes on. Now, the thing with these dolls, a lot of times the shoes get lost, but he still has his little shoes.
Let me make you big. This is important. Hold on. Let me take this off the screen. Oh, my gosh.
If you took his red suit
back
off,
up.
Back up. Okay. And what you have here is the really cool Oscar Goldman with his little suit on, his little tie, his little corduroy suit from the 70s style. I love the Oscar Goldman action figure, but it's really tight. These are like 6.5, 7-inch action figures. And they're really, I heard they were really hard to find, but I don't know. I can't even find them on the internet to price them. And here's a little Rudy Wells. But he's got the shoes. And the only one I've ever seen that had the shoes still intact for his little medical shoes and scrubs. And they're really cool. But here's the prize. And the prize is the little $6 million man himself with his little bionic arms, and both legs are see-through bionic-y. You see that?
I have the theme song playing in my head now.
But the thing about it is, you can't look through his head like you can the big one, like the eye thing. Yeah. That's the only difference between the little one and the big one. And that's my trio that I found at a flea market.
Did you have a bionic
$6 million man action figures?
Did you have a bionic woman?
Oh, I did not never see one of them.
Nope.
My Samantha had that too. I like the Fembot. I never had it with the removable face, but also
you want to put it back the way it was.
Did you have Maskatron on the $6 Million Man side?
And by the way, the volume dropped down, and I'm beginning to get that echo thing again.
All right, I did something. I'll fix it. Did you ever have the Maskatron, fellas?
Cannot hear you.
I'm back. Did you ever have the Maskatron? It should be better now, Dan. Not that I said I'm back like I ever went away.
No, I don't think so.
All right, now you know who played him? A little trivia.
That's a Transformer or something.
He was a robot and he had a detachable face. Who played that character originally in season 1 of the $6 Million Man? I'll just tell you, I don't like people play trivia games unannounced with me. It's John Saxon, who was in Nightmare on Elm Street and other things, and he was in Wonder Woman. Oh, Dan went away.
Oh, well, you didn't put it back on the double screen.
All right, let me know.
I don't like to be on big screen for no reason.
Okay. There we go. So, John Saxon, go ahead, Jerry.
No, I was going to say, I also had the bionic Bigfoot, the Ted Cassidy at the Andre the Giant.
Nice. Do you still have it?
I've always wanted one of them, and I've never been able to find one.
He got ran over.
You got ran over? Your Bigfoot?
He got ran over. I forget who it was. I think it was my dad. Actually, rode over him and cracked him in two. So no more bionic Bigfoot.
I was going to say, getting back to your Rudy Wells, Dan, that's in the likeness of Martin E. Brooks, the second actor to play that character.
Yeah, I thought so.
Originally, what's the name of the actor who played him?
I don't even remember.
Starting in the second film, Wine, Women, and War, second TV movie before it was a weekly series, I'll give you a hint. His last name is the same name as a movie that's up for Best Picture directed by Christopher Nolan. A long, bloated 3-hour movie
I am horrible at trivia. I can't remember yesterday. I'm not even going to try to remember somebody's name from a TV show from the 70s. I remember Lee Majors. And
I gave you a good hint. All
I
right.
don't think I remember Lee Majors played the $6 million man. I remember the names of the guys that played Bigfoot. Other than that, I'm a little lost.
What's a big historical movie that made waves in 2023? I'll just tell you. Oppenheimer. Alan Oppenheimer played Rudy Wells originally before Martin E. Brooks took it over the role. He was a bald actor, and he was also in Golden Girls and other shows after
I know
that.
who you're talking about by face, but not by name.
That's fine. You'd know his face. He had a mustache, and he was really bald. But Alan Oppenheimer was the original actor who played Dr. Rudy Wells. But I
like the second guy better.
I did too. Just with the mustache. And I met him in 2007 in Burbank, California at Bionicon 2 convention. And everyone, Jennifer Darling was there, who played the original Fembot, and Peggy Callahan, Oscar Golden secretary. All these people from $6 Million Man and from Star Trek were there. Barbara Luna. I could go on. That was just one of the best conventions ever.
When I was young, I always thought he lost weight and grew hair.
Hey, I got on 16mm film, a great $6 Million Man with Rudy Wells going nuts. He's bitten by a chimpanzee that this woman on an island is experimenting on. The episode's called The Most Dangerous Enemy. It's like the hunter versus the hunted type of story. They did that in Incredible Hulk, too, with Bradford Dillman hunting.
I vaguely remember that because a couple of years ago, I watched every episode of The $6 Million Man on a marathon session.
Remember, Rudy Wells is bitten by the primate, and he gets powers temporarily, but it eventually drives you nuts and kills you unless he's treated. And remember, he gets in the quicksand. He's like, "You can't let me die like this, Steve." But I love that episode. I have it on film. It's one of the, because it features Martin E. Brooks doing something different. He has powers, and he's like, "Now I have the power, Steve. Don't you understand? I made you." Wait, let me do the echo. "Don't you understand? I made you. I know your weaknesses. I can exploit it." It's funny seeing him all wicked like that. I love that. And he puts Steve Austin.
What?
You ever see Friday the 13th Part 2?
I think you've done something to the sound again. Every time you do something.
No, I didn't. Did you ever see Friday the 13th Part 2, gentlemen? Jerry?
Friday the 13th?
No, no. I'm all over the place. Well, there was a scene. Never mind. Just to explain myself, there was a scene where there's a trap with a rope, and just someone steps into it, and they're hanging upside down. This guy gets his throat slit with a machete. But that happened on the $6 Million Man. Rudy Wells sets a trap for Steve Austin with the rope and with a magnetic device that counteracts his bionic legs. He's like, "Don't you understand? I made you." And it's a funny little bit in that episode. Anyway, I digress.
All I can say is that series should have lasted longer than what it did.
5 seasons, yeah. Well, what happened was Star Wars came out and the public moved on. Outer Space was in. Both Bionic shows were out.
Yeah. And what it should have done is sent Jamie Summers and Steve Austin off into outer space to fight aliens for a couple of more seasons.
ABC took that bill. Well, Silverman, he canceled the shows. Well, Fred Silverman canceled Jamie's show at the end of 77, and then it went to NBC, but he kept $6 Million Man on the air. And they couldn't do crossovers anymore in season 5 of $6 Million Man and season 3 of Bionic Woman because they're on different networks at that point in time. The last time they crossed over was in Kill Oscar parts 1, 2, and 3, the first Fembot story with, of all people, John Houseman playing the dude that created the Fembots. And it was a take on kind of like Westworld. That was a trend. The Stepford Wives, these robot women, it was a thing. Robots in general. The robots looked like the robot. And I think that goes back to Twilight Zone. The Lonely, the second produced episode with Jack Warden on an asteroid, and he gets a robot woman, and you see her face. It's kind of.
I remember that episode. It kind of has reminders of Westworld in it a little bit.
Yeah, and Space 1999 season 1, Catherine Shell played a robot in an episode called Guardian of Piri, where anyway her face is revealed at the end. You get shot in the face with a laser gun, and but you have the eyes. The eyeballs are what made the Fembots scary. Anyway, to me, I think the Fembots were terrifying as a young kid. I had nightmares about them all the damn time. Anyway,
I don't know if you call them robots or not, but I remember seeing that movie, The Black Hole, and when it turned out the crew had been turned into mindless robots, it kind of bugged me out a little bit.
Yeah. Let's get on with the $6 Million Man. Continue, rather. Let's get it on. That sounds weird. Let's continue. There's issue 1. I already showed that. Here's issue 2 from August 10th, 1976. I love these covers. So badass. Here's issue 3 from August 10th, 1976.
Wow.
Also have on film the season 4 premiere with Farrah Fawcett Majors. Anyway, whatever. I got a bunch of them on film, $6 Million Man. Here is on film. Look at that. That's pretty violent. He's about to kill that alligator with a knife. Or crocodile. Is it a crocodile or an alligator? I can't tell.
Actually, that looks just like a Tarzan cover I saw from a real old Tarzan comic book, except it's the $6 Million Man instead of Tarzan.
That's just a badass cover.
If both of them were to mate, you'd have a crocodile.
By the way, on film, that one with Farrah Fawcett, she was in every season in seasons 1 through 4, and then Charlie's Angels hit, and then she didn't do season 5 because she was a phenomenon with the public. That poster hit and everything. But the last one she did was a season 4 premiere, and she played a different character, except for season 1 and season 4. She played Kelly Wood, who was an astronaut, or she could fly planes, and anyway,
she was a test pilot.
And then test pilot, and in season 2, she was the peeping blonde, a reporter who got Super 8 film of Steve Austin doing bionic stuff, and she was blackmailing him basically. And then in season 3, the Golden Pharaoh, she played an entirely different character. But then she came back in season 4, and they showed scenes from her season 1 episode in flashback in that one. And anyway, I digress. But look at that's my favorite cover of the $6 Million Man comic books, where he's battling that alligator with a knife. That's cool. That's my favorite one in my collection. And there's the 5th issue from October 10th, 1977. What a jump. Almost a year went between the publishing of issue number 4 and issue number 5. Issue 4 from November 30th, 76 to October 10th, 77 with issue 5.
A lot of times you get that with comic books. They'll skip around a lot. But
look at that. That's not cool to motorcyclists. Like he's basically going to kill this guy. Look at him. He hit one of the front tire, the front wheel of a motorcycle, and this guy's flying. Those that can't see it, it's a great yellow background cover, but Steve Austin's punching the wheel, knocks the wheel right off of this motorcycle, and this guy's going flying. That
something else you get once in a while. You get comic books being a little more violent than their TV show counterparts,
which is unusual, but I bet it helped sell. I bet they sold well. The more violent, the better, just like anything else. It's funny how in Europe, they're not hung up about boobs, but they are about violence, and we're the opposite in America when it comes to regular former network TV. Now with streaming, it's no holds barred. It's just like the movie theater. But network TV back in the day, you couldn't show boobs like you could on Benny Hill in England.
Yeah.
Yet in England, you couldn't show a lot of the violence in Night Gallery, for instance, on TV here in America. So it's funny. It's like flip-flop between the European culture and American culture back then on television. So let's go to issue 6 from February 10th, 1978, Charlton Comics, The $6 Million Man. I like that cover where he's in outer space. Repairing Skylab, huh?
Basically, like Facebook, you can show a painted naked woman, but you can't show an actual photo of a naked woman.
Mm-hmm. Or you can show Elliot Page, who is transitioned to be a man, topless, and that's like showing, breasts.
Oh yeah, well. I've got a copyright strike for a cartoon butt before, so there you go. It's a Vampirella comic book.
Yeah.
Don't show no cartoon butt on YouTube.
What do you fellas think of that cover? Gerry, can you see that space cover with Skylab?
Cool.
Yeah, I love it. All right, March 10th, 78 saw issue 7 of the $6 Million Man. There's the cover right there for those that are watching. Sorry, listeners. But I try to tell stories about these books so that it's interesting and engaging to the listener. Let's just move along quickly. Here's issue 8, May 10th, 1978. Both shows are winding down on television now. Their final episodes are about to air. I have The Last Bionic Woman. Let me just tell a quick story about that. On the blooper reel, which is on YouTube for The Bionic Woman, you'll see a blooper, an outtake of Richard Anderson as Oscar Goldman saying, "I'm in love with Jamie. Why won't the writers write stories that show that?" And this was back during production of Kill Oscar Part 1, 1976. It would have been shot in June 1976, aired in October 1976. Anyway, he says that in the outtake. Well, in the final episode of The Bionic Woman, he finally confesses he loves Jamie. Look, I'm not trying to be, you know, a sissy here, but I thought that was a cool scene. I have it on film. You know, that's one I'm keeping because I love that scene. It's a very emotional scene where Oscar Goldman, you know, it was the end. It was the last episode, and they brought back certain characters from various episodes in that final episode. And it was just, I thought it was well done. And then, of course, they brought both characters back on NBC in 1987 in the return of the $6 Million Man and the Bionic Woman in fall 1987. And they did 3 reunion movies altogether, ending in 1994, where Steve Austin and Jamie Summers finally got married. And Bionic Breakdown. And hey, Sandra Bullock got her start in the $6 Million Man universe in the second TV movie, Bionic Showdown. And she played a bionic girl. She played a gymnast who became bionic. It was an attempt at a new show, a revival, and it didn't sell. Go ahead.
This will be a good time for me to come in for 1 second real quick and tell you about this.
Okay.
You were talking about Charlie's Angels, and then you were talking about the Bionic Woman. And I was thinking to myself, you know what would be the coolest thing that ever happened?
What?
If Charlie's Angels and the Bionic Woman, based on the original characters, were actually in a comic book together. Would that not be cool? What? And what if they burst each other?
They did it! Look at that.
On NBC, there was they tried to bring back the Bionic Woman, and it didn't last.
Oh yeah, in 2007.
The art in this comic book is based on the original Charlie's Angels from a relaunch series around, I believe it was 2019, 2018. Well, hold on for a minute.
Okay. I was just saying about to your point, Gerry. About
the relaunch series based on the original characters with art based on Farrah Fawcett and the other Rich Cheryl Ladd, the original Charlie's Angels. See, and that's the #1 from 2018.
Wow.
And later on, they broke them off and had them teaming up with the Bionic Woman for I believe it was a 5 comic book special edition series.
Wow.
What do you think about that? That's pretty cool, huh?
That is cool.
Yeah, very.
I love it. Well, about Gerry, to your point about the 2007 Bionic Woman revival lasted just 1 season, who also was in the cast as her younger sister. It was the first big break for Kat Deely, who was well known in the Marvel Comics universe. She was in the Thor movies. She was in WandaVision, and she was in Two Broke Girls on CBS. More importantly, that was her big show, Two Broke Girls sitcom. Anyway, but she was in the Bionic Woman in 2007. So where did I leave off? I left off with issue number 8. Here's the final issue, and then I want to bring Sarah into the conversation. I might send her the link real quick because we're going to talk about a show that she loves and show some comic books from that. But here's the final issue from May of 1978 issue. I'm sorry, this would be June of 1978. Final issue of the $6 Million Man, and the art looks pretty bad there. It's a pretty weak cover. That's the weakest of all 9 issues, I think. Not because it shows diverse characters and villains. No. I just don't like the layout of it. It's just not, I don't know. It's not as interesting to me as the others. So,
well, to me,
I guess I got about 30 more minutes of power left.
30 more. Hang on a second. Gerry, go ahead, Gerry.
No, I'm just saying, reboots of old shows in today's technology is a mistake, in my opinion. Leave it alone.
I'm going to grab a drink for a minute while y'all discuss that.
Oh, brother. Okay. Hang on a second, Gerry. Hold that thought. I hate doing this by myself. Let me, no. How do I do that? Oh, I know what to do. I'll make myself big. Okay. So, Gerry, what were you saying, sir?
No, I was just saying, you know, with the today's technology and they're trying to do all these reboots of old shows. Leave it alone, in my opinion. It was made for that. If it was made in the 70s, leave it in the 70s. Why bring it into 2024 for?
You got that right.
And here's a little trivia that I know you both don't know. You know, with when they did the remake of The Munsters, they tried to get Fred Gwynn to play Herman again, but he turned it down.
Oh, you mean the syndicated, not the Rob Zombie, obviously, because he was long dead.
No, the one that Bonnie, what the hell is her name? Gail Francis. That's going to drive me nuts. No, I can't remember her. But the mother that played on One Day at a Time, she directed the show in the late 80s. My tongue, in the early 90s. They basically went one show longer than the original, but they wanted to have Fred Gwynn play Herman again, and he turned it down.
Doesn't surprise me. And he did a wise choice. Hang on. I'm going to tell you how many episodes that lasted. Yeah, you had Lee Merriweather playing Lily, who I like.
She was fantastic.
Howard Morton played Grandpa. He was known for playing the cop on Give Me a Break with Nell Carter.
Yep.
Best known as that. It aired from October 8th, 1988 until May 25th, 1991. It lasted a good little bit. And John Schuck played Herman, who was in Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home, playing the Klingon who wants justice against Captain James T. Kirk for killing all those Klingons when he self-destructed the original USS Enterprise at the end of Star Trek III.
He was also in Nick Nolan and Wife.
Fucker, come on.
And John Schuck was also in Holmes and Yo-Yo. Do you remember that terrible sitcom from the 1977? Yeah, he played a robot.
Yep.
It was called The Munsters Today.
Yeah.
The syndicated revival.
Well, what the heck? What's his name was too tall.
Now, what you tell this motherfucker more you do your goddamn business, guest. Put me on, motherfucker.
Hang on a second. I hear you. Hang on. Monsters Today. Yep, guides. Let's see here. Well, I can't find it right now.
You're killing me.
What you're on? I can hear what you're saying, Dan. Jesus.
I know that.
You're so rude. All right, let me put the split screen back on. So there.
I knew you could hear me. Don't think I didn't.
The whole fucking time.
I'm not rude. I'm just messing with you, man. Like I was doing the little things.
All right. Now here, let's move on to another comic book, gentlemen. Emergency, based on the TV show. Give it a second, Gerry, to Fred with the delay and everything. I like that cover. Look at that. Did you like the show Emergency, gentlemen? One at a time. Let me start, Dan.
I don't think I ever missed an episode of Emergency when I was younger. It was like Adam 12 or that other show that was like that come on. And he was all into it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm going to send Sarah the link in case she wants to come on and talk about Emergency. If she's still watching.
They even made a cartoon.
Say what?
I forgot they even made a cartoon of that show.
Yeah. Did you watch that, Dan? The cartoon of Emergency?
Oh, yeah. I actually seen that a couple of times. I used to have a channel called Ugly Dan's The Good Stuff where I featured a lot of stuff like that, but it's not around no more. You know, that's what happens if you don't be careful. You have to watch what you show on YouTube because a lot of stuff has a horrible copyright to it, and you can get your channel took down very quickly.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, I have one with thousands of subscribers called Daily Dance The Good Stuff, and I'd put a few things up, and they'd never had no problem with it. It had been up for 2-3 years. Then all of a sudden, I got copyright strikes for it.
Who came up with that good stuff? You or Dave Sundstrom first?
Oh, Dave Sunstorm. He's the good stuff master. I'm wearing a Dave Sunstorm shirt, as a matter of fact, because Dave Sunstorm is the leader of the good stuff community.
There you go. Let's move on. I sent Sarah the link. I'm just going to keep that image up if she wants to jump in here, and I want her opinion of that cover. And I'll put her.
While we're waiting on her, let me show you a couple of things real quick before my power goes out, because you know I've only got about 2 hours on my laptop.
Why didn't you charge up fully, brother?
I did. I don't know what's going on with it. Okay. It just seems to last about 2 hours and a half, and then it just dies out. And I'm gonna have to set up some kind of a plug-in device up in here.
Well, I got you solo right now.
So I can charge it as I'm doing these live streams. But I want to know if you'd ever heard of Coco. This is from 1948. And it's like it's a Mickey Mouse ripoff, maybe, where a little mouse named Coco does stuff. And it's a very old comic book. It's one of the oldest ones I've got. And I was wondering if you'd ever heard about that.
No.
And last week when we were talking about Star Trek and we were talking about episode guides, it made me remember something I had put up that I'd received for a birthday gift once, and it's a Star Trek compendium with every episode of Star Trek and pictures inside.
Great book by Alan Asherman, and I have that. That's the second edition. I have the first and second. That was like, yeah, that's an awesome book. And you know what? He did the liner notes of the original VHS tapes of Star Trek. Let me put I got to show you this. Alan Asherman, author of that book, he wrote all of the great synopsis of the episodes on the VHS tapes, like this one, The Enemy Within. Alan Asherman wrote those little paragraphs on the back of each of the original VHS releases of the original Star Trek from 1985 to 1988. I
actually have some of the original VHSs of Star Trek packed up in a box somewhere. I've got a lot of like Northern Exposure and the Benny Hill Show, a lot of VHS episodes.
Look there. There's a screw up on this one. This is The Enemy Within, the 5th episode in production order. I've talked about this before. That picture's from an episode called What Are Little Girls Made Of, written by Robert Bloch, who wrote the screenplay to Psycho, Alfred Hitchcock's classic. But they effed up on the Laserdisc. They got it right. It shows a shot of Kirk on top of Yeoman Rand, evil Kirk, I should say, on top of Yeoman Rand. But the VHS release messed up anyway.
Okay, and check this out. This is a big Star Trek encyclopedia. And it goes in detail on every episode with stuff you probably never heard of.
Holy smokes. Now, I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, it's really huge, too.
I had that right there that he's got. I had that before, but the bird got out. Not my bird, but a bird got out, and that bird got eaten. I mean, that bird didn't get eaten. That book got eaten along with a cookbook on how to serve bird.
Couple comments. Hang on. Esmeralda said Lee Meriwether, wasn't she on one of the cat women in the TV show Batman? No, only in the movie. No, Batman the movie. Yeah.
Yep.
And this is something that's really cool. On YouTube and in the comic book world, there's this guy named Kevin Gibbons, and I don't know if anybody's familiar with him, but you can find him on YouTube, and I recommend everybody checks out his stuff. And he's not only an author, he does a lot of comic book stuff, and this is one of his books called Carl Vincent, Vampire Slayer, or Vampire Hunter, rather. And it's a very unique modern vampire tales in comics. And he actually sent me this to review on my channel himself. And it was the first comic book I had received from somebody who actually published one. And I got to give a special shout out to my friend Iron Dogger in Alaska. And she sent me something that is so cool, it's beyond belief, dude. And she sent me a comic book series from Alaska called Tundra. I don't know if you've ever heard of this. Are you familiar with that?
He said no.
Okay. Well, she took the time, and you can find a video of her doing it on YouTube, to go out at a fair and meet the author. And all these are personally autographed by the author and the artist who did these.
Yeah, Jackie's awesome. Freaking love her.
Yeah, it's one of the coolest things anybody ever sent me, and I don't give her enough credit for it. And this is the big book version of it. And it's kind of offbeat, like it's hard to explain. What would you call the old style comics you'd see in the funny paper, like Snuffy Smith?
Wow. Reminds me of Far Side stuff.
Wow.
It is really this. The guy's name is Chad Carpenter, if you want to Google him. And he also did a really cool horror movie thing called Moose. And there's a movie version of this that I have not been able to locate yet. And as soon as I can find the movie version of Moose, I'm going to watch it, because this is a really cool comic book. And it's very huge, too. Like 200 pages. And she actually took time, like I said, to get all this stuff personally autographed to me by the guy who wrote it. And
That's
sent it to me. So that goes a special thank you out to Iron Dogger. And as soon as I see the movie, I'm going to make a special video to thank her for sending me that stuff one day. I've had it for quite a while. I hadn't got around to it yet. So I promised
she's awesome like that.
Yeah, I promised I was going to at least give her a shout out for sending it to me on the show.
Sweet.
Well, I'm glad I called in.
Right?
Cool
Good
shit.
Yeah,
Oh, cool shit.
All right,
say-
do that. All right.
There you go.
Jerry,
Yes,
you still there? Okay.
I'm right here for a little bit longer.
Okay. Eartha Kitt was a great Catwoman, says Esmeralda. Esmeralda says Far Side, one of my favorites.
You know, I'm a Lee Merriweather guy. So.
Oh, she's such a sweetheart. I've met her several times. I got a lot of autographs. I liked her in Time Tunnel. She was in Batman, you know, out to Esmeralda's point, she actually was not playing Catwoman, but she did return to Batman at the end of season 2, playing an entirely different character who was dating Bruce Wayne. Anyway,
You know, I can't remember what show it was, but it seems like I watched her later on something like
Barnaby Jones.
Barnaby Jones or something. Yeah.
From 73 to 80. What was that, Jerry?
I said Eartha was Catwoman until the day she died.
Yep. Someone on Facebook says, you forgot to mention the wonderful voice of Julie London from Emergency. Okay. Thrash Pondo Bob in Massachusetts State says, it totally looks like The Far Side. To your point. And someone on Facebook said, least favorite Catwoman equals Eartha Kitt. Is that Rick Clark? I don't know. I'll have to go on and see. Now, Sarah, while you're here, before Jerry goes, Esmeralda said, Julie Newmar, a wonderful actress. Oh, God, yeah. And she's still alive. She has a Down syndrome son. Did you know that? A son with Down syndrome. Anyway, besides the point. Sarah, look at this cover of Emergency. I showed this to the fellas, but isn't that cool?
That's very cool, actually. Something my mom would just want too, and she hasn't had comic books in years.
There's 4 issues of Emergency. I'm going to show them all right now. That's from June 10th, 76. Here's from August 10th, 76, the second issue of Emergency. They're very dynamic covers.
They're great.
Cool,
And here's issue 3 from
October
October
in the corner.
October 10th, 76.
Yeah, I don't see where you come up with these things I have never seen before. You constantly showing me stuff I've never seen before.
That's why this is a great show. The Nostalgic Podblast. We give you more than the other guy.
Exactly.
Believe me, I'm really not used to that.
All right, here. Here's the final issue. That's so unprofessional. I just put a crackle, fun-sized piece of candy in my mouth as I'm about to speak. Dummy.
Don't choke.
You big dummy. Here's the final issue of Emergency from December 10th. Here's the final issue of Emergency from December 10th, 1976. Check it out. Look at that woman. They're from a burning building or something.
It's got some really good art.
Yeah, they're like paintings.
They're really good.
I wonder if the art inside the book is as good as the art on the outside of the book. I usually find that's not the case.
Good point. In this case, it is good. I like Joe Staten's art. Now, we talked about $6 Million Man. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you from October 10th, 1977, when the show is about to go off the air, The Bionic Woman. I've shown this covers from my collection, of course. There's issue 1. But did you know there's actually 5 issues of this book?
I didn't even know there was 1 issue of it. I've never seen this.
Yeah, I had this when I was a kid. It's one of the few comics I had when I was a toddler.
Yeah, I never. My problem was when I was young, I wasn't into the Bionic Man comic books or the Bionic Woman comic books. I was into Captain America and Superman and the Flash and superheroes, and that's what I bought. I didn't buy stuff like this. Now that I'm older, I like this stuff a lot better.
Right. But look at the violence too. she's thumping that dude. It's on an airplane. But see, Mom knew I love the Fembot, so she bought this. This is, you know, when the second Fembot story was had just aired on September 77 when the show went to NBC. It was the third week on the NBC. The first 2 episodes was the Bionic Dog. I have all these on film. I kept the Bionic Dog 2-parter, and then the 2-parter followed that was the Fembots in Las Vegas. Okay, here's issue 2 from February 10th, 1978. Of course, sharks were big. Jaws 2 was about to be released in theaters. The original classic Jaws had been out for a while, since summer of 75. But and they did a $6 Million Man season 5 premiere. The episode was titled Sharks. Like a 2-hour episode with Pamela Hensley, who later played Princess Ardala in Buck Rogers in the 25th Century just 2 years later. She's in that episode. Anyway, playing the daughter of a mad scientist. Here's the 3rd issue of The Bionic Woman from Charlton Comics, released on March 10th, 1978. Here is all new. Here is the 4th issue from April 30th, 1978. Weird cover with fighting an invisible woman over a vat of acid.
Oh man, really? Why are you doing this to me? It's like nails in my heart every time I see something I've never seen before.
Sorry. Well, here comes the very last of The Bionic Woman from May 31st, a day that will live on in infamy when Cumulus killed 4 heritage radio stations. But a woman smashed my car on my way back from a rap party. May 31st, wow, really? 2019, but May 31st, 2019. I hate that day. It was a terrible day. But this is from May 31st, 1978, the final issue of the Bionic Woman comic book. Have you seen that one, Dan?
No, I've seen none of these.
They're not expensive. Go get them, brother.
Now I know they exist. There's something else I'll have to be looking for. Like my list long enough.
The first issue is the only exception, but the rest are probably in the dollar bins.
Not here.
Gerry, you just sing out when you got to run. But I'm gonna show this one. Gerry? Did you like this show, Space 1999?
I didn't. I've heard of it, but I really didn't watch it though. I've heard of it though growing up.
Dan, did you like that show?
Space 1999.
Yeah,
I love that show. I got a funny story about that one day, I'll tell you. But I actually have that comic book on the wall behind me.
Cool. There's the first issue from November 30th, 1975. Here's the second issue from January 10th, 1976. And I want to show you the back cover of issue 2 and 3. They have the same back cover. You can start a career in radio. It can happen on the air.
Space 1999 was a comic book or two I might have had back in the day because I did like stuff like Star Trek.
You did? Yeah. Well, to me, it, of course, was a continuation of a show called UFO by Gerry Anderson, lasted 26 episodes.
I like that show.
And Gerry spells his name like our guest on the phone, Gerry Dobson, with a G. Gerry Anderson's with a G. But anyway, I thought it borrowed a lot from 2001, A Space Odyssey. Look at the title. It was like 2001, A Space Odyssey, space, 1999. And it's a year like 2001, 1999. Kind of a rip on that. But let's get back to the comic books. Here's the 3rd issue of Space 1999 from March 10th, 1976. John Byrne art. One of my favorite modern, still living, knock on wood, comic book artists.
The reason why I spell my name with a G is because my full name is Gerald.
That's it. Thank you for clarifying. Here's the inside front cover of issue 3. To your point about the art not looking as good as the cover, Dan?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, my God.
And here's more of that inside art. See, Byrne hadn't taken over as the artist yet. Joe Staten was doing the inside art. Let me show you Space 1999 issue 4, May 10th, 1976 cover. Great cover. Cool. Have you seen that one, Dan?
No, the only one I've seen is the one I'd found, and that was the only one I'd ever seen.
I took these pictures earlier yesterday. Here is issue 5 from June 30th, 1976. Another John Byrne cover in the Eagle spaceship. Now look at the inside. Byrne did do the inside art. Here's where the art is good on the inside. Here's the splash page of that issue. Look at that with the Eagle getting speared by this Neptune-like god, giant. That's badass, I think.
That's awesome.
If you're killing an eagle, that's a no-no.
And then here's some more of interior art by John Byrne from that same issue number 5. And look at these aliens from that issue that are kind of cool. Look at, there's in the upper left corner, those that are listening, bear with me. There's like a Pegasus girl. She's like half horse, not like Medusa, like a mermaid. I mean, I meant a mermaid. I said Medusa. Not like a mermaid, but you have like a half horse, half woman. Very interesting stuff, I think.
Hydra is what you were saying. Hydra.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess. And then there's a Cyclops in the inside, or a hybrid. There's a Cyclops monster. And then this is groovy, y'all. Those that don't like comic books out there, look at that cool ad, which is on the back cover of a couple issues of Space 1999, starting with issue 5. It's just badass. And look how mint my copy is. Just perfect condition. Should have it graded. But look at that groovy shit. Like, keep on chucking. You know, it's like, these are iron-on.
I love some of the ads in these old comics. I really do. I often make fun of them in my reviews.
You do? I love the ads too. What'd you say, Jerry?
I was just saying, the comics from the 60s were the best.
Yeah. From September.
To you guys, but I gotta get going.
Jerry, thanks for calling in, man. That you're turned out to be a guest.
Do it again sometime.
Please do, Jerry. Thanks for all the love on Nostalgia World Facebook group.
No problem.
Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So there's the back cover. I want to say trivia. What was the fictional date the moon blasted out of Earth's orbit? You saw it in the opening credits of every season 1 episode, 24 episodes. Do you know, Dan? I know you hate trivia on the spot. Just wondering.
No, I do not know.
Well, I know Sarah doesn't know. It's September 13th, 1999. Too bad that wasn't a Friday, like Friday the 13th, September 3rd. It was a Monday in the real time.
All I can say is at least it wasn't September 11th.
Well,
There you go.
I always think of that. Well, on September 10th, 1976, the 6th issue of Space 1999 hit newsstands right there. John Byrne art. Look at the splash page, Dan and Sarah and viewers. I like that. Look at that alien. That's a pretty interesting alien with the dome.
Yeah, well, yeah.
On a side note, I actually had the dog tags.
And I think that is offensive. I took that picture intentionally because I think that's disrespectful to the men and women that died giving service to the United States of America in combat, or even in an accident, like a flight test that went bad or what have you, especially the Vietnam vets that were still missing in action at this point in time in 1976. Look, you can get your own little dog tag. I think that is highly offensive. What do you
Really?
think?
I actually had them, but they bought them for all those kids to wear just in case something happened. They'd be able to identify the bodies. I was from South Carolina.
I'm in California, and I even had my own pair of dog tags with my information on it. So in case I got lost or some shit, because I couldn't spell. So I think dog tags are great. I think everybody should have them because bracelets are annoying.
My opinion is disrespectful. Now
They call them dog tags, but they're not actually military dog tags. They're more just ID tags.
Yes,
and they're really helpful for, and when you have some like mentally challenged children and stuff like that you're like in the woods on scouting stuff with, it's very good to make sure they got some kind of ID like that on them.
Yeah.
There's the inside, not the splash page, but there's the title page. I did both 2 pages like a double truck, but it's not a double truck. I love that art by John Byrne and the colors. Look at that. Isn't that cool, Dan and Sarah?
I like that a lot.
That's freaking great. I love it.
This is one time where the cover matched the interior because it was the same artist. And there's the final issue. Dan, have you ever seen this one?
Oh yeah, that's a classic one right there. I like it, but I've never seen it, honestly. I've only seen the number 1 issue. The one I have.
That's the final issue.
I knew there were more copies, but I never took time to look it up.
This was released November 10th, 1976, before the first episode of season 2 aired, which introduced Maya. So it's like you got a sneak peek. And it was mostly an adaptation of her first episode, except there was a new story in the back. But let me just show you. So there's a splash page of that issue 7, not John Byrne art anymore. This by Pat Boyette was the artist here. P-A-T, last name is B-O-Y, like Chef Boyardee, B-O-Y-E-T-T-E. Pat Boyette art. And then there's the illustration of Maya's first transformation that we saw in the episode. And there's the comic book adaptation of that. And there's where the Metamorph adaptation ends in that comic book. But then there's an all-new story. Look at this. Here's the all-new story from that issue 7. That was not an episode, Escape from Vipon. And Maya's pretty violent. Look at her there, bashing this guy on the skull. And she's even saying, they have a thick skull.
Wow.
But that art's not horrible, though. It's decent.
Yeah, and then there's the last page of that all-new story. I like the art of the eagle far right blasting off. Sorry, listeners, I know this is visual. But as I mentioned in my history of Charlton, they had magazines that they released, and there is the magazine version of that story. It also adapted the season 2 premiere of Space 1999 episode titled The Metamorph that introduced Maya, but it's in black and white. But it's the same thing, but it's new art, different art. It's in black and white. Let me show you the inside front. It has nice pictures from the show of that magazine. And there's a nice feature on Catherine Schell, who played Maya, who was introduced in that episode. I love that. I'm going to put that on the screen for a second. Anyone watching on their television who can read or wants to read the article, there's page 1 of that article. I like the picture on the right. It's a rare publicity shot.
That is awesome.
And same with that picture upper left. That's one that's pretty rare. It was featured, and there's the conclusion of that article that introduces the actress and the character. And then in that adaptation of that episode, The Metamorph, this is different in the comic book. There's her planet blowing up, Psychon. It explodes at the end of the episode. I really wish they did these in color. I wish these magazines were not done in black and white. There was a Planet of the Apes magazine by Marvel that was black and white. Conan. It's too bad they didn't do these in color. Now, if I can digress quickly, this is one of my favorite Space 1999 collectibles in my collection. This is a Japanese thick book, great book. It's called A Town Mook, M-O-O-K book. And this is the rarest thing. I got this from a lady who was local here in the Atlanta, Georgia area in the year 1999. Same as the show. She had it on eBay and I made her an offer. I said, I see you're in Georgia. Can we meet? And she agreed to. We met at Perimeter Mall in the food court. And she says, I got this at a convention in 1979 and it was printed in 78. Mint condition. And I go, well, why are you selling it? She goes, well, I got little kids and I'm just moved on. And I've never seen it before or since. It's probably been on eBay before. I just never noticed. But look at the inside. You open it up. And I used this graphic on social media yesterday on my Twitter, The Nostalgic Podblast, and in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast, and I shared it out. That's from the inside of this book. And there's also a centerfold. And Catherine Schell signed that. It looks like a mass-produced centerfold that she signed. She personally signed that for me in the year 2000 in Manhattan, New York.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
She signed about 55 items for free. And we rode an elevator together. She smoked cigarettes then. And she was disappointed because Martin Landau was supposed to be there. He canceled last minute to go to his daughter Juliet's play in Los Angeles. And she goes, I thought Martin would be here. And she flew from France to New York, to Manhattan to be there. Catherine Schell did. And she was a former Bond girl. Let me just show you some more images from the inside of this book. I love that. It's totally mint condition. Look how it is. Like, it's very visual. Very visual. And there's some of the creatures her character transformed into. Animals, monsters, alien beings. I wish I could read Japanese. I wish Akiko were here. This lady translated Space Giants episodes for me that were not translated in English. I talked about that last week. I showed some examples. I acted out a scene she translated for me. She moved to, let me just tell you a little bit about Akiko really quickly. She lost her husband, an American husband, in a car accident some years ago. She never got over it. She moved to Japan and she never came back. She was supposed to go for a year. I helped her move. I helped her put her stuff in storage, her furniture. She never came back. She moved in 2019 and at the end of 2018. And she never came back. I'm like, damn, because she was really a great looking, great person, just all around great. There's some more, and she could translate some of this for me. And there's the inside, more of the MOOC book. Look there. Look at that, Dan. Do you see anyone you recognize? Here's a close-up shot. There is Sarah Douglas in the center who went on the next year to play Ursa in Superman the movie and in Superman 2. She had longer hair there in a Space 1999 episode. And I have it on 16 millimeter film, of course.
That's pretty cool.
And on the left, you see that monster? That's David Prowse. That same year as Space 1999, season 2 was in production, Star Wars was in production, and he played Darth Vader. That is friggin' Darth Vader on the left.
That is awesome.
Yeah, David Prowse in the Beta Cloud. And the episode with Sarah Douglas, by the way, is called A.B. Chrysalis. If you want to look it up, and Space 1999 is on Tubi TV. I would watch it there. It's also on Prime, but Prime has time compressed, sped up episodes. You can tell by the length. If it says 49 minutes in length, you know it's sped up. They're supposed to be 52 minutes season 1 or 51 minutes season 2. Watch it on Tubi TV. They're not time compressed. Tubi, last time I checked, was running, and it's on YouTube as well, but some time compressed copies are on YouTube. Pay attention to the length. It matters. When it's sped up, the actors' voices don't sound normal. The music doesn't sound right. Or watch them on the Blu-rays like I've got. But look at that. And then on the inside cover, now it's actually the front cover. It's like driving in England. Driving is backwards in Japan. So are magazines. The back cover is like the front cover and vice versa. There was an ad for the Wonder Woman Town Mook book. And that is cool. They do some great stuff. Here's the back cover of the Town Mook Space 1999 book in my possession. And I just love it.
That is awesome, man. I've never seen that before.
Oh, it's
you see a lot of stuff I've never seen before, though.
Let me just show the front cover again. This thing, if you can find it, it is fantastic. I mean, I'm going to do a Space 1999 Podblast now that I have StreamYard. I've talked about it with audio only, but I'm going to show you some stuff I've got.
Well, anyway, dude, look, I hate to do this, but I'm going to have to thank you for having me on and bow on out. I've got like 4% left, and I think this thing's fixing to die. I'm going to rig up something where I can plug it in back here and have a charge going when I'm doing shows. But at the present time, I haven't got that in here. I have to go in there to charge it.
Do you want to show anything else before you?
Oh, no, we'll wait till next time. We'll do another show one day. Just
make sure you didn't pull anything that you wanted to show today. I'm running my damn mouth.
That's what I had pulled for right now, and I've got a few other things I could get through, but it's always good to have something for next time, right?
Okay, well, next time I'll be back Friday night talking about this. Dan, we'll get back to I'm going to break up comic books. A lot of people don't care about comics. We're going to talk about deceased game show host Friday night at 7:30 Eastern time here on the Nostalgic Podblast. That'll be the topic. And then the next week, maybe, or the week after, we'll get back to comic books.
Okay, well, I'll pop in sometime around that, but I do a wrestling thing on a Friday night that I'm usually tied up with SmackDown for the WWE.
I know. Well, thank you, Dan, for your participation. I'm sorry that I kept you backstage so long at the beginning, wasting your power when I talked about the history of Charlton Comics.
Well, I'm kind of used to it with you. Yeah, everybody's aware of the fact you do a radio show and you do that to fill time on your radio slot, and it's totally understandable, and I would do the same thing if I was you.
Streaming, yeah, on fistfulofradio.com streaming.
But in the future, I will come on backstage about 30 minutes into you doing your that way I'll have more power to last towards the end.
And I meant to suggest that when we were backstage before I went live. Shame on me.
I didn't think about it neither. And I charged the thing up full right before the show. I don't know why it's only going 2 hours and 27 minutes. And
okay. Well, I
was expecting to get at least 3 hours out of it.
If you want to still tune in and plug in, I'm going to talk about the game show theme of the week, and it's STARCADE. I got a nice piece on STARCADE. I'm going to talk about Sid Marty Krofft. I have some choice clips from those shows. But thanks for being on. I will go ahead and remove you, I guess. Or do you want to remove yourself?
I can take care of it.
Okay. Thanks, Dan. I apologize.
See you, Dan.
You're great.
Man, and I look forward to the next time we can talk about something.
Thanks a lot, man.
Peace out, everybody.
See you, Dan.
Very cool. Man, good stuff. Let's see.
Told you.
He's good. Why don't you hang with me, Sarah, if you don't mind? Because I like your input. I want to hopefully teach you some things. Now,
I love learning.
We talked about Space 1999. I don't want to do a whole show on 1999. We're going to get to Sid Marty Krofft in just a second, but I do want to play some brief clips. This is a 48-second clip about Space 1999 season 2, where the cast were introducing themselves, new cast members. And let me just play that really quickly.
Hello, I'm Catherine Schell. Here are a few scenes from next week's episode of Space 1999.
Hello, I'm Nick Tate. Here are a few scenes from next week's exciting episode of Space 1999.
Hello, I'm Tony Anholt. Here are a few scenes from next week's exciting episode of Space 1999.
Hello, I'm Martin Landau. Here are a few scenes from next week's episode of Space 1999.
Hello, I'm Barbara Bain. Here are a few scenes from next week's episode of Space 1999.
So I know I've played that clip before, but I just like that compilation. And they were released on DVD in 2002 in much better quality than that. That's from film. Now, not all film is bad. I make it sound like film. I'm a big film collector and a big film proponent. Film's not bad if you have a good print. It's actually pretty damn cool, I think. There you go. So
I've always been a fan of film. Oops, I'm echoing.
Let me look. Well, you shouldn't be. I got the echo cancellation on, I think. Let me check. God dang it. That's why I don't like to have guests all the time. I like to have non-echo. No. I'm just saying. Echo cancellation's on, sister. I don't know.
No, it must have been me getting my headphones too close to the mic. Sometimes I think that might give me the feedback. Other than that, then there we go. I'm trying to figure it out just right on my end, how far to go to the mic, because
Fine. So I showed a lot of comic books last week and this week. Now, let's talk about the world of Sid and Marty Krofft. Now, Sarah, this would be a bit of a repeat. I have some new clips, but I'm going to play some we played on your channel, My Flock, when we talked about the worst television shows of all time, right?
Yeah, that was awesome.
So I know we have crossover viewers like Esmeralda. I will try not to be so repetitive, and I've put a lot of thought into this. Look, what you're seeing there is a rare compact disc. It sells for a lot of money. That's a photo I took of my compact disc, and it was, when did it hit this? I think it's from 1999. It's from 2000. It's from the year 2000. I always do that stupid Conan O'Brien reference, but that's the front cover. Let me show you the back cover of it.
So I graduated. I graduated in the year 2000, so I heard that a lot. Graduating. So for me, it's great.
Cool. And TV Land brought them back too in the year 1999. TV Land had like a Saturday morning cartoon thing, and some of the promotions, I should have pulled that, showed people like grown-ups in their 20s riding tricycles and in circles and eating bowls of cereal and things. There's the back cover of it. It basically has all the main themes and some other cues, like Jack Wilde singing songs in H.R. Puff and stuff. I'll play one of those in a second. I can't play the theme to H.R. Puff and stuff. That seems to be the most copyright not friendly theme of all of the shows, but of the Sid Marty Krofft Saturday morning shows. I'm not going to talk about the history and bog you guys and gals down with that. I talked a lot of history. Oh, we're going to also do the trivia for prizes. Here's one of the prizes. I'm giving away a V comic book, DC comic book, mint condition from 1984. That copy right there. Now, Sarah, you're not going to be eligible for this one. I'm sorry. Don't get mad. I want new folks to have, that's a pretty good prize. And then also I'm going to give away, where the hell is it? I think it's in the background, a Star Wars comic book from the 70s and some more Topps cards. So I have 10 questions about Sid and Marty Krofft Productions, but let's look at some clips. Or no, you know what? I think we'll do the trivia first. You want to get right at, what do you think, Sarah? Should I go ahead and start the trivia game?
I'd start the trivia now.
Okay. And because I've got to use the restroom, I have to take a WHIZ, but I'll do it after the trivia and play clips. Okay. So anyone out there, call your friends and neighbors that only care about trivia, that only want to try to win something. How my trivia game works, if you want a prize, be the first person, be it Facebook Live or Twitch or Twitter or YouTube, that comments with the correct answer and says claim, CLIM, claim, and you get the prize. This first question will not be a prize question because I wanted to start easy and then get gradually harder. And this is, of course, is about the Sid and Marty Krofft Saturday morning live action TV shows of the 1970s. Question 1 of 10. Question: which of these shows was the first created by the Krofft brothers? A, the Bugaloos. B, Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. C, Land of the Lost. Or D, HR Pufnstuf. Sarah, don't answer. don't play along this time, please.
I don't even know.
I love you, man. I love you, sister. I just gotta, I want others to have a shot. Let me get to the comments. There's 50 friggin' comments I haven't even acknowledged.
Sorry, Esmeralda, can't cheat off me today.
Banana Split, Sid and Marty Krofft from Michael Haywood. You know what? That was actually directed by Richard Donner, who directed The Omen and Superman the movie and the Goonies, Conspiracy Theory, the Lethal Weapon movies. He directed segments of the Banana Splits. Sha la 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 la. Sha la 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 la. Let me look that up. I'm gonna look something up. I want to know how many episodes, because I haven't researched that yet. There were of Banana Splits. God dang it. Hear your birds. I love it. Don't be afraid or ashamed. I like that.
Well, Paul was actually in a really good mood today because he just, a little before you had me come on, so it took so long. I had to get the computer back up and running because he went to have a bath and I had to cover up the computer. So my computer wouldn't get wet because he splashed all over the place.
Well, the Banana Splits Hour originally aired on NBC. And there were 31 episodes of that. It was not Sid and Marty Krofft. And there you go. It was Hanna-Barbera, wasn't it? Let me see. Banana Splits, produced by... I know these things, but I want to confirm them. You know what I'm saying? You can hear me typing, right? It was Hanna-Barbera, as I suspected. Yeah, I knew that, but I wanted to The Banana Splits was a variety show produced by Hanna-Barbera Productions featuring the Banana Splits, a fictional rock band composed of 4 costumed animal characters and red marching band hats with yellow plumes. Let me look something up now. I'll tell you when the last episode aired. The first episode aired on September 7th, 1968. The last episode aired November 29th, 1969. Now let me look one more thing up. Hang on. Sorry, listeners. Oh, jeez. There we go. Now, HR Pufnstuf debuted on September 6th, 1969. So around when the Banana Splits are going off the air, HR was starting up, and there's only 17 half-hour episodes, and it also aired on NBC. And then Sid and Marty Krofft basically were staples of the ABC Saturday morning television lineup. We'll get to that later. The last episode of HR Pufnstuf aired on January 3rd, 1970. And I'm going to play a song in just a second. Now, let me look at the chat. Thrash Pondo Pons, how you doing? Check out his YouTube channel. He guessed A. Yes, trivia, he says. I'm so bad about not putting these comments on the screen. I need to do that. It's hard to do all this at once. I'm trying to multitask. So, again, repeating. Which of these shows was the first created by the Krofft brothers? A, the Bugaloos. B, Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. C, Land of the Lost. Or D, HR Pufnstuf. Be the first person to answer correctly and say claim. Oh, this isn't for a prize. But I'm just telling you how it works down the line. No, I didn't make a mistake. This isn't for a prize because it's so easy. The answer is D, HR Puffin Stuff. HR Puffin Stuff premiered in 1969, as I just said. The setting was Living Island, where everything talked, from trees to books and everything in between. HR Puffin Stuff was the mayor, while Jimmy was a teenage boy and a friend of Puffin Stuff. Witchy Poo was an evil witch who terrorized the island, but was always stopped by Jimmy and Puffin Stuff. And she was obsessed with something we'll talk about later in an upcoming question. Let's watch a clip, a brief clip from HR Puffin Stuff. Bob says produced by Hanna-Barbera, I believe. Let me get to the clip. Okay, it would help if I was in the right area, and I am now. Jack Wilde. Now, he sadly died of throat cancer, I believe. He was a little heartthrob. He went on tour long after the show was canceled, like in 1974, I think, singing some of these songs. And he was a great performer, British guy. Let me find that clip. Here it is. Here's Jack Wilde, 58-second clip, just about a minute, singing on HR Puffin Stuff.
How lucky I am to have someone like you. Someone I know is gonna be my friend from the beginning right to the end. How lucky, lucky, lucky I am in this whole world of people who can't get along with people. I pick myself up people, and what have I got? A jackpot. How lucky I am, how lucky I am, no matter what we do. Whether together or far apart, always together inside the heart.
Oh yes, I quite agree.
There's no one luckier than you and me, and Freddie makes 3.
So I like the song Mechanical Boy. I think that one, it's on the CD that I showed. So I think I'll get in trouble if I play that. I'm a mechanical boy. I won't even try to sing. I suck at singing, but I really like that. And Sid Marty Krofft produced that. Bob, he produced that show. And let's get back to the trivia, shall we? Yeah, that's what a lot of people care about, is the trivia. So let's give them what they want. Always give the people what they want, I always say. Question 2. So the correct answer was HR Puffin Stuff. That was the first of the Sid Marty Krofft shows on television. Question 2 of 10. Which show featured Fee and Fum? Fi and Fum. I don't even know. I can't remember how you pronounce it. Is it Fi, like Semper Fi, like a Marine, or Fee? Fee and Fum. Anyway, which show featured the characters Fee and Fum? A, The Lost Saucer. B, The Bugaloo. C, Far Out Space Nuts. Or D, Land of the Lost. I won't make this for a prize. It's pretty easy as well. Which of the Sid and Marty Krofft shows featured Fee and Fum, Fi and Fum, however you pronounce it? A, The Lost Saucer. B, The Bugaloos. C, Far Out Space Nuts. Or D, Land of the Lost. I'll wait a moment for it to catch up. We can listen to Sarah's birds. I love it. I'm serious. I'm not being a smartass. I really like the sound of your birds. You seem insecure about it, but I like it. It's cool.
It's because the majority of people tell me that they're okay, and then they talk shit about me behind my back, and then I get, oh, never mind, they're not okay. So that's why I usually just go, sorry.
Oh, Esmeralda's let me know. That's why I hate that noise cancellation. When I do my echo, when that shit's on, it cancels it out, and you can't hear me. So anyway, well, let me do. Well, shit, I don't want to put you backstage. I kind of want to put you backstage. I can take that noise cancellation off, but I'll leave you on during the trivia. Damn, I hate that crap, that noise cancellation. It messes up my audio. Rick Clark. Now it's showing the Facebook, unless he's on YouTube. Rick Clark, it's showing his name. Hollow Head Echo.
If you put headphones on, it won't matter.
Well, I got my headphones right here.
Yeah, because then you just hear in the headphones me instead of outside your speakers, right?
What will everyone else hear?
They will hear both of us and whatever else you want. They should anyways.
I got to get back to these comments, man. Jeez. All right, well, let's get on with the trivia and see if anyone answer it. I'll just reveal the answer. I'm going to ask again. No one's guessed. I guess they want to stay for a prize because a lot of people are watching. Again, which Sid and Marty Krofft show featured Fi and Fum? Fee and Fum, however the hell you pronounce it. A, the Lost Saucer. B, the Bugaloos. C, Far Out Space Nuts. Or D, Land of the Lost. Are you ready for the answer? It's the Lost Saucer. The Lost Saucer premiered in 1975. Fee and Fum were androids who traveled on a flying saucer with the Dorse, which was a half dog, half horse, a Dorse. These guys were on drugs, man. Sid Marty Krofft. They deny it. God rest the soul of Marty Krofft. But Gerry was a young boy and Alice was his babysitter who traveled with them. They visited many strange worlds, such as where everyone had numbers instead of names. People laugh even for no reason. And thinness was illegal. Wow. Let's play a clip, the opening credits to The Lost Saucer. I kind of like this this song. Oh, see, there must be a delay because now Thrash said The Lost Saucer. You are correct, sir. Let me play a clip of the opening to that show, The Lost Saucer. And then I'm going to play some other clips beyond some requests like Lidsville. I'll play that opening and a little clip from Lidsville in a little bit, which is new. We didn't cover that on Sarah's show on my vlog. Here's the opening to Lost Saucer, just a minute long clip here.
Out of the sky and out of time, coming to see all that they can find. UFO, flying fun, they go to the moon now, they've been to the sun. Please, please take me along. Now listen, from the future time, they came to see how the world used to be. But something went wrong deep inside, and they can't get off of this crazy ride. Please, please, someone help us. Oh, where are we going in the Lost Saucer? Somebody help us in the Lost Saucer. Where are we going in the Lost Saucer? Somebody help us in the Lost Saucer. Where are we going in the Lost Saucer?
There you go. I kind of like that. I kind of like that theme. What do you think?
I just became aware of it, like, you know, when we were doing the show and I found that accidentally, and I was like, oh my! And I put it up on my channel because I just thought it was cool. And Esmeralda was like, I haven't thought about this in years. And I was like, I hadn't even heard of it. This was amazing. Yeah.
Cool. Let me just go put some comments on the screen. Rick Clark checking in. Hello, Rick Clark on Facebook. I don't know why. I'm glad it's showing your name. I don't know if you switched to YouTube or not, but it showed your name for a change. My StreamYard software did. And get back to Emergency. Someone on Facebook said, remember the episode of Emergency where this idiot guy ate a pile of raw bread dough and it rised in his stomach? Sarah, what do you say? I have to use the restroom. You want to? Do you have enough to talk about for 30 seconds on that?
I can ramble on. Okay. Yeah, that episode was great. Okay. His girlfriend or whatever is making bread or whatever for his birthday, right? And then the guy eats like 2 loaves of it as it rises in his stomach. And so like it's like bulging out of him, and he's just like, oh, I'm gonna die. Anyways, yeah, so they take him to the emergency, and you know, voila, he's saved. It's amazing. And don't eat, I guess, all that bread. It will rise in your stomach. I don't really know how yeast works like that. But hey, according to the show, it did. But yeah, I remember that one. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen all the, well, all of them I could. I mean, who knows what they didn't show, right? But on, I think, Netflix it was. They had them all there, and I watched them all. Yeah, it was awesome. Freaking love Emergency. It's something I watched before I went to kindergarten, too. It was one of my favorite shows to watch before I had to go, along with Superman and Twilight Zone as well. So, yeah.
And you turned the R-rated blooper reel of Emergency, which is cool.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Let me go back. What? Hang on. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to drain the lizard there. That was a long drain. Let me show you. Now, I showed this earlier, but in case anyone tuned in late, I'm going to show quickly, just real quick, the emergency comic book covers. There's just 4 of them. Boom. Oh, let me take that off so you can see it better. Where the hell is it? Boom. Okay. There's it. issue 1 from June 10th, 76, issue 2, August 10th, 76, issue 3, October 10th, 76, and the final issue 4, December 10th, 1976. That's my favorite cover right there, I think, of those 4. Very neat.
I have to agree. I like this one the best. But I just love how they have Randolph Mantooth up there in the corner because he's the cute one.
Yeah. Very neat. And that blooper reel is hysterical. Very R-rated. Look for it on YouTube. Emergency bloopers, I think, if you search that on
channel.
YouTube.
It's on my channel.
Oh, yeah, your channel.
Mm-hmm.
Our channel. Thank you for saying our, but it's really yours. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I'm saying that of respect to you. I'm not saying that like because I don't want to.
It is my channel, but it's our show we do. There we go.
Thrash Pondo Pond says, I love Space 1999. So did I. I appreciate that. Haha. Sharks were big. 20-footer, 25. Yeah, that's referring back to the Bionic Woman cover with the shark.
I just learned about Space 99 from you and Dan. So, and also Dinah Girl and that. I just learned about that.
Woman and Dinah Girl.
Yeah, I freaking love that. Of course, I'm Dinah Girl because, of course, she's the best. I saw that.
You need pigtails then.
I used to wear my hair in pigtails all the time when I had my hair long.
Now I can get back to the trivia game. I'm all over the place, but someone on Facebook said, I love the theme song to Space 1999. And there were 2. The first one was by Barry Gray and had funky wah pedal guitar. And then season 2, they had a new composer, Derek Wadsworth, who had an instrumental theme with a strong drum beat like Hawaii Five-O's theme.
Oof, nice.
They wanted a strong drum beat. And they told Derek Meddings, come up with a drum beat. And they did. And I can't play it. I played it in that clip where I played the next week coming attractions in 1999. You heard an edited version of that season 1 theme earlier, so I won't play that again. But just so you know, if you want to rewind it, I played some of the season 2 theme of Space 1999. I can't play the first season or I'll probably get in trouble. Thrash says, was just watching a post of Space Hydra Monster, like Sarah was talking about. Apparently, I was not the only kid traumatized by that episode of Space 1999. Is maybe he means Dragon's Domain, which Alien, the movie, was based on. And the same guy did the special effects. I didn't mention this. The guy that did the model special effects in Space 1999 throughout the whole series, all 48 episodes, season 1 and 2, was Derek Wadsworth did the music, was Brian Johnson, who later did Alien. And he'd previously worked on 2001: A Space Odyssey. He worked on The Empire Strikes Back. He was the lead model maker in The Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. Extremely talented guy. I don't think he kept up, though, when everything went CGI, unlike the guy who did Battlestar Galactica in the first Star Wars, John Dykstra. John Dykstra adapted to digital effects and did the first Spider-Man movie in 2002. Effects were done in 2001 for that 2002 release, May of 2002. Starring Tobey Maguire, but I don't think Brian Johnson made the transition. Esmeralda says, thank you to Gerry, our caller guest from Nostalgia World on Facebook. Esmeralda says, nice artwork. Don't worry about it, Sarah. The birds, I like the sound of the birds. Jim's camera at dawn. Greetings, everyone. Hello to you, and I'm sorry it took so long to return your greeting. Hope everyone's having a great day. Definitely am. It's Saturday, so it's always a great day on Saturday. Well, thank you, Jim, for popping in. And then Michael Haywood, hey, Chance, hey, back at you, my brother. And he's saying hey to you, Sarah, in the chat. My net dropped and it just got it back, says Esmeralda in Oregon State. Welcome back. Let me do. Love that robot monster, said Thrash Pondo Ponds. And when Danny signed off, Esmeralda a few minutes ago said goodbye to him. And I don't understand this comment from Michael Haywood. Sal Banducci and Martin Landau. I don't know who Sal is. I want to know. I want to learn. I always learn when I prep and when I perform this show for you guys from the comments. I always learn something new. So who is Sal? I don't know. I'd like to know. I love the echo, says Esmeralda. Sarah doesn't, and Sarah's my sister, so
well,
I got to put that echo cancellation crap on.
I hear myself, twice, right? Saying the words, and then back in my head while I'm trying to say another conversation. So it gets very confusing.
That's true.
But I think she means a reverb when you do that. I think she means that. She likes that.
Yeah, that's what she meant, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the trivia. Let me just scroll down.
Well, just so you know, Chance, I couldn't do anything anyways because I didn't watch any of these shows in the 70s. I wasn't even born.
Oh, damn.
Right.
I know you weren't. You were born in 1982.
Yeah.
There's
So I had to
some
watch
old
things like
folks on here.
Emergency.
Yeah, Rick. Yeah, I'm old. I know we all are, aren't we? Oh, Rick Clark says he's on the desktop. Maybe that's it. If you're on Facebook Live on a desktop, it'll register in my StreamYard software. Interesting. Gerry says, it was great talking with you earlier. I'll have to call in again sometime when I get a little more time. Says Gerry Dobson, Gerry with a G for Gerald, Nostalgia World on Facebook. Please join his group. Got to bounce. Mrs. Thrash and I are going to dinner. Thank you, Bob, for joining us as long as you did. I've already gone 2 hours and 35 minutes. Almost, yeah. Let's see here. Oh, he switched to YouTube. Okay, hang on. Esmeralda says, Sarah is right. It was the reverb. That's fine. And it probably isn't recognizing it. I switched over to YouTube. Okay. Well, subscribe to my channel while you're at it, if you don't mind. If you hadn't already, I appreciate it. And Esmeralda in Oregon says, bye to Thrash Pondo Ponds, otherwise known as Bob in Massachusetts State. Let's get back to the trivia. Brand. Now I want to get a clip loaded up. There's my clips. Let's get back to the world of Sid Marty Krofft trivia. Okay, here is I'm going to make this a prize question. Here's our first prize question, 3 of 10. Question 3 of 10 will be for a prize. Did I reveal the next one? Hang on. Shoot. Back up. Here's the answer to question 2. Which show featured Fee and Foom, the Lost Saucer? I know I said that, but did I say the Lost Saucer premiered in 75? Fee and Foom were androids who traveled on a flying. Yes, I did say that. The Doors. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I got distracted myself. Question 3. Which Sid Marty Krofft character made an appearance on another Krofft show? This is a prize question. I'll let you pick your prize. Do you want the comic book, or do you want 5 Grease cards or 5 Star Wars cards from 1977 and 1978, respectively? Let me know. Because this is kind of a tricky question. Again, which Krofft character made an appearance on another Sid and Marty Krofft show? Was it A, the Bugaloos who visited Land of the Lost? B, Sigmund, who traveled on the Lost Saucer? C, H.R. Pufnstuf, who visited Sigmund? Or D, Chaka, who traveled with the far out space nuts? I'll repeat. Prize question. Which Krofft character made an appearance on another Krofft show? Be the first person to answer correctly and say claim, and you get a prize, or just answer for fun. If you don't say claim, that means you're just playing along for fun. Which Krofft character made an appearance on another Sid and Marty Krofft show? A, the Bugaloos who visited Land of the Lost. B, Sigmund traveling on the Lost Saucer. C, H.R. Pufnstuf visiting Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. Or D, Chaka, who traveled with the far out space nuts. Now let me look at the comments and see if anyone answered. What do you think?
I'm willing to find out.
Oh, Michael Haywood responded, Martin Landau was Sal in Ready to Rumble. Okay, it was a character. That's right. That's right. Damn. Rick Clark guesses Sigmund. And it was a wrestling movie Martin Landau was in. I've not seen that. I have to look at Ready to Rumble. And I'm sure maybe Dan in South Carolina has seen it since he's a big wrestling fan. I don't know. So we got one guess for Sigmund. And if I don't give the prize away, I'll do another prize question coming up because I got 10 total questions. That's just question 3. Which Sid and Marty Krofft character made an appearance on another Krofft show? A, the Bugaloos visiting Land of the Lost. B, Sigmund traveling on the Lost Saucer. C, H.R. Pufnstuf visiting Sigmund. Or D, Chaka traveling with the far out space nuts. You ready for the answer?
Yes.
Okay. The answer is H.R. Pufnstuf visiting Sigmund. Pufnstuf got lost and wound up around Dead Man's Point, where Sigmund's family lived nearby. He met Sigmund and is C. Jeannie Sheldon. Did you know that?
No. Of course, like I said, I think one of the last times we were on together, the only way I ever learned about Puff and stuff was to begin with is when he was driving in Chips and they pulled him over because he couldn't see through his mask.
Now, Rick, he said Sigmund, so I don't know if he answered correctly or not because Sigmund is in 2 of these answers. He's in B. Sigmund traveled on the Lost Saucer, and he's in C. H.R. Puff and stuff visiting Sigmund. He just said Sigmund, so I don't know what he meant. I believe him. I don't think the man's a liar if he wants to honestly tell me what he meant. But the answer is H.R. Puff and stuff visiting Sigmund. So let's move on to question 4. Question 4. Which Sid Marty Krofft show has these quotes? Breakfast, lunch. I said lunch, not launch. A, Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. B, Land of the Lost. C, Far Out Space Nuts. Or D, The Lost Saucer. Which of the Sid Marty Krofft TV shows has these quotes? Quote, breakfast, lunch. I said lunch, not launch, unquote. Was it A, Sigmund and the Sea Monsters, B, Land of the Lost, C, Far Out Space Nuts, or D, The Lost Saucer? What say you? The Mama Joanna God is in the house. Says, good afternoon, everyone. Hello to you. We're just playing some trivia. And Rick clarified. He said, no, I meant Sigmund traveled. Well, there you go. We have a guess from Michael Haywood, C. Let's reveal the answer in the form of a clip. The answer. Oh, don't tell me I didn't pull that clip. Yeah, I did. Here is the answer.
Breakfast. Lunch. I said lunch, not lunch! Where is the world that they used to go, and how will they ever return?
I'll stop. You saw the answer because last time I played this, the stream on YouTube went down. So I'm not going to play the full thing. So that's your answer. Yeah, man. It was the Far Out Space Nuts.
I've got to see that show.
Space Nuts. And you loved it when we played it on your show, Sarah, when the pie hit his face.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Rick says, I don't remember that one. Rick, just for you, I'll try to play the entire theme later at the end of the game. I want to get the trivia in. I'll play that entire opening. It's just a minute and a half. It's really goofy. Really goofy.
It's so funny. I got to see that. It's just something I don't know. Okay, I don't know what it is to this day. I still think people getting pies in the face is hilarious.
And you let me know if the stream goes down, Sarah. You're good like that.
No problems.
The answer, obviously, of the question 4 of 10, which show has these quotes? Breakfast, lunch. I said lunch, not lunch, was the Far Out Space Nuts. Barney was an astronaut, and Junior was his inept partner. He accidentally launched their spaceship when Barney was sorting out their meals. They traveled all over the planet in their spaceship with their space friend, Honk, not to be confused with Honky. Honk. Okay. You know, that was a slam that didn't really catch on for long, did it? Honky. And George Jefferson said it a lot. Honky! That didn't really catch on. All right. Question 5. Who were Sigmund's mean brothers in Sigmund and the Sea Monsters? A, Big Daddy and Sweet Mama. B, Ta and Saw. C, Blurp and Slurp. Or D, Johnny and Scott. Repeating, question 5 of 10 of Sid Marty Krofft trivia. Question 5. Who were Sigmund's mean brothers in Sigmund and the Sea Monsters? A, Big Daddy and Sweet Mama. B, Ta and Saw. C, Blurp and Slurp. Or D, Johnny and Scott. What do you think? Don't answer yet, Sarah. You can when I say time. I'm a control freak, aren't I?
Just here for the ride. I'm good.
Esmeralda says Pie in the Face is classic comedy, getting out to the far out space nuts. Indeed it is. It goes back to the Three Stooges, even before, like slapstick comedy. I love the Pie in the Face. Rick Clark says the Richard Pryor sketch on SNL with Chevy Chase was hilarious with the word honky. Oh yeah. And in the opposite. Yeah. Very, very tough comedy there when Chevy Chase said that opposite word. Yeah. Maybe it was awkward more than funny. Very awkward. Very, very tough. Esmeralda guessed A in our trivia question 5. Why don't I play the opening to that show? Did I pull that one? I hope I did. I know I did. Well, maybe I'll save this for, I'm going to talk about the Krofft Super Show, which featured Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. You know what? I don't think I have that clip. Damn it. Shame on me. Damn.
Oh my goodness.
I hate that. I wanted to show all of them. I can pull it up right fast, quick. Sarah, do you have anything to add? I'm going to pull it up.
To what?
Just to anything about Sid Marty Krofft. It was before your time, but have you watched any of it on YouTube after you found out?
Okay, well, of all the stuff that you've shown me recently of theirs, no, I haven't caught up on any of that yet because I've been too busy doing the stuff. But one of the things I do need to really watch, and I gotta find it somewhere, is yeah, that's right, Paul. Dyna Girl, man, and that I gotta see that, man. That show just looks freaking, yeah, it just freaking looks amazing. Yeah, I'm sorry, all I can think of is Dyna Girl because that's me. Okay.
You got to wear pigtails, like I said earlier.
Yeah, see, as a kid, I wore them all the time, just all the time.
Not long enough. You have short hair.
Well, yeah, now.
Wig, well, get a wig or something and put them in pigtails.
Yes, sir.
That sounds like an order, didn't it? I didn't mean that. Oh,
it's okay.
I mean,
you can't even see me, and I saluted.
If you want to be legit. Oh, that's funny. All right, all right, so I got it, and there's something else I got to on the fly upload that I want to show that I forgot to do because I was under the gun trying to get to the show on time. Let me just load this up. We're halfway through the trivia, folks. And now we're going to watch the Sigmund and the Sea Monsters opening and closing theme.
Let me tell you a tale, a very scary tale about two boys who were surfing one day on a very weird beach round Dead Man's Point where there are haunted sea caves, they say. And strange sea monsters have been sighted there. If you're traveling in the area, beware, 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 beware.
Sigmund, you're a rotten sea monster.
You're a disgrace to the family.
Go out and scare a human or you're through.
Oh, come on. Meanwhile, back on the beach, Johnny and Scott are combing the rocks, unaware that behind them Sigmund lurks, prepared to give them a shock. Boo! In total surprise, the boy's eye, this blob, what can it be? And then it groans and moves, and lo, it's a monster from the sea. Now Sigmund, the sea monster, and Johnny and Scott are friends, the finest friends that ever could be on the land or on the sea. Now Sigmund, the sea monster, and Johnny and Scott are friends, the finest of friends that ever could be on the land or on the sea.
I love that that logo. What'd you think?
Okay, that just reminded me of this episode of Baywatch. Now I know where they got the idea for because I swear to God, it was exactly that.
Yeah, I know where they got the idea. LSD. Yeah, for damn sure.
Right? Oh man, that's great.
Let me now get back to the trivia and let me see the comments. Did anyone guess? I forgot the question. No, I'm kidding. Who were Sigmund's mean brothers in Sigmund and the Sea Monsters? A, Big Daddy and Sweet Mama. B, Ta and Saw. C, Burp and Slurp. Or D, Johnny and Scott. You can see the comments, Sarah. Did anyone answer?
I don't know. Esmeralda says A. That was for the last time. No, I don't see anything on my end.
Michael Haywood says they changed the theme song later to Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. Rick says, I forgot. I know. Esmeralda says, don't knock it if you've not tried it. LSD? Okay. All right. Or LDS, as they said in Star. I love that joke in Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home.
Exactly. I was just going to say that.
Talking about Spock, because Spock's, he's had his mantra put back in his head, so he's a little scrambled after coming back from the dead. And I think he did a little too much LDS. She goes, LDS?
Yeah.
So the answer to this question, who were Sigmund's mean brothers in Sigmund and the Sea Monsters? The answer is Blurp and Slurp. C. Sigmund and the Sea Monsters premiered in 1973. Sigmund was disowned by his sea monster family for his inability to scare humans. Blurp and Slurp were Sigmund's mean but idiotic brothers. Johnny and Scott were the two human boys who befriended Sigmund and hid him in their clubhouse. Ta and Sa were Shaka's mean relatives in Land of the Lost, while Big Daddy and Sweet Mama were Sigmund's parents. And did you know who else was in the cast of that show as a human? Is someone I featured as the character actor of the week, Mary Wicks. And look her up. Mary, W-I-C-K-S. Or is it W-I-C-S? Mary Wicks. Mary Wicks. Great character actor. She was in Sanford and Son playing the maid in a key episode. Anyway, let's get on with question 6. This will be for a prize. This is a prize question. So whoever answers this correctly and says the correct answer in the chat and says claim, the word C-L-I-M, claim, will win a prize of your choice, either the Topps cards or comic books.
Don't spell like I do. Okay.
I'm just trying to clarify. I'm not shaming you. I'm not throwing shade. Question 6. Who was not a dinosaur in Land of the Lost? And I can't play that opening. That one will get me busted. Okay, because of the movie with Will Ferrell, the overrated Will Ferrell. I can't play that. Who ruined the Bewitched movie. But of course he's Anchorman, so he's got good and bad. I met him on set, He had to have things, it's not an ad lib if you're having it fed into an earpiece. You know what I'm saying?
I've heard that before.
Director Adam McKay was feeding his lines to him, and that's not an ad lib. The director's ad libbing, not you. Not you. Anchorman 2. I was on that set for 4. Now I better not say this because I got to talk about a big movie filming here in Atlanta. I cannot affirm or deny I'll be working on this movie. I would get sued. I would be in big trouble. I can't. When it's released, we can talk about it. I'm not going to affirm or deny, but we'll talk about that later. But let's get to the answer to this damn question. Who was not a dinosaur in Land of the Lost? A, Dopey, B, Alice, C, Shaka, or D, Grumpy? Who was not a dinosaur in Land of the Lost? A, Dopey, B, Alice, C, Shaka, or D, Grumpy? Rick says, not a huge Will Ferrell fan. Michael Haywood guesses C. Question 6. Who was not a dinosaur in Land of the Lost? A, Dopey, B, Alice, C, Shaka, or D, Grumpy? So I got one guess so far. Michael, you are correct. It's Shaka. Shaka obviously wasn't a dinosaur. That's a rather easy question. So cool. What do you want? You want the Star Wars 1977 Topps cards? And these have value. Or do you want a Star Wars comic book? Seen right here. What do you want? Just let me know in the comments, but you win a prize. Here's the Star Wars cards. Let me show you the Star Wars card. But this is issue 2 of Star Wars, the movie adaptation. It's not in the greatest shape, full disclosure, but it's still pretty good. Or do you want some Grease Topps cards or some Star Wars Topps cards or some Batman 1989? You get 5 cards. Batman 1989, mint condition Topps cards to promote the very first Tim Burton movie, Batman, with the great Jack Nicholson as the Joker.
Also, Also, I dropped your email in there so he can email you directly and get it all sorted.
Oh, I didn't mention that. Yeah, how we get this going? Just tell me where you want it mailed. P.O. box, work address, home address, whatever. Just tell me where you want me to mail your prize, and it will go out on Monday. At goldar3 at AOL.com. I'll just say it for listeners. But that matter now, it's after the fact. But GOLDAR number 3 at AOL.com. Goldar3 at AOL.com. Starting to lose my voice. So yeah, the answer was Shaka. Land of the Lost premiered in 1974. Rick Marshall and his son and daughter, Will and Holly, were on a routine expedition, like the lyrics in the theme song, when their raft was struck by an earthquake and fell down a waterfall, landing them in the land of the lost. Alice and Grumpy were dinosaurs who repeatedly terrorized them, while Shaka was a Pakuni whom Holly befriended. Bonus question, easy question. What were the name of their villains? These were monster villains in Land of the Lost. They were lizard-like. They made pretty scary hissing sounds. Someone in chat, just for poops and giggles. Do you know, Sarah, the answer to that?
What was the question?
Who were the villains in Land of the Lost? They were lizard-like monsters. Do you know the name?
I never watched it, and I never wanted to watch it as a kid because it was so not realistic, and I was into realism at the time, so I watched a lot of, like I said, Superman and all that kind of stuff. Now I'm an adult and I just can't see it. It's not around.
That's fine. Michael Haywood guessed tops or chose Topps card Star Wars. You got it. I'll send you 5 on Monday. Good job. And I'm going to, and I'll put it on the screen. Goldar3 at AOL.com. Yep. You spelled it just right, Sarah. Good job.
Well, Michael, I just copy pasted what you sent me.
Michael correctly guessed the bonus question, Slee Stacks. Yes, those are the monsters. I'll pull up a picture for later. Sarah, you've got to see what these dudes look like. Hey, I might be able to find a clip. Hang on. You've got to see what these costumes look like. See, I'm introducing you to some pop culture stuff. It's well before your time. It's pretty damn cool.
I know more about everything but the 70s. The 70s was never really my thing. I love the 60s though. That was great.
Yeah, I'm going to find a clip. Yeah, it was.
80s was good. But yeah, 70s just got, past me. That's how it happened. But yeah.
This must be like heavily copyrighted. I can't even find anything from a fan channel of a classic Slee stock. God dang it.
Dude, getting the show ready that we're keep postponing on my end. Dude, trying to get stuff for that. So many stuff that I found, but it gets banned worldwide. I'm like, so I had to do like plan B and C.
You're referring to the topic of no, that's fine. That's my fault. I'm the one that's talking over you, and I shouldn't do that.
You're fine.
The topic will be TV shows based on hit movies, good or bad.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can get this to go. Now I'm converting a clip. You've got to see these Slee stacks. All right, hang on. It's going. It's uploading.
Awesome.
And we're going to talk about some classic video games later on in today's show. Arcade games from the 80s, and that pertains to our video game show theme of the week, and we'll do a little featurette on that. I told myself I wouldn't go longer than 3 hours, and here we are at the 3-hour mark. God.
Well, that's what happens.
Excuse me.
But I have my laptop plugged in.
You're not going to lose power.
Nope, unless I lose power.
We're going to look at a clip of the Slee Stacks from 1974, Sid Marty Krofft's Land of the Lost, the original. It's processing, and I'll hit play, and I hope the stream doesn't go down. Because, again, this is like this and HR Puffin stuff, Land of the Lost and HR Puffin stuff are the biggest protected of all the Sid Marty Krofft shows. By the way, we didn't plug the Pluto TV channel for Sid Marty Krofft. Check it out. It's awesome. So you can see these shows. Now, Sarah and everybody, these were the Slee Stacks.
Galactic, my friends.
Marshall. I'm scared to play that theme. I don't know. I'm scared to play that theme. I think the stream will go down. It's just not. I know it'll come back up, but it's just not worth it. But you saw what that thing looked like, right?
Yes. I did not know that was them. They look like Gorns. That's what always made me think of that.
It was a ripoff of the Gorns, a little bit with the big bug eyes.
I liked it. I loved it.
I'm going to have some balls and try to play it with the theme and all. If the stream goes down, I'll stall and we'll talk. It'll come back up. F it. There's a 3-minute clip. I want you to hear what they sound like. You saw what they look like, but I want to attempt to play a clip where you can hear what they sound like. Here we go.
Galactic, my friends.
Marshall, Will, and Holly on a routine expedition met the greatest earthquake ever known. High on the rapids, it struck their tiny raft and plunged them down 1,000 feet below to the land of the lost. To the land of the lost. To the land of the lost. Will and Harley Marshall, as the earth beneath them trembled, lost their father through the door of time. Uncle Jack went searching and found the kids at last, looking for a way to escape from the land of the
Pretty groovy, huh? Did it go down the stream? I don't think
Nope.
it did.
No, we were fine the whole time. Good job.
Good for now. Good. Now, I'm really worried about that one. Okay. Back to the game. And I'll give away other prizes too. So the Star Wars Topps cards are claimed, but I have more. Still got Batman 1989 cards. Still have Grease 1978 cards. Still have.
That's okay. I never got with you. I never got with you in the prizes that I won last time, so I got to do that still too.
What?
Back with you on the prize that I won last time.
Oh,
so yeah. I keep forgetting that too. Jeez, I've been busy lately.
And I still need to mail you that T-shirt, but nobody cares about that. We can talk about that offline. It's just a matter of finding a package big enough. That's what she said. Mail that to you. Seriously, I mean, because I have what I do when I mail the cards in an envelope with one stamp. I can mail no more than 5 cards and get away with one first-class stamp. That's an ounce. It can't be more than an ounce, or I'd send more. But 5 cards is pretty good, but that's still not quite as many as you get in a pack back in the 70s of Topps cards. There would be like 7 cards and a sticker and a piece of gum. But 5 isn't.
Oh, yeah, well, just mail people gum instead.
Yeah. So congratulations to our winner of the first prize. And Michael Haywood, good job, sir. Now, the next question. Question number 7 of 10. What was the name of the space thing in the Far Out Space Nuts? Was it A? I've already said this. The Dorse, B, Shelby, C, Shaka, or D, Honk? What was the name of the space thing in the Far Out Space Nuts? Sid Marty Krofft Saturday morning live action TV show. Was it A, the Dorse, B, Shelby, C, Shaka, or D, Honk? I'll wait a moment for people to catch up if there was a delay. Michael Haywood still playing good. He guessed A. You're welcome, sir. And you said, Sarah, Esmeralda said, you do not want to send gum from the 70s. Even in the 70s, it was terrible. It tasted like cardboard. It was brittle. Even when it was new, it was bad gum.
You know, when I was a little kid, cause Legends was our comic book store. That's where we went to for our comic books, our cards, and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And we would get baseball cards there, right?
Right.
And yeah, I would get it only for the gum because baseball's stupid. Anyways, but I only got it for the gum because we weren't allowed to chew gum as a kids. And so I would chew that one because I was allowed to because it was so terrible. And it was terrible. And I stopped altogether because it was terrible.
Danny says, I'm lost. I put his comment on the screen a moment ago. But question 7, what was the name of the space thing in the Far Out Space Nuts? A, the Dorse, B, Shelby, C, Shaka, or D, Honk? The answer is Honk. Far Out Space Nuts premiered in 1975. A spaceship had launched prematurely and traveled to several strange worlds. Now's my chance for Rick, if he's still out there, to play the entire opening. I'll risk it. It made the stream go down last time, but I'm going to play the complete opening.
Okay.
To the Far Out Space Nuts. That sounds awkward when I say that. Far Out Space Nuts.
Far Out Space Nuts.
Breakfast. Lunch. I said lunch, not lunch!
Where is the world that they used to know? And how will they ever return? Now they got a home where the strangest creatures roam. Something better help them along. So step right up and take a look at the stars. You're leaving the world behind. Oh, step right up, you won't believe your eyes. And what those far out space nuts find. And what those far out space nuts find. Space nuts with far out. Space nuts with far out. Space nuts.
How strange. It didn't go down, but it did the other time. We played that on your channel. Weird.
I don't think it went down on my channel. I'm having bird
What?
issues. Give me a second.
What'd you say?
Sorry, I'm having bird issues. I said, I don't think it went down on my channel. I don't think it was mine. I don't think it did.
Question 8 out of 10. I'm going to make this a prize question. So you can pick your prize: 5 Batman 1989 Topps cards, 5 Star Wars 1977 Topps cards, or 5 1978 Grease Topps cards. Be the first person to correctly answer and say claim, and you'll win a prize. Or the V comic book, because I've already given away this. No, or the Star Wars comic book. choice of either one of these two comic books. That's right. I get confused. I thought I'd already given away the Star Wars comic. No, he chose the Star Wars Topps cards.
Yes.
Question 8 of 10. What character or characters were on the Bugaloos? A. Woofer and Tweeter. Before Twitter. Woofer and Tweeter, A. B. Sparky Firefly. C. Funky Rat. Or D. All of these. Which characters were on the Bugaloos? Was it A. Woofer and Tweeter, B. Sparky Firefly, C. Funky Rat, or D. All of these? And while that's catching up, I'm going to play the theme.
Okay.
I'm going to play the theme to the Bugaloos, the opening from 1970.
The Bugaloos?
The Bugaloos, the Bugaloos, we're in the air and everywhere, flying high, flying loose, flying free as a summer breeze, happy as a summer breeze. The Bugaloos, we're in the air and everywhere. The Bugaloos, we're in the air and everywhere. Flying high, flying loose, flying free as a summer breeze. The Bugaloos, we're climbing high and diving low through the sky, across the land, straight to you with a helping hand. Ready with a helping hand. We are friends indeed, should you need, if you ever need. The Bugaloos, we're in the air and everywhere, flying high, flying loose.
Don't forget to write. We love to hear from you.
The Bugaloos, climbing high and flying free.
Okay. The Bugaloos. There's Sarah.
Yeah, sorry about that. Paulo fell down, went boom, and then got everybody upset.
No, that's fine. So we got a lot of answers for this trivia question. And so let's reveal the answer right now. I'm trying to multitask. I'm stalling. Okay. I'm going to repeat the question. Which character or characters were on the Bugaloos? A. Woofer and Tweeter. B. Sparky Firefly. C. Funky Rat. Or D. All of these? Everyone who guessed got it right. D. All of these. So good job, Esmeralda. Do you want a prize? Esmeralda, did you ever get the grease card? Did you ever check your P.O. box, by the way? Let me know in the comments. And Michael has already won a prize. So it's one. You can win next week if you want to play trivia next week. You're eligible, but it's one prize per player per show. Rick Clark says, oh my God, I forgot all about this, meaning the Bugaloos. But yeah, it was D, all of them. So good job, Esmeralda. Good job, Michael Haywood.
All right, Esmeralda didn't have to cheat off me. Good job. But not that I knew anyways, but good job.
No,
dude, we just got taken down. You just got taken down right now. It was the Bugaloos was the one that took us down.
I knew one of them did, but it'll come back up.
Yeah, that's why I was all confused.
That's okay. It'll come back up. We'll just talk for a little bit. And
no worries.
Let me just find where I was at with the next one. So
the Bugaloos, actually the worst one ever.
I knew one of them. I knew one of them. Let me look up the episode guide to the Bugaloos. I'll talk about the air date of that. Bugaloos. It's not even a good theme song, you know? Isn't that weird? That's
right?
the only one. I thought for sure it would be Land of the Lost that would be an issue. Because I know it's a problem with HR Puff and stuff with the bots,
right?
Bot gods. But let's see here. The Bugaloos first debuted on September 12th, 1970. and it aired on NBC. So Sid and Marty Krofft originally were affiliated with NBC before they made the jump to ABC. And there's only 17 episodes of The Bugaloos. The first one, as I said, airing on September 12th, 1970, titled Firefly, Light My Fire. And the last episode airing on January 2nd, 1971. And the title of that episode was The Good Old Days. And January 2nd, 1971. Now,
right,
let's get back to our trivia. What's that?
We're back.
Okay. Oh, I know. Yeah. Rick, it went down. It was The Bugaloos. I couldn't remember. I knew one of these shows when Sarah and I did a show on her channel, My Flock on YouTube. It was it was the worst TV shows of all time. And I lumped some of the Sid and Marty Krofft shows. I knew I played one of the themes. I was confused. It wasn't Far Out Space Nuts. Obviously, it was The Bugaloos. Man, I thought the problem would be Land of the Lost. I know HR Puffin stuff. I'm not even going to try to play that one. So welcome back. Welcome back, Rick. We're back. Yeah, it's back. Jeez, I hate that. Let me just wait a second for people to come back. Anyone who might have hung with us. Future 9 times out of 10, don't want to jinx myself. If my stream goes down on YouTube, it'll come back up. It's never an issue on Twitch or Twitter. It's usually an issue with Facebook or YouTube. I don't know why on the live stream on those platforms, but we're back
because they have more copyright things than the other platforms do.
Copyright detection.
Yeah, and also, I mean, you're allowed to on Twitch just literally play anybody's stuff, and then you don't have to talk over it. So yeah, it's kind of a problem, but also kind of not a problem too, right? But
right. The only reason I mentioned or played that clip of the opening of The Bugaloos and the ending, and by the way, you notice Martha Ray right there. Martha Ray is a well-known character actor in her own right. You know, it's funny. We talked about this on your show, Sarah. A lot of actors needed a check, like Charles Nelson Riley was in one of the shows. I've never tried to play this opening, Lidsville, and I still will try, but that could make the damn stream go down. So anyone that came back when the stream went down, bear with me. If I talk for a little while, I hate to put this out there. If the bots are listening, they might adjust to this tactic. But if I talk for a little while with Sarah or just by myself, given some facts, the stream 9 times out of 10 will come back up in a few moments. So
yeah.
That question 8 of 10 was what characters were on The Bugaloos? The answer was all of these: Woofer and Tweeter, Sparky Firefly, and Funky Rat. And there's only 17 episodes of The Bugaloos. You know, it seems like these went on longer than they did. There's only 17 episodes on NBC between 1970 and 1971.
One episode of The Bugaloos was too much. Just saying.
Yeah. Question 9 of 10. That was an evil laugh on my part. I think I got that from watching too much Rodak on Space Giants. But we talked about that last week. I played some clips of the Space Giants from WTBS, WTCG airings from way back in the late 70s and then 1980. Question 9, in HR Puffin stuff, what did Jimmy have that Witchy Poo wanted? This is a simple question, so there's no prize attached to this one. In HR Puffin stuff, what did Jimmy have that Witchy Poo wanted? A book on Tom Sawyer. B, a gold watch. C, a gold magical flute. Or D, a diamond ring. Repeating, question 9 of 10 of trivia for Sid and Marty Krofft Saturday morning live action shows. In HR Puffin stuff, which was the first Sid and Marty Krofft live action Saturday morning program, what did Jimmy have that Witchy Poo wanted? A book on Tom Sawyer. B, a gold watch. C, a magical gold flute. Or D, a diamond ring. I better wait because when the stream goes down, there's a delay that builds up. So
yeah, it does.
I want to give people a chance, even though it's not for a prize. I want to give people a chance to answer. Esmeralda's here. Michael Haywood says C. Esmeralda guessed flute. Sarah guessed LOL. No, I'm kidding.
It was the answer the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm always right, don't you know?
Obviously, the answer is C, a gold magical flute. Jimmy had a magical flute named Freddie, spelled like Freddie Mercury, by the way, not F-E-R-D-D-Y, but F-R-E-D-D-I-E, like Freddie Mercury. Jimmy had a magical flute named Freddie who talked. Witchy Poo wanted to steal it and add it to her earthly possessions. Puffin stuff was hiding Jimmy on the island to keep him away? So there you go. You got it right. Everyone who guessed got that one right. Question 10. I'll finish the trivia and then I'll play the other clips, which may cause the stream to go down. I don't know. These are unknowns. These are clips I'd never shared on your channel, Sarah. Marty Krofft openings. Question 10. Which of these little people played Sigmund and Sigmund in the Sea Monsters, Sid Marty Krofft show? A. Philip Paley. B. Van Snowden. C. Billy Barty. Or D. Patty Maloney. I'll go ahead and make the surprise question. Whoever answers this correctly and says claim, first person to answer correctly and says claim in the comments, whatever platform you're watching live on, gets a prize of your choice, a comic book or some cards, 5 cards, vintage cards from 77 or 1978 or 1989. Question 10, final question, letting the delay build up here. Which of these little people played Sigmund in Sigmund and the Sea Monsters? Was it A, Philip Paley, B, Van Snowden, C, Billy Barty, or D, Patty Maloney? Let me just see what y'all are guessing. Anybody? Rick Clark guesses Billy Barty. Michael Haywood says C, claim, but you already won a prize. So if you're right, that's just for fun because you already chose you wanted the Star Wars cards. So that's what I'm sending you. Next week you can you're eligible for a prize. Am I wrong? Wasn't Michael Haywood the one who Snark and Sass? I got a clip to share with you of Billy Barty in just a second. She says, I love Billy Barty. Hello, welcome to you, Snark and Sass. She's a good teammate of Sarah's. They do a great job together, great chemistry.
Well, that's our Thursday. But all blends in. We talk about everything there too.
Facebooker guessed C. So that's our final question of the Sid Marty Krofft trivia. And let me reveal the answer right now. Final question of tonight's show. Which of these little people played Sigmund and the Sea Monsters? Was it A, Philip Paley, B, Van Snowden, C, Billy Barty, or D, Patty Maloney? I sort of gave away the answer when I responded to Snarky when I said, I got a clip of Billy Barty because the answer is Billy Barty, who later was in Dr. Shrinker. I'm going to play that opening in a minute, which was part of the Krofft Super Show from 1976 to 1978. And they showed downtown Atlanta. Rick, if you're still out there, you're going to love this footage. You've never seen it. Of old Atlanta, taped, shot on videotape in 1976, when you see how underdeveloped Atlanta was then compared to now. Go and play it. But yeah, Billy Barty, who also played Sparky in the Bugaloos, was the answer. Van Snowden played Sigmund's father, Big Daddy, on Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. Patty Maloney was Honk, the honky, if you will, in Far Out Space Nuts. And Philip Paley played Shaka in Land of the Lost. So the answer is Billy Barty. I'm going to play a clip of Billy Barty right now. Good job. Good job. And Michael adds, madmen with an evil mind. Dr. Shrinkle, a madman with an evil mind. Yeah, he's referring to the lyrics. Let's play the opening to that show. Dr. Shrinker. And I hope we don't get taken down. It's only 43 seconds long. This was like Sid Marty Kroft's answer to Land of the Giants by Irwin Allen. Let's watch.
Dr. Shrinker, he's a madman with an evil mind. Dr. Shrinker, he's as crazy as you'll ever find. Crack him on the doctor's dial. We get our shrunk in 5 days or 8. Will they always be so small? Will they be lucky and get away? Dr. Shrinker, he's a madman with an evil mind. Dr. Shrinker, he's as crazy as you'll ever find. Dr. Shrinker.
What an opening. What an opening. That's pretty weird. All right. Let's go ahead and play. Go ahead, dear.
It's freaking amazing. I'm sorry. I don't know where to even begin with that. That's awesome.
That opening?
Yeah, that was great. It made me think of 007, the man with the golden gun or whatever, and it made me think of Mini-Me. It was all over the place. I loved it. And Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. So good.
Snarky's never heard of Dr. Shrinker. Yeah, I mean, let me look at how many episodes there were. There weren't that many. Jerry Dobson on Facebook says Big Daddy reminded me of Archie Bunker. Okay. And I watched Dr. Shrinker. I remember that really well. And Jay Robinson was in a classic Star Trek, Alon of Troyes from season 3. He's the dude that got stabbed in the back by Alon, purple alien. That's that same actor.
Yeah, well.
From 1968. By the way, that was the second episode film for season 3 of Star Trek. NBC aired it way longer in the season 3 rotation of aired episodes, but Alon of Troyes was filmed after Spectre and the Gun, the Wild West Star Trek episode, where the Ecosians ported our heroes to the Old West, and Chekhov love, and Chekhov gets killed and shot.
Yeah. The OK Corral stuff.
Correct. Doc Holliday and all that jazz.
Oh yeah.
The world is Atlanta's a beautiful city, but it has some of the worst traffic. Yeah, she used to live here. She's in Oregon State now. So I don't know what to do now, because I think I'll do Lidsville, because this is kind of a risky one. It's an unknown. Look at Charles Nelson Riley without his hairpiece. This is a few years before Match Game began. Match Game began on CBS in 1973, in summer 73. I think it was June of 73. I know it was. This is 1971, Lidsville. And look at the kid. You'll notice Eddie Munster as the kid in this.
In the middle of the summer, in the middle of a park, there began a great adventure for a boy whose name was Mark. He had come to see the magic man along with all the children, and 'twas so began the day that Mark was never to forget. He performed all sorts of miracles, and Mark was so impressed that when the time arrived to go, he lagged behind the rest. Then quietly he did return the secret of the hat to learn, but everyone had gone away and darkness held a threat. The moment that he touched the hat, the room began to glow, and as he put it down and ran, the hat began to grow and 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 grow. He was stunned and he was fascinated, still he had to see there was something deep inside the hat. What could that something be? Then cautiously each step he took, he climbed upon the brim to look, and all at once the hat began to shake and rock. Look out! Falling, falling, into the hat he fell, spinning, turning, whirling, twirling, down, down. And when he looked into the skies, he couldn't believe his ears or eyes. Lidsville is the cookiest, Lidsville is the kickiest, Lidsville is the grooviest, Lidsville is a living and friend. If you get a chance to go there, you'll be glad you did, 'cause everybody who goes to Lidsville really flips his lid.
How's that for a topper?
Everybody there wears a hat, everybody knows where it's at. In the land of hats, that's Lidsville. You can find it on magic maps, where the mountains wear mountain caps, lined with welcome mats, that's Lidsville. I've seen people put on hats, and then they tie or pin them. In Lidsville there's no need for that, because they live right in them. So if you bump into a bonnet, with ears and eyes and nose upon it, nope, you haven't gone bats, that's Lidsville. Liddy, Liddy, Liddyville, not to be confused with Nitty Grittyville, the land of living hats, that's Lidsville.
Pretty weird, huh? Now, for some reason, that did not go down. Good. I want to show you some of my Sid Marty Krofft stuff. Oh, let me switch cameras so you can see it up close and personal. Let me change my camera shot. There. Look at this. This is the VHS Columbia House. Sid Marty Krofft. There we go. Front and back. Got them all. I collected the whole thing. Let me open it up. This is before. Now they're on Pluto TV. But that's what the inside of the videotape looked like. This volume had, let me see what was on that. HR Puffin Stuff, Sigmund and the Sea Monsters, and Electra Woman and Dinah Girl. Yeah. And this is a pretty cool VHS set. Look at that. Look at these volumes. Kind of a trip, huh? Sarah, I'll put you right back on. I know I just wanted to blow myself up big. So, and this is like vinyl. This is like a vinyl case. Look at the side. Let me show that up close in case anyone wants to pause it that's watching on their TV. Sorry, listeners. I know this is kind of visual oriented, but look there. It's just really cool. This was from, I think, 1999 from Kid Rhino VHS. Check that out. And let me get at one of the volumes. Look at that. Like the logo at the end credits. Isn't that cool? Really colorful. You got to glare from all my lights in here. So it even smells good. It smells like a hose. Like, you remember back in Kmart in the garden section or at Home Depot, you go where the garden section is and it smells like garden hoses, like fresh garden hoses. That's what this tape collection smells like, to bring a 3D element to it. But yeah. So there's that. And then I have, I already showed this in case you tuned in late, very rare compact disc of all of the themes and some songs by Jack Wild that he performed on HR Puffin Stuff. This was released in the year 2000 and it's very pricey if you can find it now. So there's that. And then, oh shit, everything will fall family show if I pull this out. That's what she said. Excuse me while I whip this out. But oh, I got it. The Electra Woman and Dinah Girl Volume 1. I just love the art. It's in plastic. I opened it from the bottom like I used to do. That was smart. Now VHS is worth a lot. Most people threw their VHS away. There's the front. There's the back. And it had 2 complete episodes of Electra Woman and Dinah Girl, Glitter Rock and The Sorcerer's Golden Trick. And you'll see the opening to Glitter Rock. In the opening credits, it showed the villain of that week. And there were only 8 episodes of Electra Woman and Dinah Girl. Now, yeah, and Sarah and Snarky did a combo on their YouTube channels. Snark and Sass YouTube channel. And My Flock, they did Electra, Snark, and Dinah Flock the other night, Thursday night. It's pretty funny. Rick Clark says, I saw Jack Wild in a movie in the 1970s. Really? I got to look him up. I didn't know. And she, before that, Snark said he smelled it. I did. I smell comic books too. That's why I don't grade a lot of comics. I should. Grading means you, of course, encase a book in a tomb, basically, but it's a necessary evil if you want to resell or if you want to keep the book for a kid or a relative after you're dead. These will keep comic books around for, they say, up to 100 years. I always copy the Lost in Space first episode. The narrator, Dick Tufeld, when they go into suspended animation in the first old Lost in Space episode, he says, the Robinson family are going to enter a state of suspended animation, which will last for the next 9.5 years. He says years like that. Anyway, let me bring Sarah back on. I'm sorry, Sarah. Hey, girl.
That's okay. You probably good thing you put me back there for so long because I couldn't stop laughing after the thing you played. That was hilarious. That was wow.
What did I play?
All right.
I don't even remember.
Whatever it was, you're right. LSD must have been the flavor of that guy.
Well, getting back to something I said I'd follow up on, Dr. Shrinker lasted 16 episodes starting on September 11th, 76. Now, Rick, here, I'm going to show you the vintage Atlanta right now. And I'll look up some other facts. Oh, yeah, Lidsville. Let me see how long Lidsville ran. I want to look that up while I have this. Because I always forget, I'm always moving so fast in this show that I say, okay, let me look that, and I forget, right? I do that all the damn time. Hang on, Lidsville. I typed my keyboard so hard I've lost the D key. I'm serious. The D key flew off.
I tell you every time I see him in chats and he's like, typing, right? I go, I can hear you typing from here. He lost his D key.
So Lidsville ran on ABC, not NBC. Started in September 71, 17 episodes. I don't know what it was. Usually a half season will be 13 episodes. I don't know what the deal was with 17 episodes. Maybe they had different rules for Saturday morning TV or some shit, some stuff. Sorry, family show. So let's get to the next round of clips pertaining to Sid Marty Krofft. All right, good. I got Lidsville handled. The Bugaloos is handled. And I'll look up something on Jack Wilde. That was another fact. I want to point out when he died. It's sad, but he had a really big following. He did. Women love that guy. Played the Lost Saucer, played Far Out Space Nuts a couple times for Rick's benefit. He saw the whole thing. Okay. You're going to see some new Sid Marty Krofft stuff in this opening. This is the opening that shows classic Atlanta, videotaped in 1976 with the fictional band, the Kongs. And then I have something I've not shared with Sarah or myself pertaining to the Kongs from 1976. But look, this was all a setup for the Sid Marty Krofft indoor amusement park that was at then the Omni International Hotel area, which is now called the CNN Center in downtown Atlanta. And I went to it as a toddler. It only lasted 6 months in 1976. Bad area to do it. Bad area. Great concept, bad area. You didn't have to worry about weather, rain. It was all indoors. There was a pinball machine game where you're like a little person in a giant pinball machine. I remember that vividly. Gave me nightmares then and for a long time after I was in that place. Went with my dad. We had a great time. Here is the opening. Check this out of old school Atlanta in Sid Marty Kroft's The Krofft Super Show, which lasted from 1976 to 1978.
Don't get left behind. Take a trip with us today. We will lead you to a land of dreams. Broadcast some super shows. They will blow your mind away. When you join us, you'll know why we say it's just a crazy world where anything goes down, where most of what appears isn't true. So in this crazy world, we like to be downtown and laugh and laugh along with you. The Krofft Super Show. The Krofft Super Show.
Hey, kids. Captain Cool here with the Kongs.
Hi, kids. Super Chick here.
Hi, Turkey here.
Hi, I'm Nashville.
And Flatbush is here.
the great Northwest comes the legendary Bigfoot, who 8 years ago saved a young child lost in the vast wilderness and raised that child until he grew up to be Wild Boy.
Sitting in a junkyard waiting to be ground up is a pile of cars. Looking for an old car, found a funny sled car, let's make him ours. Found a magic horn, a new car was born. The toughest of the toughest, two good cars.
I'll play that opening later. Yes, Sarah, I know the stream went down, but hopefully it'll be back. I wonder which of those themes the bots had an issue with.
Well, I don't know, because yeah, I know. But the other thing I've noticed too recently is when I uploaded the Dino Girl theme to my channel, it was copyrighted, right? But then when I just took the music out and did my own video over it, it was only copyrighted. So sometimes it's not just the music; it's the visuals that is copyrighted, not the music anymore.
Oh wow! Okay, cool. Let me just let people know in chat, or you can for me. All right, we're back, but just be patient. Let me put clip over. God, I misspelled. Let me delete my own comment. I misspelled it. How do I take that? I guess I can't. All right, whatever. I said clip over with 2 R's. Shit. Well, the next clip I have is something really cool from 1976. I'm going to wait until the stream comes back on. Do you have anything? Do you have anything to add? I got to get up and check my monitor. Do you have anything to add about? Oh, cool. We're back. Sorry, folks. Thanks for bearing with us. You did exactly like you should have, or like I hoped you would. You don't have to do anything. You could get the hell out if you get pissed and they're like, went down and F this guy. Excuse me, family show. F this guy. But you didn't.
I also put your Facebook in the chat here on Facebook on YouTube, so they can always hop over there and then they get taken down, whatever the heck.
That's smart. You're so good like that. You're so good like that. But for some reason, I muted my monitor. That's how I know when it's down. I can hear it in another area. So I'll do that in a minute when I get up. But welcome back. Welcome back. So, but didn't you love? Well, maybe not mean anything to you, Sarah, because you're in Southern California. But I love being in Atlanta and seeing the old Atlanta, because ever since the Olympics of '96, there's been rapid growth here in the city. Too much growth, overdevelopment, too much concrete, too many apartment buildings, too much traffic, too many cars, and not enough road. And
what you're saying is because Georgia has filming stuff and California apparently doesn't have Hollywood anymore, I wouldn't appreciate it? What?
You know what sucks is now there's going to be an even bigger delay for people. I'm glad the trivia is over, because now it went down for so long that the YouTubers, there's going to be, because right now Sarah's saying, we love you, Chance, we will wait for you. How sweet. I don't know if she's actually watching us back or if that's when we were down. I don't know. It's hard. I'm going to assume that's a nice thing to say. She's a nice lady.
Esmeralda's epic. I think you just called her Sarah. Or I just heard her name.
Esmeralda. I meant to say it. Well, you too. You're both cool. But oh, I never played my clip for Snarky if she's still there. This one should not be a problem. Knock on wood. I never know what's going to be an issue. About Billy Barty. Billy Barty, and then I'll pull up the Jack Wild stuff while it's playing. This is a movie you've got to see, Sarah. It's hard to find. It's probably streaming on Tubi. I've not really looked for it, but I saw it in the theater, and it starred, co-starred Billy Barty. Where the hell is it? I know I have it right here. Where are you? And it's a movie about filming the classic Wizard of Oz with the little people in a hotel.
Oh, yes. Nice.
And I've talked about it before, but I pulled the trailer and I don't know why I can't find it right now. Let me just keep
Starkey wanted to know too, when are we going to do a show about the monkeys? So we have to do that because I don't know jack crap.
That's going to be epic. Taken down. You can't play that monkey stuff. You know what? And I don't do a lot of shows about music. I will do some about the best record album art and make it visual and show record albums, but that'd be good for YouTube only, not good for listeners, right? So I got to do some thinking on how to do music, because music's always a bear unless I play I hate to put this out there because then they'll catch live versions that sound like the studio version. You can do that. I've done that before. But music's so
right,
tricky.
and you can also get covers of it too. That's usually less copyrighted as well. I mean, look what I had to do for the upcoming show for the MASH theme, right? I mean, because the lyrics, right? So, there's ways around things. Sometimes it just takes more work, but it's worth it though.
And
if
brain power.
product is good.
With two brains are better than one. So you and I, right?
Oh yeah. There we go.
Now I'm going to play this trailer to a movie called Under the Rainbow from 1981. A lot of people don't like this movie. Stars Chevy Chase, Carrie Fisher, and a lot of little people, including Billy Barty. And I thought it was a funny movie. Sarah, you're going to like me a lot less when I tell this quick story about seeing that movie when I was a kid. When I was 9 or 10 years old, I'm in the movie theater seeing this movie. And I'm with my friends. We're laughing. We're innocently doing nothing wrong. And this girl who has an adopted doll, like a pre-adopted doll, says, "Shut up," to me. Right. And just keeps telling me to shut up and quit laughing and all this. And this is horrible what I did to get even with her. I had a cup of Coca-Cola. I'm probably going to lose audience. And I was a little kid. I go to the restroom, pour out the Coke, and I pee in that.
Oh my God.
At the end of the movie, I wait and the thing's warm. I don't pour it on the girl, so don't worry. That'd be evil, right?
You're getting hairs and catching your pee. Go on, Chad.
I didn't do anything to the girl. I didn't do anything to the girl. But at the end of the movie, I'm with my friend Jason Chandler, and I said, "Watch this." And right when the credits roll, I pour the pee on the doll, and I hear the girl go, "What the?" And then she realizes it's urine. She goes, and I hear, as we're running, I hear behind me, "Oh my God!" Horrible thing to do. Bad seed thing to do. But,
oh my God.
I'm really creative when it comes to, getting even with somebody that did me wrong. Hate to say
right?
it.
Well,
Not
it's okay.
anymore. It used to be.
Listen. One time as a kid, I got mad at the neighbors for yelling at my cat, right? And so I peed in a container, and I went ahead on a night that was freezing, and I let my pee, get cool, right? And I poured it over the door handles. So there you go. I'm not much better than you, Chance.
Snark, I am naughty. Not so much anymore, but yeah, that was bad. I got that all over. That must have been a bear to clean. I'm sure she could wash it in a clothes washer and get it cleaned up, but that was pretty mean. I gotta admit, to pour my pee on her doll. Anyway, if you had been there, no excuse for what I did, but this girl was a terror and just was terrorizing me and my friend just for laughing at jokes. Unbelievable. Well, let's watch the preview finally to Under the Rainbow.
I'm not much better. Not much better.
I promise I didn't get any pee on the girl. I was careful. I remember. But I remember we run. I go to my friend. I said, "Jason, get ready to run." I go, "Ready? Run!" And then I poured the pee all over the doll. Okay. And I hear, "What the? Oh my God." Okay, you heard that. I've told that 5 times. All right. Where is the trailer? I had it right there. I need a deep breath. All right. Here's the trailer to Under the Rainbow. Hopefully you can dig it.
What the hell's going on here?
Guess what happened when 150 midgets checked into a hotel in Hollywood to make one of the world's biggest movies?
I want a room.
What happened to that hotel and to Hollywood has to be seen to be believed. Now, the real madness can be shown.
Give me my bucket. That's my favorite bucket.
The cable! And believe you me, it's not short on action. It's not short on danger.
I could have held the elevator, sir.
And it's not short on romance.
Bruce Thorpe, United States Secret Service.
Okay. And I suppose that's your gun, huh?
Oh, no, I wear a shoulder holster.
It's not short on excitement either. All kinds of excitement.
Not bad.
And you better believe it's not short on laughs.
I'm gonna miss you too.
No time for pygmy perversion.
Seek higher. You will cooperate or I'll blow your brains out.
If you haven't already guessed, it'll be out shortly. Chevy Chase, Carrie Fisher, and 150 of Hollywood's smallest stars in Under the Rainbow, a giant comedy. Coming from Orion Pictures.
What an interesting hotel.
I like that movie. What'd you think, Sarah? Have you ever seen that movie before, or that preview?
I've never seen the preview, no, but I've heard talk about that movie and how it's like right up my alley. Definitely, definitely got to see that now. Great. So great. Yeah,
It's a bad rap. Right, Snark? Just love the movie. I thought it was hilarious. Now, there's one scene, no animals were harmed in this movie, that cracked me up with a little poodle, right, that was catching a little chew toy, a ball. And I'm not going to say who, somebody accidentally throws the ball, or on purpose, out the window, and the poodle catches the ball and jumps. And you hear it fall to its doom. You don't see. I love dogs. I love animals. Don't misunderstand, Snarky. You just rescued a baby squirrel the other day. I thought that touched my heart. It's all not real, right? But that was a funny bit. I laughed so hard in that theater. That's probably why that girl with the Cabbage Patch doll, or whatever that thing was mad. They tried to, how they dare you laugh at that scene? Who knows? I mean, I'm just. But yeah, it's a pretty damn funny movie.
Oh man.
Snarky
Yeah. Well.
says, comment regarding my feelings about dwarves retracted. Look,
oh man,
I don't censor anybody. And Rick Clark says, one of my rich friends went to Studio 54 back in the day. Yeah, he probably had a lot of powder in his pocket. And she pointed out Pat McCormick. Yeah, there are a lot of character actors in there, like Robert Donner. He played Exodore in Mork and Mindy. You saw in that trailer lots of character actors. And damn it, I did not look up the Jack Wilde thing that I promised.
But no Burt Mustin. So sad.
Oh, yeah, he died in 1977. You're correct. And that movie was filmed, I guess, in 1980. And it didn't do well. It was like 1941 by Steven Spielberg. You know, funny movie. It had great moments, but it
dude, that was a great movie. 1941. Yeah, oh my god, I love that movie.
Yeah.
I mean, we even watched it in ROTC. Whoops.
And who's in that movie? Someone you've probably never heard of is Diane Kay. One of her big, it was supposed to be a breakthrough role for her to go from the small screen to the big screen. She was in 8 is Enough. And Diane Kay played the blonde sister, and she was very beautiful, and she was in 1941. Anyway, she did a Family Feud. They did a charity Family Feud, the 8 is Enough gang. And Richard Dawson says, yeah, I heard you just did a big movie with Steven Spielberg. She says, yep. And he goes, I know that's going to be big for you or something. I forget what he says, but then he gave her a big kiss on the lips. So Jack Wilde was born September 30th, 1952. He passed on March 1st, 2006. Sadly, at the age of 53, he was born in Tebworth, which is in Bedfordshire, England. And then alcoholism. By 21, Jack Wilde was an alcoholic. After exhausting his remaining fortune, he lived with his retired father for a few years. His alcoholism caused 3 cardiac arrests and resulted in numerous hospital stays. He was diagnosed with diabetes on March 14th, 1983. His alcoholism ruined both his career and his marriage to Gaynor Jones, spelled Gaynor, Gaynor Jones, who left him in 1985 because of his drinking. Kind of like Liz Montgomery with Gig Young, but I digress. My favorite Victoria Principal left Andy Gibb because of his cocaine abuse. She says, you choose the drugs or me. And he chose the drugs. And then by 1987, he was dead. That was the same year she quit Dallas too. Her character, Pamela Ewing, supposedly died in a car crash. Great cliffhanger where her Mercedes goes under a rig, an 18-wheeler truck, and explodes, but it turns out she lived, and they hired another actor. You know, she had plastic surgery and bandaged up her face. Spoiler alert. But anyway, I digress. So Jack Wilde died, like I said, on March 1st, 2006 from oral cancer. As I said, cancer of the throat. And he's buried in Toddington Parish Cemetery in Bedfordshire in England. Let me see if he had kids, but he was quite the heartthrob. Doesn't look like he had kids. All right. No. Wow. I brought the show way down with that.
Yeah. That's why I'm doing something else.
Rick Clark adds about his friend who went to Studio 54. My friend didn't care for cocaine. He's not a coke guy. Good. He'll kill you. Like that ties into Andy Gibb. We're going full circle. Andy Gibb of, that was the Bee Gees' younger brother. I Just Want to Be Your Everything. He had some hit songs, Shadow Dancing. He should have said yes to Victoria Principal and no to the drugs. Oh, well.
You know what my favorite movie that has cocaine in it is Crocodile Dundee, when he puts all the cocaine in the hot water for the guy to breathe in like that because he thought he was having like sinus issues.
I forgot all about that.
Oh,
I love that. Hell of a drug. I missed it. Yeah. I don't know if this guy, Jim Gossett Comedy, buddy of mine, he's on national radio. He does great impressions and parody songs. I think he wrote this joke, or maybe he did. Maybe it's from a movie, but he would say it a lot. He says, "Oh, I don't like cocaine. I just like the way it smells." Anyway. I think that's a funny damn joke.
Hilarious.
Whoever wrote
I'm gonna
it.
have to. That's great.
I'm still so way off. 4 hours in, and I still haven't even scratched the surface. Well, I'm gonna have to do some self-editing. Like Dan in South Carolina says, like Dan in South Carolina says, it's called a part 2. Indeed, sir. You charged up yet?
I'm gonna die. You're gonna kill me, Chance. You're gonna kill me on air, but be like, and Sarah died on air because of Chance making her laugh too hard. She exploded.
Oh God, no! Don't say that. Okay, let's get back to Sid and Marty Krofft. Now, this Krofft Cooper show, that band, that fictional band I showed with Captain Cool and the Kongs. The guy who played Captain Cool later went on to co-star rather in the later seasons of One Day at a Time. He played Julie's husband. He was a flight attendant, like a male flight attendant. His character, Michael Beck, and he was Captain Cool for Sid and Marty Krofft before he was in Norman Lear's One Day at a Time. Now, I can't play the song. Actually, YouTube already cut the song out. This is from American Bandstand, 1976. The Kongs performing, and this is a 2-minute, 32-second clip. Rare clip. I meant to play this after that opening where it showed Old Atlanta from 1976, but I got sidetracked. Let's just watch a little bit of this 2.5-minute clip.
Now, you got to tell me, that song I recognized from somewhere before. This is Michael Lembeck. Michael, underneath all of this makeup are some old friends. Would you, while you catch your breath as best you can, start with the lovely lady to my right.
This is Debbie Klinger, who plays Super Chick on the show.
And the gentleman in the lovely lavender on the end.
That's Bert Summer, and he plays Flatbush.
I know you, Bert, by George. Now, the ladies want to know how the crazy one in the back does the eyes.
Take off those fake eyes. There, see? Those are his real eyes. He just walks around like that all the time.
The hair is something else. That's real. Man's name is?
Mickey McNeil, ex-drummer of Three Dog Night.
Yeah. Mickey, nice. What's the character's name he plays?
He plays Turkey.
And the lovely... God, look at the hair over here. I mean...
This is Louise Duarte from Boston, and Louise plays Nashville.
Nice to have you with us. Hey. Now, I promised to find out how you do all of this stuff in here.
Well, we have a makeup man, and he helps us.
You haven't learned to do all that yourself. Look, it's even on the lips. Can you stay still for a minute? It's all glitter and stuff. You don't get in trouble swallowing that or anything.
No. I'm very careful with what I do with my mouth when I've got this on.
You guys have been on the air a very short length of time. 1 week now?
Yeah, just 1 week.
Now,
That's right.
The show is in the middle of the morning block here on ABC?
On the West Coast, it's 9:30 to 11 on ABC, Saturday mornings.
Now, I'm a little curious because you've all done serious musical things in your life. How do you handle this crazy getup? Is it fun? Do you feel weird? Do you get out in the street and walk around in this stuff?
I love every minute. Every minute, yeah, I really do.
We went to an Eagles concert like this one night.
Dressed like that?
When we were in Atlanta filming the TV show, we walked over to the Omni Theater and we walked in and no one stopped us. They thought we were part of
They thought you were just ordinary customers, yeah. How long does it take to do this? Can we get a close shot of this over here? How long does it take to do that, Mickey?
All right, the Gators. It takes about an hour, I guess, with this. It's amazing. When we first got our makeup on, we had to go cash a couple checks. We went to a bank, Hollywood Bank, but it was the natural thing.
They said it was the normal for that bank, for that
Just Hollywood and Vine or whatever, yeah. Is that a wig? Pardon me.
I don't think I should say.
Oh,
But
I'm
isn't
sorry.
it stunning anyway?
Yeah, let me see the back. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Hey, folks, much good luck with this show. Thank you so much for coming by. Nice to have you.
So it's Limbeck. I said Mike. I got his name wrong. I screwed up. But I thought that was a pretty interesting little clip. What do you think, Sarah?
I actually enjoyed that, and also, my God, why? Anyways, at the end of the day, I mean, listen, the '80s wasn't much
In
better.
my mouth. How about do you swallow? That was funny. I saw your comment.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah. And it gets in my mouth. I can't. Okay, I'm a family show. I don't mean to be a creep.
That's why we do the adult version on mine.
Michael Limbeck. Yeah, that's his name. I don't know why I called him Michael Beck, but he's 75 years old. His birthday was December 5th. Happy belated birthday to Michael Limbeck. He was born June 25th, 1948. I just won't go on and on about him, but I did like One Day at a Time. And yes, Snarky, that's why he looks familiar. He has 3 kids, and he was married to Barbara Dutch from 77 until whenever. It says question mark. Been married since 1990 to Lorna Patterson. Okay, cool. Well, I thought he was a pretty good actor. Anyway, so that's all I got to say about that.
Epic.
No reference to Laugh-In. Should I play some Laugh-In bloopers? I don't know if I should.
Yes.
I might do that. Some R-rated Laugh-In bloopers. You guys will be laughing your asses off if you've not seen this. I guess I'll play it now. I could use a break. I wanted to play the Wonderbug opening, but it might make the stream go down. That's 52 seconds. Fuck it. Excuse my language. Family show. F it. I'm going to play that. I'm all over the place. Here's 52 seconds of Wonderbug. Then I will play. I wasn't going to play the Electra Woman and Dinah Girl opening. You think that's too risky, Sarah? Is that what you're telling me? You had a problem with that?
No. I was just letting you know that the audio itself is not copyrighted. It was the visuals that are copyrighted on that. So I don't know. You played it before plenty of times and never got taken down. So
I know. I don't know though, but they might be on to me because they've taken me down 2 times or so now today. So maybe it's like, oh God, let's just play the Wonderbug.
Sitting in a junkyard waiting to be brought up is a pile of cars. Looking for an old car, found a funny sled car, let's make him ours. Found a magic horn, a new car was born, the toughest of the toughest, 2 good cars. Wonderbug, 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 Wonderbug. Faster than fast, smarter than smart, Wonderbug. When you hear the horn, help is on the way, so clap your hands, shout hooray for the wonderful Wonderbug.
So there's that. Oops, left my reverb on. Sid Marty Krofft around this time in 1976 also brought these guys back after a 2-year hiatus. Talking about the Brady Bunch.
The Brady Bunch Hour. Starring Florence Henderson and Robert Reed. Maureen McCormick and Barry Williams. Gerry Rochelle and Chris Knight. Susan Olsen and Mike Lookenland. With guest stars Vincent Price, Rip Taylor, H.R. Puffinstuff, and N.B. Davis.
Rick Clark, you ain't seen nothing yet, my friend. You never heard of the Brady Bunch Variety Hour? It was in the wake of the popularity of Donnie and Marie. This wasn't a Saturday morning thing. This was a prime time thing. Rest in peace, Rip Taylor. Absolutely. Remember when he threw his hairpiece off on Super Password 1987 playing with Patty Duke, Aston? That was hilarious. Yeah, and he was on Donnie Marie a lot. He was on the $1.98 Beauty Show by Chuck Barris. Going to talk about him next week when we talk about deceased game show MCs. I like Rick's comment. What the F? Yeah, I saw the Osmond Snark November 2017, Donnie Marie in Las Vegas at the Flamingo. I was staying at Caesar's Palace across the way. You can take away my man card. I don't care. I thought it was a damn good show. But was it on ice? No, but I'm going to show you a clip of the Brady Bunch Variety Hour episode 1. It only lasted 6, or was it 8 episodes? I'll look it up. Going by my memory. Let's watch a little bit. Rick, hang on to your hat, my friend. Watch this.
You've got the cutest little baby face. There's not another one could take your place. Baby face, my poor heart is jumping. You sure has started something. Baby face, I'm up in heaven when I'm in your fond embrace. I didn't need a shout, 'cause I just fell in love with your pretty baby. You've got the cutest little baby face. You've got the cutest little. You've got me where you want me. You've got me where you want me. You've got me where you want me. Baby face, baby face, baby face, baby face, baby face.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Brady Bunch.
There's a new kind of dancing. It's gonna be the rage. You just move yourself behind like an actor on a stage. Cop a different pose from the pose you're in. Shine a different attitude from underneath your skin. Attitude dancing.
It's your attitude.
Attitude dancing.
It's your attitude.
Attitude dancing.
It's your attitude.
Attitude dancing.
Come on, Mike. Let's show these kids our kind of dancing.
Heaven. I'm in
sleep, and I seem to find the happiness I see when we're all together dancing cheek to cheek.
Dance with me, I wanna be your partner, can't you see? The music is just starting, night is calling, and I am falling. Dance with me. Fantasy could never be so killing, I feel free. I hope that you are willing, pick the beat up and kick your feet up. Dance with me.
I could have danced all night, I could have danced all night, and still have big more. I could have spread my wings and done 1,000 things I've never done before.
Do the hustle.
Wow, we made it.
Well, some of us made it.
Oh, come on, Bob, it wasn't that bad.
Oh, I thought you were very good.
Well, for a rookie.
No, really. Wasn't he good, kids? Yeah.
Dad,
Yeah, you were, Dad.
Bobby.
Thanks, Bob.
And we'd like to thank our wonderful guests tonight, Donnie and Marie Osmond.
Mr. Tony Randall.
Clockhead dances, huh?
No sensational water follies.
And our own adorable Alice.
Hey!
And a special thanks to you, because without you, there wouldn't be a Brady Bunch.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, you did have something to do with it. And I'd like to thank you in front of the whole world for giving me such a wonderful family.
Singing and dancing isn't everything.
Singing and dancing is my life.
Say goodnight, Greg.
Good night.
Memories like the corners of our minds.
Can't do it. There was something at the end that's just too bad. Even for me, I can't. I played it on Sarah's channel. I can't play that end. I can't. But to Rick's point, yeah, Jan was hot. That was the fake Jan. That was the only one who didn't return. Eve Plum had already gotten accolades on television in a TV movie about it being a teenage runaway. So she wasn't about to do this cheesy variety show by Sid Marty Krofft. And it did last 8 episodes, as I said, not 6, 8 episodes. It began January 23rd, 77, ended by May of 77 on May 25th, 77, the same day that Star Wars was released in movie theaters in limited release before it went wide release in June of 77. How about that? So it ended the day Star Wars was released in theaters. So there you go. Woo! Yeah, say goodnight, Greg. And Rick also says, I love all the froze. Yep. It was a fake Jan. Yeah. Gerry Reichel. Yeah. She could sing. Like last time I played that on Sarah's channel, who pointed that out? It was Esmeralda. Said at least she could sing. But yeah, that's that. So I'm going to conclude the topic of Sid Marty Krofft, and we'll talk about the game show theme of the week. And we'll start to wrap the show because I do have some things I need to do. I have some plans. But let's Sarah. Oh, I didn't bring you back up. There you are.
Oh, hi. Hi. Yeah, okay. I was just sitting back there picking my nose, literally.
Oh, bro. I'm gonna try to play the 1 minute. This is the theme to Electra Woman and Dyna Girl, and you'll notice the villain shot. They showed there are only 8 episodes of this show. This is a Gen X thing. This is Saturday morning Gen X. Let me just play the opening, and then we'll wrap on the topic of Sid and Marty Krofft Saturday morning TV. Here we go.
Electra Woman and Dyna Girl, fighting all evil deeds. Each writes for a magazine, hiding the life she leads. Electra Woman and Dyna Girl. Summon to Electra, faced by Electra, come they wear. Lori and Judy dare to face any criminal anywhere. Electra Woman and Dyna
Did you know that Electra Woman and Dyna Girl, even though the original run was 8 episodes, it returned in 2001 with Marky Post. With Marky Post as Electra Woman. I'm going to play that opening. And this band, the Masticators, did a cover of Electra Woman and Dyna Girl, the classic theme you just heard from 1976. In the year 2001, 2001. And you know who's in this band? Is the actor who played Cousin Oliver in the Brady Bunch. It all comes full circle a little bit. Robbie Wrist. Let's watch Marky Post from 2001. God bless her soul. God bless the soul of Marky Post. But this is kind of like a grunge version of that theme.
Defenders of the innocent, fighting all evil deeds, risking grievous injury, hiding the lives they lead. Electra Woman and Dyna Girl. Trouble is their middle name, assistance be their game. Electra Woman and Dyna Girl. Summon to the electric base, and electric comes they wear. Lori and Judy dare to face any criminal anywhere. Electra Woman and Dyna Electra, awesome!
I love you, Miss Electra Woman. You can call me Electra, honey.
Electra woman and Donna girl.
Yeah, that pilot did not sell. That was Marky Post, and her character, her Electra woman, lived in a trailer park, and she was an alcoholic. And that's just the premise, and it didn't sell. Like I said, it didn't get picked up by the CW network. Let's see. Oh, some comments. I got to address some comments. Rick Clark says that smells of Wonder Woman. Yep. Also, I'm going back to the original opening where it showed the villain, the guy with they loved having white people on afros in the 70s, Sid Marty Krofft. That was the villain of the episode Glitter Rock. That was the villain. His name was Glitter Rock. And you hear that sound effect? That was the only episode of the 8 where you heard a sound effect when it showed the villain. That's a weak piece of trivia, but a piece of trivia nevertheless. And Snarky said, yeah, Green Fro, bad guy. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And yeah, you heard in that clip, the girl say, Electra, awesome. Well, they did a take in the original Electra Woman Down and Girl from 76 to 77 of Robin. It was obviously more like Batman and Robin, Adam West and Burt Ward than Wonder Woman. And the Electra, cool. It was like Robin saying, holy flypaper, holy toilet bowl, holy this, holy that. And I agree. I don't know who you're referring to. She was hot. Yeah. Marky Post. Absolutely. From Night Court. And she was in damn Fall Guy too. Yeah. Good night, fellow Chance nerds. Got to cook dinner. Well, thanks for joining for so long. Yeah. I don't think you're going to care about the classic video games we're about to talk about. Oh, Sarah. Sorry. There.
Oh, hi. Yeah. Thank you.
An oversight. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I know where you live.
Not really. Thank you, Chance. Guests and panel, such a great show. And people in chat, you are such a lovely group. You rock. No, you rock. I can't do it without someone listening and watching, and very grateful. So I think we're going to move on to this. What did I prepare? Oh, yeah. The classic game show theme of the week. I better set this up with a couple brief clips. It's called, let me show you an image from this show really quickly. It was a show from 1982 to 1983. Esmeralda. Let me see here. Oh, I didn't acknowledge this comment about a fake Cindy. Correct. In the Very Brady Christmas 1988 TV movie. Correct. You had a different actress playing Cindy Brady in that. Runyon. Jennifer Runyon's the actress's name who played Cindy in that instead of Susan Olsen.
I had a principal named Mr. Runyon. I had a few run-ins with him.
Wow, man. Let me set up. Now here is the classic game show of the week. Let's watch a clip from Entertainment Tonight from way back in 1982. It's only a minute long.
To the punch.
This is STARCADE, TV's first video arcade game show. A game show for today.
Here's the latest wrinkle in the game show world. Cable mogul Ted Turner has plugged into the video game craze for STARCADE, a new TV quiz show for his Atlanta superstation.
Players, are you about ready? Have you warmed up enough? I'm ready. How about you?
I'm ready.
All right, let's go play STARCADE.
STARCADE has all the familiar game show trappings, an affable host, eager contestants, and of course, prizes. In this case, more video games. But in order to win a turn at the video console and a chance to rack up winning points, first, there are those grueling questions.
How many ghosts in the game Pac-Man? John, you buzzed first.
4 ghosts.
You got it. 4 ghosts is right.
The show, taped in San Francisco, just premiered on superstation WTBS and can be seen on cable throughout the country. The producers and Ted Turner have packed STARCADE with all the razzle-dazzle that the new technology will buy and are banking that it will tap the rich vein of video game players everywhere, luring them away from the arcade and back in front of the television set, which is exactly where Ted Turner wants.
There you go. Now here is 14 seconds of the original STARCADE opening credits.
This is STARCADE, TV's first video arcade game show, starring your favorite video games, and some brand new ones being introduced to the public for the first time anywhere.
Open aboard, Captain.
I say, old chap, would you take this lying down?
Prepare telephone.
This is not just a TV show, this is an experience. It's STARCADE, a game show like no other. Be there.
Hi, I'm Jeff Edwards. You know, there's some brand new words in the English language that people now speak every day. Words like Tron, Xevious, Zaxxon, Mappy. Well, actually, they're not just words. They're some of the marvelous new video games being played by millions of people all over the world. You can see all these games, the new ones, the old ones, and some you've never seen before on STARCADE, TV's first video arcade game show.
STARCADE, Monday at 5:35 on Superstation WTVX.
Here's the latest video game news from the STARCADE hotline. A lot of you have written to us wanting to see Jeff play a game, so here he is playing one of his favorites.
Run, run, run. I hunger, coward.
And not too bad, Jeff, but I think I could have done better.
Oh, you do you?
I love these old promos and clips. Now, let me just address me say some comments. Sarah says, Zaxxon, I never beat. Snarky says, what was it called with the knight? Dragon's Lair? And she talks about pole position. That's what I have on in the background. Let me remove that where you can see that is the Atari 5200 version of, why is it frozen? Of pole position. Oh, there it goes. It's going. Which I have a lot in the background, there. Hardest game ever. She says, my flock, Sarah in Southern California says, look how video games are today. So good. And Snarky says, I'm sure I was really excited about this. So I do want to play something I found on another YouTube channel, another little retrospective about STARCADE. It was very well done. I have two. I want to space them out. And well, first of all, let's get to the theme. I'm going to play a little bit. It gets very repetitive, and this is really bad video quality of the still images. They're really, because there's not much out there, but I will tell you this. On YouTube, someone has uploaded the very first episode of STARCADE. I linked it in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. And also it's on YouTube. Just look it up yourself. The many episodes in excellent quality are on YouTube. So here's what the theme song sounded like. For the listeners, that gets old really quickly. I just like the visuals in that clip. So that was the nostalgic game show theme of the week, STARCADE. And it's not that great a theme. It's very repetitive. It's very low budget sounding. And it was, but I like the electronic sounds like video games of the 80s. Pretty cool. Now here's a little featurette I promised of 2. This is only 4 minutes long, but I want to play this. It explains what STARCADE was and why it was kind of exciting for a nerd boy in the 80s.
When I was a kid in the early 80s, I could come home from school, make a snack, and procrastinate doing my homework by tuning into a TV game show where contestants would compete by answering trivia about and actually playing arcade video games. Pretty awesome, right? Yeah, it was. And it was just another in a long list of things that exist, thanks to Generation X.
Rubik's Cube.
Most of the coolest stuff there is came out of our generation. The following was brought to you by Generation X.
The TV game show that was like a trip to the arcade was called STARCADE.
Well, let's go and play STARCADE!
It aired on the then fledgling TBS cable channel and then later in syndication. And STARCADE was my favorite game show by a country mile. And keep in mind, all of this was way before esports was ever a thing, let alone a word. The game was a head-to-head competition against 2 players or 2 teams of 2 players, regardless of age, and 3 rounds were played. Each round began with a video game arcade-related toss-up question.
In the game of asteroids, the player controls A, a triangular spaceship, or B, a disc-like saucer.
First one, the triangular shape.
You got it. That's what it is.
The player that buzzed in got to pick one of the 5 arcade machines, and they were given fewer than 60 seconds to get the highest score they could, and then the other guy took his turn. The second and third rounds were more of the same, but usually with a little less time on the clock. At the end of the second round, whichever player was in the lead got to play Name the Game, where they identified 4 arcade games just by their screenshots.
Number 4. Is this Pac-Man or Baby Pac-Man?
Pac-Man.
You got it.
If you identified 3 games, you got a prize. If you got all 4, you got an even cooler prize. Just to spice things up, one of the 5 arcade machines was a mystery game.
And let me tell you right now, Drew and Elaine, one of those games has a bonus prize attached to it. And if you
just for picking that one, you could win a prize. At the end of 3 rounds, whoever had the highest score moved on to the bonus round. They picked one of the 2 games not yet played. They were given 30 seconds to beat the average score of 20 other players on the game. If you did, you'd win the grand prize.
To go for the grand prize, your very own video arcade game, and there it is right behind us, and it's Popeye!
And that was usually a real, full-size arcade cabinet that you got to take home and keep. Now, as much as I always loved watching STARCADE, I was always incredibly frustrated with the contestants and their lack of strategy. They just didn't think it through. You have less than a minute to get the highest score possible, and they didn't think about it that way. Think about Pac-Man, for example. If you're trying to get the highest score possible, you don't just munch dots, you go straight for the power pills and eat the ghosts. But they would wander around the maze, dodging ghosts and eating dots, forgetting about the fact this is a game show and you have a limited amount of time. It's a whole different mindset, and more often than not, contestants didn't even think about that, or at least they didn't seem to. So I always thought with that kind of outside-the-box strategic thinking, I would have dominated on this show, what I wouldn't have given as a kid to play on STARCADE. There were 123 episodes of STARCADE produced, and they initially ran between 82 and 84 on TBS and a few other cable networks and syndication. Gone but not forgotten, every once in a while, the streaming site Twitch will run marathons of STARCADE. And in January of 2017, a company called Shout Factory acquired rights for a reboot, but we're still waiting for that thing to hit the air. And that was STARCADE, the epic TV game show where contestants played video games, and it was brought to you by Generation X.
Nice, huh? Now I'm going to play another bit on STARCADE memories, and then we'll wrap on that topic altogether, and we'll start to wrap the show.
This is STARCADE, TV's first video arcade game show.
STARCADE. STARCADE really came into its own in 1983. What a fantastic show.
It was a really, really cool idea and probably the best video game show they ever made, and they did make some after it.
STARCADE was a game show based on playing arcade games, some of which debuted on the show. The host would ask the 2 contestants 2 very simple questions about arcade games, and if they got them right, they could play each other to compete to get the highest score. Now that's what I call a game show, because it's a game show about games.
It respected the video games. It showed off new games, esoteric ones, and the popular ones. You go back and watch these episodes, you're seeing some games that I'm learning about these games watching this show. It's great.
You had, questions about arcade games, and then you would actually go and compete on these arcade games as well.
You could show on television that you were good at this game.
The consumer base for video games hadn't fallen into a niche yet.
Yeah.
There is young, there is old, there is male, there is female. Everyone is playing these games.
There's families playing together on some of these shows. Video games weren't pegged as, oh, it's just a kid thing. Anyone could play them. You had 50-year-olds on the show.
It was so popular, and then, it was not a lot like that for years to come, that they were replaying that on G4 in the last few years, and
One thing that I thought was pretty funny was that they got the whole audience to just go mad while people were playing the game. I mean, while nothing in particular is happening, like it's on the loading screen, nothing's happening, they're just going wild. It's not a sporting event. I mean, how do you cheer on someone playing Pac-Man? Is it good? Get those dots, eat them. You eat them up real good.
When you watch it, you get a sense that they really don't know how to capture what the heck they're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just like awkward moments.
My favorite thing about STARCADE was the final round and how much that this show was actually based on skill, and they actually kind of took it seriously.
I mean, and you're fitting it within a certain time-allotted format. I mean, some of these games, if you really wanted to go for being the best at one of these games, it could take a long time. But I don't know, they squeezed in the format.
And it was actually video game knowledge. It wasn't knowledge that had nothing to do with video games, or it wasn't questions that had nothing to do with it, so you actually could learn about the games.
A pilot for the show featured Alex Trebek before he started hosting Jeopardy, but the first season's host was Mark Richards. He was eventually replaced by Jeff Edwards, but that was definitely for the best.
He was a fantastic host. Coming into the show, he's an older guy. He knew nothing about video games, but he was a quick study. He learned, and you can tell he actually enjoyed watching these games and talking about them. He wasn't just some guy they hired, said, oh, video games. No, he got into it. He liked interacting and learning about the games. He liked the kids on the show, seeing what they liked. You can tell he studied up.
There was a fascination that was very obvious that he had with what he was seeing, and that still goes back to video games being sort of new, and especially he was, if I remember correctly, an older guy at the time.
Yeah.
But, I think he very much enjoyed his job, and that's part of what makes watching STARCADE so much fun.
Love you, Jeff Edwards.
Pretty cool little piece. So that wraps our topic and our game show theme of the week, talking about STARCADE. Now, let's see. I hate to make this about me. It's only a 10-second clip. I've talked about my pet bunny rabbit. Did anyone out there have a pet rabbit? I'm having my first pet rabbit of my life. A rescue I found when I was out for a walk in late September 2021, and I shot this with my iPhone the other day. It's pretty cute. I don't know. Pretty. She's trying to tell me I got to trim her nails. Now, let's see what else I had for you. Clip-wise, I think we're about all caught up. I do want to talk about some of our regular features, like a couple birthdays. Right on, man. Got some birthdays we gotta talk about really quickly. And as we're live, it's February 24th, 2024. I hate to date the show. Talk quickly about Billy Zane. It was in Back to the Future, Part 1 and 2. And Titanic, he played Cal. Never forget seeing Titanic, or Tit-tanic as I call it, because of a particular scene with Jack painting Rose as one of those French girls where she's topless. She's totally nude, actually. But Billy Zane played her fiancé, and when I saw that in the theater, there was a great reaction when he slaps Rose. My fiancé! And I forget one scene, he slaps her across the face, and this woman jumped up and goes, "You son of a bitch!" to the movie screen. True story, I'll never forget that. But happy birthday to Billy Zane, who played Cal in Titanic, born on February 24th, 1966. So he's a Gen Xer, barely, but pretty much if you're born in 66, you're a boomer. You know, you're a boomer. Nothing negative about that. I know I got boomers watching the show. We're a nostalgia show. Forgive me. Nothing against boomers, but I'm sorry. If you're born in 66, you're a freaking boomer. You just are. Or before that, there's nothing wrong with that. But Billy Zane was born on February 24th, 1966 in Chicago, Illinois. Boomers are square. There's nothing wrong with them, but they're generally pretty square, you know? Pretty, well, I can't say nerdy because I'm a nerd, but for the most part, except for Snarky and some others. But I thought Billy Zane's just a fantastic actor. You would not even recognize him, though, in Back to the Future when he had all that hair. There's some heavenly birthdays, too, like Abe Vigoda. Remember him? He played Fish in the spinoff of Barney Miller. He was born way back on February 24th, 1921 in Brooklyn, New York. He passed on January 26, 2016. I try not to talk too much about deceased people, but if they're pop culturally significant, I will give them a mention for everybody. There's not a whole lot of people that I care about born on February 24th. Generally speaking, yeah, I'm just going through the list here. Just don't see anyone that I consider to be worth a crap. Let me look at February 25th birthdays. I'll redo my music too. Woo! Ric Flair was born on February 25th. That's a good one. I know our friend Dan in South Carolina likes him, right? Let me just pull up my list. Because you might, George Harrison, heavenly birthday to him. Former member of the Traveling Wilburys and, of course, the Beatles. And a great solo artist as well. He was born February 25th, 1943 in Liverpool, England. He passed on November 29th, 2001, shortly after 9/11. Ric Flair, I didn't mention, he was born in Memphis, Tennessee, February 25th, 1949. Nature Boy. Sean Astin, Patty Duke's son, was born February 25th, 1971 in Santa Monica, California. He found out that Michael Tell's his biological father, not John Astin, when he did a DNA test. Not that it matters. Let's see. Tia Leone, okay. I can't stand her husband, so I hate to even mention her. I can't stand that guy. I never liked The X-Files. Shoot me. Never cared for it. Never liked it. I like Chris Carter, but he pretty much took the premise of The Invaders and made a 1990s version of it on the Fox network. But I think one of the worst actors ever is her husband. I won't even say his name from X-Files. He's terrible. And he just looks like a putz, too. His face, putsy guy. Let's see. Happy heavenly birthday to Jim Backus. We first saw him not just on Gilligan's Island, but in Rebel Without a Cause, playing James Dean's father. Born back on February 25th, 1913 in Cleveland, Ohio. He passed on July 3rd, 1989. And he had a stroke before that in the early 80s. Terrible thing. But, of course, he was the voice of Mr. Magoo. Let me just look at more things in February 25th. Yeah, that's all I'm going to mention there. And then February 26th, looking ahead or in the past, depending on when you're watching or listening to this program. And I do posts all the time in the social media group on Facebook, The Nostalgic Podblast, as does RetroZest, whom I'll talk about in my shout-out segment. I shout out some nostalgia-related programs and Facebook groups like the Generation X Facebook groups that I really like a lot. Happy heavenly birthday to Johnny Cash, born on February 26th, 1932 in Kingsland, Arkansas. He passed on September 12th, 2003. Chris Pine, the movie Captain Kirk, the son of Robert Pine, who played the Sarge in Chips, was born back in 1980 on February 26th in Los Angeles, California. And he's done so much acting. A lot of film. Let's just quickly go through them. Yes. Jackie Gleason, the great one, born February 26, 1972. Born February 26, 6th, 1916 in Bushwick, New York. By the way, there was a great biopic on Gleason called The Great One. Brad Garrett played him. And he's still acting, Brad Garrett. He did a great job as Jackie Gleason in a TV movie back in 2003. Really good stuff. Jackie Gleason died on June 24th, 1987. Unfortunately, a long-ass time ago. Happy heavenly birthday to Fats Domino. February 26, 1928. Born in New Orleans, Louisiana. Died October 24th, 2017. Let's see. William Frawley, he's been gone since March 3rd, 1966, but he was born in 1887 in Burlington, Iowa. Man, he was great as Fred Mertz in I Love Lucy, born February 26, 1887. And he was, of course, Bub O'Casey in My Three Sons in the black and white seasons. Great, 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 funny man. A very funny man. He's a very funny man. Let's see. That's all I'm going to talk about. And then I'll look at the 27th, and then I'll give it a rest on the birthdays. Okay, February 27th birthdays. The great Liz Taylor. Happy heavenly birthday to her. We played some bloopers she did on General Hospital back in 1981 in a recent show. Shit, I never did the bloopers for Laugh-In that I promised. I'll close with that. These are R-rated bloopers. F-bombs are in there. So hide the children's if you don't want it, or if you're sensitive yourself and don't like bad language, you might want to just tune out if you haven't already. But Liz Taylor was born in Hampstead, London, England on February 27th, 1932. She passed away on March 23rd, 2011. How many husbands did she have? I lost count. She married a construction worker, Larry. And that's her doing. That's her affair. No pun intended. I guess the love of her life was Richard Burton, I guess you could say. But what a great talent and a good-looking woman. Even when she was overweight. Let's see here. Who else is in our list here? Happy heavenly birthday to Joanne Woodward, born February 27, 1930 in Thomasville, Georgia. Of course, she's best known for Academy Award-winning performance as three characters in The Three Faces of Eve. And she was married to Paul Newman, of course. Yeah, I think I'll chill. Should I go to the 28th, February 28th? Because this is going to be a week-long show. It's going to last all week. And I'm not going to cover every day of the upcoming week. But I want to cover some of the upcoming week. Because this will run on Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta. You can stream it anywhere, audio only, by going to fistfulofradio.com and just click the little play button or the play icon. You can hear this show. Lately, I've had a lot of visual orientation. I'm going to get back to the audio, and I didn't manage to scale back on the length of the show like I wanted to. My friend Jeff Logan texted me 2 hours, 28 minutes, because I had said I was going to limit the show to a couple, 3 hours. Didn't work out that way. Here I go, just rambling on. Happy birthday to Bernadette Peters. I like her a lot, from The Jerk. Great Broadway actor. And she was born on February 28th, 1948 in New York City, New York. Great talent. Are you kidding me? I like her voice, too. A lot of people don't, but I like it. Happy heavenly birthday to Dorothy Stratton. Born February 28th, 1960. She was a Playboy playmate, discovered working at a Dairy Queen. Of course, the movie Star 80 was about her. She was murdered on August 14th, 1980 by her psycho ex-boyfriend. I have her Playmate of the Year issue from 1980, but that's just friggin' tragedy. But she was born back on February 28th, 1960. Happy birthday to Bubba Smith, man. Born February 28th, 1945 in Orange, Texas. He passed away on August 3rd, 2011. Loved him as Hightower in the Police Academy movies. Man, they never thought those movies would be as successful as they were when they made the first film in 1983, released in 84. No one saw that as such a long-running franchise at the flicks. Happy heavenly birthday to Charles Durning. Look him up. Born February 28th, 1923. In Highland Falls, New York. He passed on Christmas Eve 2012. He's been in a ton of movies, especially in the 80s. Very prolific actor. I'm going to stop on birthdays right there, and I haven't looked at comments. I don't know if any of them. 23 new comments. Holy smokes. So those are birthdays. I've got to do now a segment in a sequence I've not done in several shows. This one.
You want to fight? I'll give you a fight. Come on, punk. Come on. You want some more?
You want some more? That's from the Incredible Hulk episode, The Hulk Breaks Las Vegas, Season 1. Sarah, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Cool. I have my fake rant of the week. That's the intro to the fake rant of the week. I almost died yesterday, and I'm not shitting you. Excuse family show. I'm not pooping you.
That's even worse. Go on.
Oh, my gosh. This is an absolutely true story. So I'm going to a major grocery store called Kroger. There was a brand new Kroger in the Cobb County area.
Wait a minute. I need a little context for this. Is this before or after your haircut?
Before.
Okay.
How'd you know I had a haircut? Yeah. It's right.
Because you sent me the pictures.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know why I did that. Because I just look like such a damn gaffer sending pictures of my haircut.
No, I need them for when I do thumbnails. What are you talking about?
Well, here, let me quickly do the fake rant. This is very serious and very important. To me anyway, because I almost died. This is no fooling. I'm leaving this brand new, gorgeous, huge grocery store on Powers Ferry Road near Delk Road, which has become kind of a tough area. There's a bowling alley there, so that's a good thing. But there's also a lot of like low rent apartment complexes near there. So I'm walking out and along my path, just trying to get to my car, minding my business. Here comes, I'm going to turn the noise cancellation off. Well, I'll leave it on for your benefit, but I'm walking along innocently trying to get to my car. And here comes this guy screaming into his phone obscenities. And here this week, kids are out of school. It's like the winter break this week. There's kids everywhere. And I'm going to use some bad language here. So prepare. I'm going to reenact what I encounter. So I'm just walking along, great weather, great day. And this guy starts screaming. Here's the bad language. You motherfucker! I'm going to kill you! Ah! You motherfucker! Just fuck that! Fuck you! Like, just screaming. African-American gentleman, just describing him. And so he's coming my way. And I said, I put up my hand, like, talk to the hand. Wait a minute. I said, don't talk. There's kids around. Stop the bad language. Calm down. And he goes, bitch, you want some of this, bitch? And he points his finger at my head like a gun. Like he points it like a gun. He goes, you bitch! He goes, get out of my face, bitch! Like that. And I mean, my heart's racing, but I didn't back down. I said, stop talking that way. I point right back down. He goes, you point it one more time, I'm gonna knock your fucking head off, like that. And this is all on camera, all on surveillance camera. And I said, go ahead, that's assault, buddy. Go ahead, buddy, hit me in the head. I don't care, that's assault. And he goes, walk away, little bitch, like that. And so I walked away. But I really did fear for my life. So I go to my car and I have to run a few errands, like filling out checks and stuff like that. I'm paying bills and stuff. So I do that. Then I go inside to describe the situation to the customer service people at this grocery store. And I said, I was just accosted. I wasn't assaulted because he didn't actually put his hands on me, but it came close. I said, would you review the tape? And the lady radios management, and manager doesn't even come down for their tower, I guess, up top. I just hear a radio. We can't look at surveillance. You can't have surveillance video. You got to call the police for that. I didn't ask for that. I just wanted you to review the tape. It happened around noon yesterday. I just wanted you to review the tape and see, because I did not. What I learned is don't get involved. I didn't even approach him. We're along the same path. I didn't start it, but I did interject. And I said, hey, there's kids around here. Stop with that language. What's the matter with you? And so I got involved. So, what is your takeaway Was I wrong? Should I have just minded my own business? What do you think, Sarah, from what I just described? That's exactly what happened.
Well, I kind of agree with Snarky there. Free speech and cursory words is that kind of thing too. Oh, shut up, Mary. I get your point about how you actually care about what kids hear and that kind of thing. So that's always a good thing too. But the guy was screaming he was going to kill somebody. I would just back away.
Yeah, and he was screaming into his phone. The thing is, like, he's got an earpiece in and he's screaming F this, F that. It just was local. And this is a nice area. They're trying to fix it up. They put a brand new grocery store in there, closed one that was around the corner that was an old dumpy one from the 1970s. And anyway, all right, so don't get involved. Okay, just don't get involved. Just let people get away with being scumbags. Okay. Well, I will.
Well, no, it's not letting them get away with scumbags. They make themselves look retarded, right? And then you just kind of point at them and go, "Wow, you look stupid saying stuff like that."
He had to have been on something. He had to have been on something. He was so amped up and screaming at someone's phone, then screaming at me, and then he's doing this gun thing at my head. And I mean, I really think I could have died. I don't know, but
but at times like that. Yeah, but at times like that, I mean, if he's not physically assaulting someone or that kind of thing.
He threatened to, though. He threatened me, and he threatened to. And we'll get off this topic. This is a nostalgia show. Go ahead, dear.
Well, nostalgic or not, I mean, safety is safety. I mean, if we want you around, we got to all help each other out, right? No, we get that. It's just it's one of those kind of things you keep an eye on it. You can pull out your cell phone and record, even. You know what I mean? If you need some type of evidence or a thing, because sometimes just that alone is enough for them to just back down or get the gun out. Either way, at least you'll have it on film.
It is on tape, and I didn't get the police involved. I'm like, you know what? I wasn't assaulted, but I did feel for my life. And I mean, it was pretty freaking scary. Now I've got to acknowledge some comments really quickly. Snarky says Natalie Wood's murder is being brought back. Robert Wagner is 94 years old. Christopher Walken knows what happened. For my money, Christopher Walken did it. I mean, look how weird he is. I don't know. I'm just saying, I suspect him more. And I still am suspicious about the William Shatner wife drowning in the bottom of the pool back in 1998. I'm sorry. If you listen to that 911 call that's been scrubbed from the internet, open your ears, open your eyes. It's very fishy. And I have it. Maybe I should play it. I'll play it. I have it right here.
Yeah, do that. I haven't heard that thing in forever. But the Robert Wagner stuff, what I think is interesting is, to be honest with you, I kind of think they all did it.
Oh, you think it's a mass cover-up?
Well, it have to be. There were so many on there, and the way that suddenly she gets into a dinghy to go out and she can't swim, like what? Like, maybe she was already unconscious, and they thought now's the time to just like teach her a lesson, and then it went awry. Who knows? I think they all were involved. If something drastic happened, right? That's just my opinion.
I'll never be able to figure out where this is. Let me just try. Maybe it's a sign I shouldn't play. Let me. Wait a minute. Will you acknowledge some of the comments while I look? I mean,
okay. Well, Snarky, I was just reading what Snarky said. Snarky said, well, record. Yes, she agrees with that. And safety rules always good to have. And she also says, haven't heard about William Shatner. Oh, yes. His wife was mysteriously drowned.
You're beautiful today.
Yeah. So,
JR, in 60 seconds, it's going to be Christmas.
What the hell? I got all sorts of stuff in my here. This might be
another abject subject to his kingdom.
Nope. Oh, I'm way back.
Yeah. So, yeah, I always thought it was interesting, but yeah.
I don't think the man did it, but he didn't do much to save the lady. He didn't even get in the water. Hang on a second. Oh God.
I mean, can you...
I have all sorts of weird stuff on here. Hang on a second.
Hi, how you doing, brother?
It's gonna be way back here.
And we are back.
Oh my gosh, this is such bad.
Please. I had to turn down my headphones.
Weird. Oh, I know where it's going to be. It's probably going to be. It's the shortcut. Damn, man.
It is exciting.
So, can you hear this stuff?
Yeah, I'm hearing what you're playing.
There it is.
Oh my God! What's the problem? My wife's at the bottom of the pool. Okay, did you get her out of the pool yet? No, not yet. I want you to kick her out of the pool right now, sir. I'm gonna take her. She's up the very deep end.
He sounds drunk.
Grab something to get her out of the pool. Sir, we're on the way. Get your wife out of the pool, but don't hang up the phone. Hello?
Yeah, don't hang up the phone. Okay, boy. I mean, I don't know. It just sounds weird. I'm gonna play it again. I love Shatner, man. I would hate to think I don't think there's foul play, but he ain't no damn hero in real life. That's for damn sure.
Oh my God! What's the problem? My wife's at the bottom of the pool.
My poor wife's at the bottom of the pool. What do you think, Sarah?
Okay, well, I have seen William Shatner in 2 different Columbos, right, where he plays a murderer.
Right.
And he sounds like
the
he's
radio host is the most damning. A couple years, that was about 3.5 years before this real life incident. Look, that's acting, that's a script. I get it, but go ahead. Dude.
No, but I was just saying that the way he talks is the same way he was talking, like in those type of things when he was saying that he wasn't the murderer, but trying to like. That's what it reminds me of. That's what always stuck with me. And also, he just also sounds drunk. And when she says, "Don't hang up the phone," I had to hear that several times before I heard that because I heard "hang up the phone" each time. So it took me a while to hear that. I had to get headphones in for that one. But yeah,
the woman was an accomplished swimmer, but she was an alcoholic, and he created a charity to help alcoholics, a foundation.
Well, he's also an alcoholic too. That was why he's always so glad that he's still alive because today and all that shit, like when we went up to space and all that, because he had trouble with alcohol himself.
I heard Leonard Nimoy did. He was a working functional alcoholic. I never knew that about Shatner being a drunk.
Yeah, I guess he had stopped drinking a long time ago, though. I don't know if his wife's death had anything to do with that, but yeah.
Now, getting back to the walking,
he sounds drunk in the thing.
I'll play it one more time. I mean, what do you think? Now, I love Shatner. I know I'm not going to win any friends playing this because there's a lot of people have hero worship and are like, "Are you out of your mind?" What? But it's like, wouldn't you jump in and get her out of the pool? What? You didn't want to get your hairpiece wet? I mean, what's the excuse?
Maybe somebody was already jumping in the pool getting her out. I don't really know. He's not really.
Right now.
One more time.
Oh my God! What's the problem? My wife's at the bottom of the pool. Okay, did you get her out of the pool yet, sir? No, not yet. I want you to kick her out of the pool right now, sir. I'm gonna take her. She's up the very deep end. Grab something to get her out of the pool. Yes, sir. Yes, we're on the way. Get your wife out of the pool, but don't hang up the phone. Hello?
I got it. Okay, I have another theory here too about why he didn't jump into the pool. He just said that she's in the deep end of the pool. I'm certified in swimming, water safety and all that stuff. I cannot dive to the deep end of a pool because I'm too buoyant. You know, he might be too buoyant to dive down to the deep end of the pool to even get her.
Get it in the shallow end. Take the ladder or something.
Well, yeah, there's other ways, but again, I think he sounds very drunk too. You know.
That could be. I would hate to think that there's, I don't think there's any foul play. Only God knows the answer. God will be the judge. He could very well and probably is innocent. I just think it was cowardly. You know, you can jump in fictionally as Captain Kirk to save some fucking whales, but you can't jump in after your wife. I don't know.
Well, yeah, but those whales were George and Gracie. Those are important.
But about walking, again, these are pop culture gods. People just have blind worship. I think when it comes to Shatner 98, a lot of the cops became cops because they were such fanboys of Shatner. That's true. A lot of people went into the military. He's an international hero and a legend. And I'm a huge fan, longtime fan of Shatner. So I feel like I'm betraying being a fan by even talking about this. But I'm a realist, and I talk about all sides of pop culture history issues. And
but see, not talking about things is also why nothing ever gets changed or done. So there you go.
There you go. Now about Natalie Wood, the Christopher Walken, I mean, you know, just judging his personality, you know, I mean, I wasn't there, you know, it's very ignorant to say, I can't say, yeah, he did it or yeah, he didn't do it. But I'm just saying, just something rings strange about walking across the board, you know, I don't know.
Well,
people always blame Robert Wagner for being guilty.
Like I said, I think it's all of them. I think it's the captain. I think it's any staff members that were there who, you know, turned a blind eye to whatever the heck. I'm sure things were cleaned up, you know, spotless, good, clean things. Like, you know, I mean, it happened off, you know, Catalina too. So we all know that, you know, going from here to Catalina and stuff like that. I mean, it's crazy too, you know, like I've been to Catalina, so I've seen. I'm a little kid. So I'm just trying to remember. I know we saw killer whales, we saw flying fish, we saw a bunch of other stuff like that, right? But the fact that it was at night, she's in the dinghy, they've all been drinking, and there's been shouting on the boats and stuff. Yeah, I like true crime too.
Yeah. And, some neck trauma to Shatner's wife, getting back to that, according to the True Hollywood Story on William Shatner. I don't know. I mean, who knows? It's not our place to judge, but we can talk about it. Now, Snarky said David Banner. Bruce, you're right. The first time was David Banner in that clip, played by the late, great Bill Bixby, who sadly passed on my birthday on November 21st, 1993, from prostate cancer, which was preventable. So get your colonoscopy, and I need to get one myself. So I need to follow my own advice.
From colonoscopy, not colonoscopy. He died from colon cancer. It metastasized into it metastasized into his bones.
Right.
Yeah. Get it done. Check it out.
She was right the first time. In television, they named him David Banner. He was Bruce Banner in the comic books. And she said, what's the deal with that? That's just a little clip I play because I have the fake rant of the week segment I haven't done in a few shows where I just rant about something. And my fake rant this week was getting accosted at the Kroger yesterday. So that's it's just the opening to a segment.
We sent it to the 911 call from William Shatner and then to the Robert Wagner.
Yeah, I should. I should get the Robert Wagner call. I know it's a very controversial subject because everybody loves Shatner, myself included.
I'm a Shatner fan too. I know he's an a-hole in real life.
Well, charging $200 for an autograph, now that could be your handler, and if people will pay it, so be it. But I think that is really taking advantage. Not just him. People that charge hundreds and hundreds of dollars for a photo op. I know some goes to the convention, the house, if you will. Some goes to the handler, maybe an agent. I get it, but that's just don't pay that to these people. But no one's going to listen to me. I'm nobody. And your money, how you want? I'd rather, whatever. But hey, roughneck, redneck, how you doing?
He's awesome.
Yeah, Snarky says I couldn't be on a jury trying the Shat. I know. Again, he's an actor, right? He's not a paramedic. Yes, right. I agree. I just think that 911 call is pretty weird. And
I was
just dead is too late. Absolutely, dead is too late. So why get her body out? But yeah, why try to perform CPR? Just let her die. Right.
Yeah, but I mean, he's pretty fat. I mean, can he even get to, before I got boobs, I would sink. And as soon as I got boobs, man, I was just buoyant. I can't get to the bottom of the pool if life depended on it.
Right.
I'll just always be a floater.
And I agree. The Shat is the shit. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Love the dude though. I wish he were a better dude, but hey.
Not.
Yeah.
TJ Hooker.
Well, yeah. There was that. I mean, there was that.
Let me see.
It wasn't so much him that was terrible. I mean, the whole show was just terrible. Like, it was just terrible. They could have really made that good, and then they're like, "No, it's not." And I was like, "Why?"
Let me see. Another comment came in. Family show. Oh yeah, so much. Sorry. Family show. Yeah, I jumped the family show shark for sure earlier on today. Boy, and I got to talk about the sponsor, Remind Magazine. If they're watching, they're like, "Don't play the number one call of Shatner, please. People will turn on us." No, I mean we're just presenting historical fact. And then the last thing I'll show. I know I showed this before. Talked about the Marvel. I'm just going to show some images I'd pulled for today. There's the Battlestar Galactica Marvel Comics adaptation. There's Speed Racer adaptation. We'll talk about it another time in detail. Star Blazers. There's Robotech. Flash Gordon. We didn't talk much about movie adaptations, which we will another time. And I want to show you something. Tom, our friend of the show, Tom Williams, aka Basil Chesterman, did a graphic of me in AI, I guess, on a jet. That's how I would look in another universe as a multi-billionaire.
Why does it look like Harrison Ford?
I don't know, but isn't that weird? And then there's a graphic of Starcade and ad. I did meant to show that earlier. There's the logo on live screen.
Didn't I put your head on his? Yeah, I put your head on his body right there. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, you did. I want to talk about Carol Burnett here, friend of the show, Christopher Corman, son of Harvey Corman. I want to interview him again. I've interviewed him before And thanks to BK of Barry King of BK on the Air, a local radio show in Cartersville, Georgia. He introduced me to him virtually, and he's in Las Vegas. He's a talent agent now. But he had pointed this out. Remember how at the end of the Carol Burnett show, Carol would tug on her ear when the show's song would play, I'm so glad we had this time together. And she'd tug on her ear as her note to her grandmother. Have you ever seen Carol Burnett's grandmother? There she is. That's Carol Burnett's grandmother. If you ever wondered what Carol Burnett's grandmother looked like.
She kind of looks like my mom's mom, my grandma, Winifred. She had that kind of look too.
There you go. And now this week, this is in your rearview mirror now, but James Gunn had on social media posted a picture of the Superman cast of the new movie Superman Legacy filming right here in Atlanta, Georgia next month in March through actually early May 2024. There's a cast picture and there was some criticism. There's too many people in that cast. Well, think about Superman the movie. That was a huge cast. I am not going to fault the size of a cast. I think that was a dumb criticism.
I was just going to say that's a small cast, but what do I know? I've never been on a movie.
Look at Superman the movie. I mean, Trevor Howard. I mean, I could go on and on. Terrence Stamp. Of course, Margot Kidder, Chris Reeve, Gene Hackman, Ned Beatty, Valerie Perrine. I mean, a huge cast, way bigger than that you're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's your cast of the new Superman movie. And to those that criticized it, I got to give you the Jonathan Harris FU face is what he called it himself. Jonathan Harris, when I met him, he showed me this picture, and I'm going to family show. I'm going to use bad language. He goes, oh, that's what I call it. I can't do an impression of Jonathan Harris, but he said, oh, that's what you call the fuck you face. So to the haters of the Superman new cast, I give you the Jonathan Harris classic. After publicity shot, Jonathan said whenever he would, and he did that expression in the classic Lost in Space. When you see that, it cracks me up. In an episode, you'll see him do that expression. That's the FU face. Jonathan Harris's own words in 1992. At the same time, he pinched my ass. True story.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that just before he pinched your ass, he gives you the fuck you look. And
on his way to his hotel, we were alone. He goes, night chance, and he pinched my butt. We're having private drinks. Me and two friends, buddy of mine in Lenore, North Carolina, Jack Townsend, invited me. He says, Chance, Jonathan's here having drinks. Come on over here. And I live close to the hotel, the Century Center Marriott Hotel in the Atlanta, Georgia area off near North Druid Hills exit. And so I hustled on over there and had some drinks. I was like, I don't know, 20 something at the time, 20, 21. And yeah. And the man had a wife and kids. I don't think the man was gay. I don't know what that was about. He just pinched my butt. Thought that was weird. I didn't react to it. Okay. Good night, sir. Night, champ. But that is Jonathan's own word. His fuck you face. Anyone you gotta go to the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel and look it up. I'm so glad that Fistful of Radio is uncensored and not mandated by the FCC, so we can talk smack. Comments here.
I love Fistful of Radio. I have it on all the time.
You're still watching this. It's been a long show. I commend you and Sarah for being with us 5 hours and 13 minutes and counting. We're gonna wind it up.
I told you, I love your jam. What am I supposed to do?
The great Jonathan Harris. So I think those were all of the still images I'd pulled. I'm limited to 100 images by my StreamYard account, unless I delete and upload as we're live. But oh my gosh, I just wanted to separate. I've got to talk about our fine friends at Remind Magazine. So let me now tell you about an offer. You can give this gift. It's a phenomenal deal. It's an introductory offer for the first year, but it doesn't go up that much after the first year. Only $1 an issue. The regular retail price for Remind Magazine is $4.99 plus tax if you were to go to a Barnes & Noble or a newsstand to buy a copy of Remind Magazine. And even so, that's not a terribly outrageous price, $5, but how about $1? How about giving a gift for a birthday for $12, including shipping, including postage that lasts all year round, each and every month? All you have to do is go to remindmagazine.com and order with a online order specialist. They accept all major credit cards, Visa, American Express, Discover, whatever you want to use. Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover, and it's secure. Or you can call them old school at this phone number, 855-773-6463. And if you're wondering what this magazine is, Remind Magazine, it's all about nostalgia. Odds are, if you're listening or watching this show, you're into nostalgia. Well, this magazine has all sorts of puzzles, trivia quizzes, interviews with your favorite stars, and other features from the 1950s through the 1990s, and it's written on an adult level while gently tapping your inner child. Go to remindmagazine.com and please mention the nostalgic Podblast when you order. I'm not sure all I got to say about that. So let me bring Sarah back up. I don't know why I put her backstage. Sorry, Sarah.
It's okay. I was like,
last
fine.
week I forgot to mention Remind Magazine.
Yeah, you
Unbelievable.
did.
Snarky
Shame on
says,
you.
my headcanon says, Jonathan Harris is gay. Wife and kids isn't really a good piece of evidence. It was a different time. I agree. Or it could be bisexual, and there's nothing wrong with that. This is a no judgment zone. We're gay friendly here.
Right?
We are.
You're so cute about it, though.
I'm not trying to be cute or funny. I'm just telling what it is.
How dare you not want to be cute then? You bastard. You're failing.
And I didn't. Oh shoot! I want to read this story about. I talked about it briefly at the beginning of the show about how Disney is dumping DVD. Now this has got to be the death knell, or one of the death knells of DVD, because Netflix was a huge blow when Netflix stopped carrying DVD and went to streaming only. That was a huge blow to DVDs. Let me find my story, and then and the fact that really big tech has conspired against DVD for years, taking away the trays in laptops, MacBooks, and desktop computers, limiting your ability to play a DVD.
Well, there are external ones you can buy, but yeah, I agree that was crappy of them because it didn't replace it with anything better at all. So what was the point?
And do you remember? I remember the portable DVD players that had a little pop-up screen. Those were cool. You could take them on a plane.
Oh yeah,
put in your headphones and watch a movie. I still have some of those. I have backup DVD players. Now, of course, the Blu-ray will play a DVD player. I know I'm repeating myself. Mentioned that way earlier, but let me read this article from this week. And this is from a serious source, Variety.com. This article was published on February 20th, 2024, my sister's birthday, I might add. And let me read it. Disney is outsourcing a big piece of its home entertainment division to Sony Pictures Entertainment, which will manufacture, distribute, and market the Mouse House's DVDs and Blu-ray discs and other physical media. As part of the deal, Sony will market, sell, and distribute all of Disney's new releases and catalog titles on physical media to consumers through retailers and distributors in the United States and Canada. Disney will continue to manage its own digital media like premium video on demand. It's unclear if this will result in layoffs at Disney. We have someone I won't identify who commented in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group who works converting digital content to physical media and to streaming services, who's worried about his job. So I'm praying that he doesn't lose his job, but it's unclear if this will result in layoffs at Disney. However, the studio is expected to conduct an internal assessment across all business functions that support physical entertainment amid the transition to Sony, according to sources familiar with the agreement. I'm interjecting here. Chance Bartels, your host of this show, The Nostalgic Podblast, when I say this. They had made a statement a while ago that they did a 180 on Disney. They said, we will not place any Marvel, and I think Star Wars, but I know Marvel streaming Disney Plus programs onto DVD or HD, Blu-ray, or 4K. And they've already walked that back. They released WandaVision on physical media, but I think that's because they had a lot of cancellations at Disney Plus in the wake of their increases or whatever the reason. There might be political reasons. Who knows why? There may have been a backlash. I'm just saying, for whatever reason, millions have canceled their subscriptions to Disney Plus. So I think they said, hey, they took another look at
I heard it was because of some actor or something that said some weird stuff on the Star Wars thing with the Baby Yoda thing, whatever the heck it was.
Right.
Whatever.
Oh, who got fired? Right.
Yeah, I think it was something over that.
According to Disney, getting back to the Variety article, the licensing model allows the studio to continue to offer films and TV shows through physical retailers and to respond to consumer demand more efficiently. And that's another point. Best Buy, 86 compact discs and DVDs and Blu-rays. So, I mean, there's a lot of factors going against physical media right now and against DVDs. And let's face it now, my friend Al Hardy, when I sent this article to him by text, he goes, well, look at vinyl. Vinyl outsold compact discs for the first time since 1987 recently. That's true in 2022 and 2023. However, I contend that vinyl sounds better than compact disc if you have a good condition record that doesn't scratch or skip or have pops. Like a mint pressed vinyl record is not as compressed as a digital audio component. You know, like whether it's you're listening on SoundCloud or YouTube or on a compact disc, I'm sorry, but vinyl sounds better. It's not as compressed. DVD, on the other hand, is not as good as a streaming show which streams primarily in HD. I know you can get non-HD streams, but most people are streaming HD, high definition, 1080p or even 4K. And of course, you have 4K physical media, and for some time, of course, long time, Blu-ray in 1080p HD. So DVD really has lesser or inferior, I hate to use that word, inferior quality video, and audio is more compressed on DVD. So, you know, but VHS has the worst quality of all, and it's had a resurgence with collectors, with people in Generation X and Generation Z. But Laserdisc did not have a resurgence, so only time will tell if DVD will be like Laserdisc and just go away, or if it'll have a comeback. Like a lot of VHSs that are sealed are selling for thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
in the collector market. But that's collectors. That's niche. That's a minority of people out there. I mean, in the terms of the vast,
that'll probably increase.
No one's buying VHS. What?
So that will probably increase though. You know, because more people will want the physical media that they don't have anymore. So more people will find it wherever they can, where it be VHS, even Laserdisc. And I have such a low opinion of them.
Well, getting back to the article, the company, meaning Walt Disney, said, the Disney company said the shift is consistent with strategies that's implemented company-wide, as well as transitions in other markets. Whatever the reasoning, physical disc sales have long been in decline, and they show no signs of rebounding amid the industry streaming boom. Someone on my Facebook group, the Nostalgic Podblast, said that DVD outsells any physical media, and he showed me a chart. I said, do you have a source? And he goes, I can't find anything, but here's a pie chart, which he shared. But anyway, let me continue and wrap up the article here. Revenue for physical media in the United States dropped 28% to $754 million in the first half of 2023, compared to $1.5 billion in the prior year, 2022, according to data from Trade Association DEG, which stands for the Digital Entertainment Group. It's projected that 2024 will be the first year revenue drops below $1 billion. As a result, Best Buy discontinued sales of DVDs and Blu-ray discs in the store and online. I didn't know that in early 2024. I didn't read the entire article till just now. I only read the first few paragraphs. The move followed Netflix's decision last September 2023 to shutter and close its DVD by mail service. Walmart, Amazon, and Redbox. I'm thinking of the magazine Red. Walmart, Amazon, and Redbox, which is a little rental machine you see outside of low rent locations like grocery stores and in pretty low income areas. You'll see a Redbox.
They're in everywhere.
Yeah, they appeal to, you know, they're just low rent. Walmart, Amazon, and Redbox are among the select major retailers to sell copies of Avatar, The Way of Water, Avengers, or other Disney blockbusters. That's the end of the article. So what do you think, Sarah?
Well, that kind of explains why Best Buy is probably not doing so well. They closed the one in Temecula because nobody could buy, hard physical media. I would imagine it would, be not good for sales.
And Snarky says DVD is awful, but it's better than nothing. And there's a lot of things you can only find on DVD. Hell, I just bought Matlock recently, and other things on DVD. It's not available in HD, and I'd rather have it uncut because TV is discriminated against where movies are not. Meaning, there's so much cut like if you watch a movie on TV, what they'll do is they will edit the end credits. They'll crunch them or speed them up. And I hate that because I'm a nerd and I want to read the names of everyone that worked on a movie that I like. Right. Exactly. And there's usually good music during the end credits. And on broadcast TV, that's crunched. And even on streaming, it's crunched. What I hate is when a streaming service will say, want to go to the next show? And they'll have a thing. And then sometimes they'll give you the option to watch the end credits, where you go back. But a lot of times that doesn't even friggin' work. Paramount Plus is the worst. It's the worst. Less user-friendly. It's the worst user-friendly streaming service, in my opinion. At least it was the last time I checked. And I'm a subscriber of Disney Plus, Paramount Plus, Prime, So I have streaming and I use it. But my favorite is Tubi. They've limited commercial interruptions and a lot of great stuff. But yes, DVD is awful, but it's better than nothing. And there's so many things you can find still on DVD that you can't find in any other format. Same with 16 millimeter film, won't go there. And even friggin' laser discs. Like you can find banned cartoons like Cold Black and the Seven Dwarfs that was banned by Disney decades ago on Laserdisc, and other cartoons that are very insensitive, very culturally insensitive. But collectors who collect cartoons want them in their collection, not because they're haters or hateful people. They're just completists. So there you go. And like Song of the South, you can't find Song of the South anywhere. Disney banned that years ago.
I have a friend in Marietta here out in California. They have that
Georgia where I'm at. Yeah.
Yeah. They have that a movie on VHS unopened. I was like, can I have
Song of the
No,
South?
I know what it's worth. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's some big money.
I've actually held it in my hands. I've seen the thing because my grandma, who's long since dead, my dad's dad, I saw that movie at her house and she had that on tape. But then when she died, I don't know what happened to it because it was never in the collection that was publicly shown when he got remarried. That was a whole nother nightmare. Yeah.
Oh,
so
that's incredible.
Yeah.
I would love to see that. Did you get fingerprints all over it? I'm kidding.
Oh yeah, all over the outside of it, man. My hands were all over that. Paulo, please stop.
Oh, I'm sure you're kidding. Let me just look at my page as we wrap. We're going to wrap the show right now. Finally, I've said that like 8 times now, and then I go for another hour. I hope someone got something out of this program. We started with Dan in South Carolina talking about and showing comic books based on television shows. And then we continued on talking about Sid and Marty Krofft, Space 1999. In case you're tuning in late, if you want to rewind the beginning of the show and just shuttle search through it. Anyone looking on social media where you can see the video, when it's over, scan through it because I have a lot of images and video. Talked about STARCADE, the classic game show video game, and all sorts of things that might be of interest to you. But I know not everything is of interest, and no one can invest 5-6 hours. Unless you want to listen in stages, I'll try to bookmark it on YouTube, which I did last week with the 6-hour show I did with Dan in South Carolina. Part 1 of Dell and Gold Key comic books based on television shows. And I talked about the Space Giants later in that show, a Japanese show about this alien Rodak who wants to take over the Earth with Lugo men and monsters. And anyway, talked about that. Next week, like I said, we're going to talk about deceased game show hosts. That'll be a good one. And I want to now talk about Who Will Save Generation X podcast. He's a great contributor on the Nostalgic Podblast in the Facebook group. He has a lot of funny memes. I've never really talked about him.
They are funny.
I like that group a lot. I want to promote and talk about RetroZest on Facebook and the RetroZest podcast. Curtis Lanclow, he's here in Georgia, in North Georgia, in Dawsonville, Georgia. He's a great guy. He interviews a lot of people in pop culture history, Generation Xers like you and I, and even boomers and whoever you might be, younger, you might be a millennial, you might be even a Gen Zer. I think you'd like his content. Just go to retrozest.com. He's got t-shirts, all sorts of 80s memorabilia. He's really big with the music. Snarky just said Betty White's hubby was a host of Password, I think. Yes. Alan Ludden. He was the host of Password going back to the early 1960s. Alan Ludden. He passed in 1981 of stomach cancer, sadly. And Golden Girls was written. Betty White's part. Now, she played a different character than she was originally conceived to play, but it's all about widowers in Miami, Florida. And Betty White, that was written specifically for her. She never married again. They were both animal lovers. And yes, and then when he passed away, you had the great Bill Cullen taking over while he was undergoing treatment and chemotherapy in the early 80s in 1980. And then Tom Kennedy, Jack Nar's brother, hosted Password Plus, taking over from Alan Ludden after he passed away. And then in 1984, the host of Tattletales, former host Bert Convey, was the host of Super Password. And then, is that your final answer? Regis Philbin in 2009 did a CBS primetime version of Password called $1 Million Password. They tried to brand themselves like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. That's why they put the word million in the title. It was all like psychology to try to get viewers. And the problem there was CBS scheduled it on different nights instead of in a regular time slot. Viewers couldn't find it. This was right when the TiVo was out. The DVR was still a baby back in 2009, but it really killed the show. Alan Ludden, that was the love of Betty's life. And Betty White, God, what a great game show player she was. And she hosted a show for a while, believe it or not. Didn't last long, but yeah, she was just
what was the name of that show?
It was I know it. Let me look it up. It's in the back of my mind. Every time I try to look something up, I turn my brain off, then it pops into my head right when I get the Googles at my fingertips.
Yeah, you're Mr. Google for sure.
White hosted. She should have been in the picture I used as a thumbnail for next week's show. But Betty White hosted game show.
I can always throw her in there for you.
What the hell was that show called?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Just Men.
Just Men.
Didn't last long. Yeah, like the hair product, right? Like the
Just for Men. Yeah, I know.
Just for Men. Just Men. It aired on NBC Daytime from January 3rd to April 1st, 1983. Ugh, I just burped. 1983. Didn't last long, but it counts. It counts. Let me put up the picture for next week. And we'll be back to Friday night starting next week. The only reason I deviated, I was on Sunday afternoon at 2 last week and then Saturday today at 2 to accommodate Dan in South Carolina. And he'll be back, but he's busy on Friday night with his wrestling stuff. There is what we're going to talk about next Friday night at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time on the Nostalgic Podblast, which you can watch for viewers on YouTube in the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel or in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group or Twitch or on Twitter. And we're going to talk all things game show hosts that are no longer with us. It'll just be deceased game shows. A lot of people reacted to this picture saying, wait a minute, where's Pat Sajak? Where's who? Where's this guy? Where's that guy? What was another popular one? Where's Wink Martindale? What? Knock on wood, these guys are still alive. This is all about deceased game show hosts that we knew and loved. That's what we're talking about next week with a lot of great material and content. So I hope you can be here for that. Sarah, anything else to add before I sign off?
I was thinking, well, you should do a lot of things like play those bloopers and shiz. But I was thinking, all right, but I was thinking too that I would go find some. I'll go look for some more bloopers for game shows for you.
And I didn't finish my plugs too of things I like. All right, well, I'll do that at the very end. Thank you, dear, for that. And Tuesday night we'll be on your channel, My Flock, talking about television shows based on movies, good and bad.
Yes, for reals this time, guys.
Any way we can go earlier than 9:30, or because you went earlier with Snarky.
Well, yeah, but then also the birds yell, so she didn't really care about that. But if you really don't care, then that's fine. It's just. I just feel bad when you put things on and the birds yell because they came first, Sorry.
Right on, Snarky, and right on, Sarah. She says about next week, be sure to get a clip of Bob Barker on Happy Madison. Right on. The big fight scene, the punch out scene. That was about me yesterday with that gentleman. I can't he was on drugs. He was an a-hole cussing. Punching Adam Sandler. That's right. And she says, game shows are the bomb. Diggity. Yeah, we're going to have a good game show. I love my wonderful game show people. So now I already forgot what I was going to do. Oh, yeah, the bloopers, the laughing bloopers, I promise. I'll just do the laughing. I was going to play the Dallas bloopers, but geez, 5.5 hours and counting. I just can't have a short show. I just can't do it.
That's okay.
I'm here for the long haul. That's why I don't get numbers. But I had a show hit 5,000 views last summer. Several. The one about Liz Montgomery and Bewitched before I even had StreamYard, and that was in the 5 and 6 hours. So I don't know. I don't know. And then I got throttled down. I think it's something I said. I think playing this 911 call will throttle me down again. I'm already being throttled down. Am I being paranoid, Sarah? I did a show on Movie Set during the summertime last summer that hit over 5,000 views in a matter of days. And that was a pretty good show about movies that are set, meaning take place in the summer, not released in the summer. And that's something no one had done. I try to do original stuff no one's thought of. Anyway.
Yeah, well, you just need to get your name out there more. And then also we take long breaks. It gets you other algorithms too. And there's so many reasons. And it's not anything you could have said or done. It's just because. And there you go.
Well, I don't want to cry about it. All right.
Well,
It sounds like
I
I'm
cried
crying.
too. Don't worry.
So let's watch the laughing bloopers. This is a little bit of it. And this is in black and white of color. It's 4 minutes, 23 seconds long. Warning. Family show here. But there's some bad language from the stars of the late 1960s on Laughing. This is hysterical. Let's watch together. And you're going to see some interesting people like Orson Welles. Let's watch.
Nice.
Ready, Sarah?
Yes.
What are you going to do, fart?
We don't write this shit, you know.
I'll kill you, you bitch!
Tonight, let's chin-chin about those secret defense treaties Congress and stick. What are you snickering at, kid? I'm a fucking soldier, not an actor.
That's an either-or situation.
I am a goddamn general, not an actor. Get him up there again.
Well, she has swollen testicles.
By George, you're right. Millhouse, I want you to pay attention. Let me show you how our company has handled the pollution problem. No.
Well, you have no sense of humor, Warren. For God's sake, I'm trying to act my ass off in this thing. You cut it.
Whacker?
Yeah.
Pull up the zipper on those trousers.
Oh, sir, I'm humiliated. But I didn't realize what a perky little devil you were. This is the devil-may-care attitude I have in this whole thing. Keep it moving. Keep it moving.
All right, Millhouse.
Yes, sir.
I want you to drop that devil-may-care attitude and
I
pay attention to...
can't, sir.
Now, come on, Mark. Talk to him.
Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Okay, I want to do this, and I want to do it right.
What do you think of that, you giggling nitty? What are you giggling about, Whacker? Millhouse?
I guess it's your delivery. I hate my part. I'd like to apologize to the crew.
How about a little hump? Oh, really?
You.
Ba-bum! Time for another break. Cheeseburgers on the house.
Another round of pistachio nuts.
Henry, it's you. What is it like where you are? What do you do?
Well, we get up in the morning, have a light meal, and make whoopee. Eat another light meal and make whoopee all afternoon. We sleep a lot, and then we make whoopee.
Let's take it, guys.
Oh, shit.
We sleep a lot, and then we fuck.
Is that what it's like in heaven? Oh, did you talk to your husband? What did he say? What's wrong with this?
Pam. What would you do if you were in an airplane and the wings caught fire and the engines fell off and you were losing altitude?
Listen, I just shit.
That's the best one. That's my favorite one. Listen, I just shit.
Right?
Oh my God.
I put food in my mouth.
Oh,
Between
God,
laughing.
that's so fun. Oh,
The more you know.
That's right. Oh God. Okay. I played this last week, I think, but there were comments on the screen, and I think this is a cool trailer for Conquest of the Planet of the Apes. We're talking about Don Murray dying. Let's watch this 2-minute trailer together, okay? All right.
Yes.
Now, the biggest, the newest, the most exciting of all the Planet of the Apes pictures. Climaxed by the spectacular revolt of the apes. The most awesome, the most horrifying spectacle in the annals of science fiction. First pampered as pets, then abused as servants, now oppressed as slaves.
Order full mobilization of all security forces, police, militia, and reserve defense units. See that every entrance into the city is cordoned off immediately.
Yes, sir. Our control methods to include the use of tear gas and sedation, Doc.
There will be but one control method. Shoot to kill.
This will be the end of human civilization, and the world will belong to a planet of apes!
Watch the screen explode as man faces ape in the ultimate revolution.
Where there is fire, there is smoke. And in that smoke, from this day forward, my people will plot and plan for the inevitable day of man's downfall. And that day is upon you now!
Just
That's
another
so
weekend in Atlanta. I'm telling you, so much crime here. Okay, dumb joke.
Get the bastard this time.
Patrick?
Kristen, I was wondering if I could stay here for a few days just till all this sorts itself out.
Oh, Sue Ellen, of course you can. Stay as long as you like.
What would I have done without you these last few weeks?
Don't be silly. After all, what are sisters for?
Oh.
Where are you going to stop for a minute so I can tell you my great news? I cut class to tell you.
Come on, you can keep up with me and talk at the same time. Come on, stretch. 1, 2, 3.
She farted. She farted. Save the rest later. It's a 9-minute clip. Great bloopers. I know the quality's not great, but you can still hear and see what's going on. Funny stuff.
You saw the emergency bloopers. Those were awful. I mean, quality-wise. I mean, of the film.
That was Charlene Tilton cutting the cheese there. All right. Nasty. Snark and Sass, JR had a Texas accent. Wish the others did. Yeah, well, Larry Hagman was from Texas. You know who his mother was, right? Mary Martin, Broadway actor. Now, I don't understand this comment from Snarky. She said, he agreed to be on my show once, never did it though. Who? Roddy McDowell? Was that, did she leave that comment during the Planet of the Apes trailer?
I have no. Oh, I think she's talking about the channel that she found of Planet of the Apes.
Oh, okay.
I think.
No, she made this comment before. He agreed to be on my show once, and then she said, just recently found a Planet of the Apes channel too.
Oh, well, they're out now. She
Nope.
says nope. Nope to
Well,
what?
Well, we're going to say goodnight now. I have stuff. Oh my God, it's already 7:45 in the evening as we're live on Saturday, February 24th, 2024. Sarah, thanks for being with us. Thanks to Dan in South Carolina for being on. Appreciate everybody. I want to give a shout out, of course, to Gerry, his YouTube channel, Facebook group. Getting punchy. Nostalgia World on Facebook. Thanks to Gerry for calling in. Another Facebook group I like, the Fun World of Classic Television by Steve Russo in Massachusetts State. I recommend that. Recommend classic television shows. A massive, I think it has almost 1 million members on Facebook. Classic television shows. I already talked about Curtis, retrozest.com and the RetroZest podcast and the RetroZest show, which you can also find on Fistful of Radio that you can hear from anywhere. It's out of Atlanta. Just go to fistfulofradio.com and hit the play button. He has excellent content, guests, and fun. He interviewed like Stu Phillips recently. I think that airs tomorrow, who scored all these iconic TV themes like Knight Rider, a whole bunch of other stuff. He had Pat Boone on recently. He had Marion Jensen on, who was Athena in the original Battlestar Galactica. She's very rare. That was a great find. Geek to Me Radio, which is a live radio show out of St. Louis, Missouri on KTRS. The host is James Enstall. It's a 1-hour show once a week. He has some really good guests. He interviewed Joe Dante. A lot of pop culture film heads like me know who he is. He's a great director. He's on at 7 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Central, his local time in St. Louis, Missouri, and 10 p.m. Eastern time. And he's on YouTube. So he's simulcasting most weeks on YouTube and on Twitch and Facebook Live, and it's called Geek to Me Radio, Sunday night for 1 hour. It's worth your time. Thrash Pondo Pons, who was in the show comment area earlier, he's on YouTube Sunday nights for about an hour to 90 minutes talking TV trivia. His real first name is Bob. I like him. I like Open by Chance Toys on YouTube. He has a great channel, husband and wife team. They go live sometimes. It's a great collector channel about collecting vinyl record albums.
Very good channel.
You're familiar with it then?
You took me there. You were on their show. What do you mean?
Oh, yeah. They interviewed me about the Angry Girlfriend variant. Yeah. But they're really nice. They're also in Georgia. I won't say where, but they're also in Eastern Georgia, I'll just say. David and his wife, they're really great people. And they also, of course, deal with toys, comic books, vinyl. And they go to conventions and film it. It's as if you're there. So check out their channel, Open by Chance Toys on YouTube. And then Superman homepage live once an hour. They're on a hiatus for live for a couple weeks, but they're on most Mondays at this kind of late on the East Coast, 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific time. It's geared towards a West Coast audience where you're at in Southern California.
Yes, it's a very good show too. Very good. Thank you for bringing me there too.
You're welcome. And it's all things Superman, new Superman, current Superman, as well as like Chris Reeve, George Reeves
Yes.
on TV. Everything Superman. They have excellent material, vintage.
See,
and
like
new.
I said in chat, they don't know that you're Superman, and that's too bad for them. I have proof of it.
And then out of Michigan State, there's a lady named Katie I like. She interviews a lot of artists, comic book artists and writers. K-Pop Junkie is her YouTube channel. And that's
She's amazing too.
Yes. Letter K, letter P, letter O, letter P, _ JUNKI, K-Pop Junkie. And then the Man Cave 101 podcast, they're on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock Eastern time. And it's guys just shooting the poop about current pop culture, current movies, superhero stuff, geeky stuff, but also sometimes they talk about sports. They talk about all sorts of things. Sometimes a little bit of politics. I don't know. But I do know because I tune in once a week, Thursday night. And also the Mongolian Monster, Tuesday and Thursday night. See, there's a lot of stuff on at the same time. I'm watching like 2 and 3 streams at the same time. Of course, you're and Snarky
on Thursdays.
Say what the names of your channels so I don't F it up. Yours and Snarky.
Okay, it's Starkey Stas is what Snarky's channel is on YouTube. And I also dropped her in Chance's chat here. So if you want to go grab all the links, mine's there, hers there, Dan's there, and others are there. Pons is there as well. And yeah, come join us on that every other Tuesday. Chance and I will be doing a thing on my channel as well. So it's pretty epic there. So it's TT with Sarah. Take that as you wish. Anyways, so yeah, on my flock, and yeah, come join us. We say the words on my channel, so very adult.
There's a big one. Dave Sundstrom on YouTube, a great pop culture channel. Dave Sundstrom, that's his name. DAVE, first name, last name SUNSTROM on YouTube. He's got some really good content. Golden Rage of TV, Pat McCormack on YouTube. He interviews a lot of, now he's doing current stars. He was just dealing with past stars, like he had Loretta Swit. She's a great star. He interviewed her from MASH, the TV show MASH we'll talk about Tuesday night, Sarah.
Yep.
Hot Lips, the TV Hot Lips. He's in California State as you are, and he's on YouTube. So I would encourage you to go to Golden Rage of TV on YouTube if you want some awesome content there.
Definitely.
BK on the Air radio show Saturdays from 10 a.m. to noon Eastern time out of Cartersville, Georgia, small market, but they don't do video, but that's okay. Neither does Retro Zest. I wish they would. Now they could easily do video. I hope they one day will set up a camera. That's up to them though. That's their thing. Alan Sanders and this guy, Barry King, hosts that show. It's really Barry's show though. He's been doing it since like 2013 on another station in Cartersville, ironically.
Wow.
But it's all pop culture. And I call in from time to time. Let's see.
Yeah, I love when you do call-ins. Those are the funniest. They are though.
Retro Nerd Girl on YouTube. I like her. She does a lot of reaction videos where she's live watching something with you, but then she also does nerd news some mornings. Retro Nerd Girl on YouTube. Worth a look. So that's pretty much all my shout outs. I hope I didn't forget anybody. I always forget someone. Oh, I guess Al Hardy. That would be nice. He just has a Facebook group. He doesn't really have a show per se. I guess he does, but I always forget it. I always screw it up. I don't know why I can't remember it. My buddy Al Hardy. Al's
Place.
Let me go. That's his YouTube. Al's Place on YouTube. Al Hardy Entertainment - Al's Place. I know it's confusing and really weird, but he has a Facebook group too. Shit, I can't remember. And then Tom Hardy. That's a real good chance. I'm punchy again. Tom Williams, Basil Chesterman has a great Facebook group. Funny because he does more humor than I do. Funny memes and stuff like that.
He's a very funny person.
Basil's Nostalgic Podcast page on Facebook or group. It's a group, I think, on Facebook. But Rewind Nostalgia. That's Al Hardy's thing on Facebook. All right, so that's all the shout out. Everyone's tuned out by now. It's so boring. But thank you. I dropped the link to Golden Rage of TV. That's an awesome channel.
But she doesn't have a wrench, so you can't grab the link.
Oh, well, let me wrench her up right now. How do I do that?
Okay, you gotta go to the YouTube side and you hit on her and make her a mod. Then that would solve that
problem. Do that right now, really quick before we sign off. Shoot, I'll be going 6 hours yet. Unreal. Well, that's my time slot in Fistful. It's 6 hours, and sometimes if I don't go 6 hours, I'll put filler in to stretch it out to 6 hours. But all right, let me.
I know. I listen to Fistful Radio all day, every day, day by day. I even have it on my computer right now as we're here because, of course.
That's amazing. All right, now I'm in the thing. In the thing. I just click her handle. Is that what I do?
Yeah, click on her name. It'll give you options. And add mod.
Add as moderator.
There you go.
And then managing moderator standard. What's the difference? What should I do?
A standard mod just does anything, but a moderator one, the big one, the second one you said, can time people out even if they have a wrench. So if I came in here being inappropriate,
I made her the big one. Okay, cool.
Okay,
good enough. So I made her a managing moderator. I think you are too, right? If not, I'll make you one. All right. So
I am.
You ladies, you girls are now in charge. So cool. All right. Well, any final thoughts, Sarah?
Thank you for letting me up. I was surprised by that, and always grateful because you were epic, and I enjoy learning and laughing and going the heck.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch some Wonder Woman 16mm Filmax in the night. Big Saturday night. But no, it's I have great prints like with Fujicolor with stuff that's not on the DVDs and Blu-rays. So I'm gonna just have a little Wonder Woman, watch a few of those on film tonight. So let me pull up my theme music and we're gonna finally sign off. Thanks for tuning in, everybody, everyone in chat. Each and every name some names, Sarah, who were here. That
Okay,
know.
we got Roughneck, Redneck, we got Rick. I forgot the rest of his name. Esmeralda, Dan.
Rick Clark.
No, there you go. What he said. And and let's see here. There was I'm scrolling back as far as they'll let me go, and I can't see anymore. But Starkey was here, and there was other people here too. Sorry, but their names got put.
Esmeralda.
Oh yeah, I thought I said it was Esmeralda. Hey,
Maybe
if not
did.
Esmeralda too.
Let me go. Let me see if I can go back real quick. God,
yeah, because I was on my cell phone.
I don't want to leave anybody out.
I don't really
You
have.
mentioned
access
Roughneck, Redneck.
Yeah.
Jerry Dobson, of course, we talked about him. A lot of YouTubers too.
Yeah, Jim came in. Jim, whatever.
Let me ask you a question. How can I tell who's looking or looked on Twitch?
I don't know what Twitch looks like on StreamYard end. I've streamed to Twitch before back in the day on my Twitch. It's just there was nobody in there to do comments, so I had no idea.
Cool. I'm gonna say goodnight, Sarah. Good night, and everybody have an awesome weekend.
I am talking about the weekend. Yes, I am.
I effed up.
I am talking about the weekend. Yes, I am. Singing, I'm tired of working